And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Clear, correct?
Yikes. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome in once again to live launch coverage from NSF here on YouTube and the Popular Science Channel. I'm Gene Rowley, one of your many hosts today, and we are live from the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island here in Brownsville, Texas, right outside Starbase, just outside there. Joining me today is an all-star cast of commentators, and they're going to answer your questions. They're going to be all over Starbase as we get to this launch. Joining me to my left is EJ, the one and only. How are you?
I'm great, Gene. How are you?
I am ready for this launch. I like your shirt.
Oh, yeah. Dude, yours
We
is
shop
good,
at
too.
the same store.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're going to be answering your questions on YouTube at NASASpaceflight. Of course, we'll get to all of the questions, as many as we possibly can, so that we can bring you up to speed and where we are. Also joining us today to thank all of our wonderful supporters is Adrian Bile. Adrian.
It's absolutely fantastic to be here again. Let's hope we get a bit further into the count today. I mean, I like 40 seconds. 40 seconds is nice, but maybe let's get that number a bit lower today.
Absolutely. And for those of you that weren't here on Monday, we're going to talk about what Adrian just said, where we were in the count. And the person that's probably going to talk us through that is Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera. Around here, we call him Alex.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen on the remaining 3 hours to that opening of the window. SpaceX confirmed that the weather looks good for today's launch window. That's a 1 hour window opening at 5:30 p.m. Central. We're still counting down to that because so far they have not specified whether they are still attempting the opening of the window or maybe, moving a little bit into that. So we're still counting down to the opening of the window, 5:30 p.m. Central, and looking at all of the feeds and everything. I'm basically running through all of the cameras that we have and looking for signs of activity ramping up and everything like that. I'll chime in every now and then with updates, of course.
And what you're seeing on your screen right now are some of the cameras that we have all around Starbase. They're going to be bringing you the amazing views. And the first thing that I can say, EJ, is the weather is much nicer than the attempt on Monday. We had overcast. We couldn't see the rocket from the studio here at the hotel. And today we can.
Yeah, we got visibility right out the window just behind us. We can see it just as clear as you can see it right on the screen right now, Gene. It is much better.
Yeah.
And, I think more importantly, it's less windy.
Yep.
It is less windy than it was on Monday.
Yeah.
Which is a big one because they were watching the wind on Monday, and I'm not sure if that's what, scrubbed the whole thing, but the wind is a little lighter today. I mean, still a watch item with SpaceX, but it is a little lighter today, which is a lot better. The weather is great here today. It's beautiful.
And again, a lot of the cameras are out there. We have our own photographers out there. Jack Byers out there, Max Evans, D. Wise. Doss is actually up on the roof here at the Margaritaville. And if you could bring that shot up, because we are going to be either bringing Doss down here, we're going to be bringing him in. We've also got Gage up there, just cameras everywhere to cover this amazing flight. Now, remember, this is Flight 8. And what you see on your screen, we have Ship 34 stacked on top of the hot stage ring. And then the hot stage ring is stacked on top of Booster 15. And Alex, I want to bring you back in and just kind of give us a general, where are we? There's a behind the scenes view of Doss and Gage. Wave, Doss, you're on camera. He's got this amazing tracking camera that he's setting up that in the past, he's been able to track the rocket all the way up to stage separation and the booster all the way back to catch. Let's go back to Alex and let's get a full update of where we are. And again, talk a little bit about what happened on Monday and then yesterday.
Yeah, so on Monday we had a seemingly clear countdown until the T-minus 22 minute mark, sort of, more or less around that time when we heard the triple hold call, essentially hold in that countdown, and they proceeded to investigate an issue that they had initially on the booster, and then as they ran down the countdown, they found also another issue on the ship itself as well. We went to the T-minus 40-second point. That's a point in the countdown where they can hold for at least 15 to 20 minutes, and they'll be good still to launch on the day. However, as they lifted that hold, they solved some of these issues. They lifted the hold, and then basically, as soon as you lift that hold, there are automated health checks on every system on the rocket, and some of those tripped over on the booster side of things, and that's what caused another hold. This one automated at around the T-minus 31 second point, essentially 9 seconds after lifting that hold. And so from what Elon mentioned on social media on X, he said that it was related with the ground pressure, the ground start pressure. So those engines are ignited through ground pressure systems, essentially, that spin up the pumps on the Raptor engines. And so some of those, it seems like they had a pressure differential of like 20 bar, that they had a drop, probably maybe a leak somewhere or some issue of all the kind. These kind of pressures, the absolute pressure, it's usually around 400 to 500 bar. So a 20 bar pressure decrease can be substantial across all engines on Super Heavy. Despite that, though, they still wanted to fix some stuff on the ship as well. We saw that destack. They worked on the engine section of the ship. We saw that restacked yesterday as well, with some issues and troubles here and there. But hey, it was stacked on time. It is right there on the pad. Right now, the road is closed. All of the launch vehicle operations, at least hands-on vehicle operations, have been wrapped up. The launch pad seems clear right now, and we are just waiting for the tank farm to ramp up. So we saw some of the activity related with the vaporizers that pressurize the ground tanks, the propellant tanks on the ground, and some of the other things that we are hoping to see in the next couple of hours is the activation of those subcoolers that will essentially lower the temperature of the methane and oxygen below their boiling temperature in order to prepare them for propellant load, which should come up at T-minus 46 minutes in the count. But so far, things look good. We are still ticking down. Latest update from SpaceX was that, it's still on track for that window. We'll see where it lands, that T0, whether it is still at the opening of the window or maybe a few minutes later in the count. We'll track it as we go.
And everybody joining us on YouTube, we would greatly appreciate it. We love that you're being here, part of our Rocket Nerd family when we watch these launches. But do me a favor, click like, click share. Seriously, tell everybody about it. Bring the kids around the TV or on the computer so you can spread the love of the Rocket Nerdisms when we get here. Now, one of the things that we do here at NSF is you join our family. When you're watching our broadcasts, when you subscribe to the YouTube channel, but also when you become a member, and you can do that simply right through YouTube. You can become a PadRat member, or you can gift memberships to folks. But you can also talk about, you can also join our back channel, our Discord, our member Discord, and you're going to get a lot of behind the scenes things like you saw earlier with that camera. There's DOS, and there's the member multi-view. Now, if you want to see we're in there somewhere. Just keep waving, EJ. We'll pop up in a minute.
You'll find us eventually.
There's a lot of information behind the scenes, and there's so many people working behind the scenes. All of the people in the control room, Kevin and Carson and Jay and Chris, and they press the buttons and they make all the graphics pop up. And there we are. We're in there somewhere. And then all of our photographers in the field. And we do pre-shows, we do post shows. We just have a lot of fun because we're like you. We're Rocket Nerds, and we're part of this NSF family. We thank you for being here. And throughout the day, we are going to go ahead and we're going to thank some supporters and do some behind the scenes things like you see there with DOS up on the roof. Once he gets that set up, we'll be able. Look at, he just whips out his knife, and I'm going to fix this right now. Now you were up there.
Oh right? Yeah. That's his style. That's if he's got a tool to fix it. I think we fixed a screw. We had a bent screw up there trying to mount a point to point the other day, and DOS's solution was hit it with a brick. bend it back true. So we got that all working. We got a point-to-point dish up actually next to the pole that this camera is hanging on.
Yeah, that's really cool. Let's jump over and talk to Adrian and thank some supporters that have come in on YouTube. Adrian?
Oh, sorry. I just had a quick internet lag. Can you quickly repeat that?
Yeah, we were going to thank some folks.
Oh, absolutely. Let me thank some people. And first, because I want to mention that you mentioned our membership Discord, I quickly want to mention our membership Discord, and I'm actually there also reading that. So if you have a question and you have like maybe something that you want to ask us here and also send to me, feel free to just add me there. I'm allowing you today to ping me while on stream. Because I'm here sitting and reading all of that. So if you're maybe on that membership Discord and you want to ask us a question here, I'm also picking questions from there. So add me there as well. I'm just quickly throwing that up there. Well, Gene, sorry.
Yeah, and that's who's going to answer that question. When you send something in, he's going to be the one to say that. And then Alex is going to be the one who's going to answer the questions at NASASpaceflight.com. You can go ahead and type that in the chat. It's going to come to me. It'll come to Alex. It'll come to Adrian. And I don't know what Alex is holding up, but he's eating candy in the background. Throughout the day, we're going to be jumping back and forth. We're going to be going up to the roof. We're going to be going out to the field over at Rocket Ranch, at the outpost where Jack and I believe Max is out there, right? EJ, he's out there as well.
Yep, he's out there.
And we're going to be checking in with them and seeing what's going on. Because here, the weather inside the hotel room is fantastic. There's no wind.
Oh no, it's great in here. We're nice and air conditioned. They're out there sitting in the sun all day.
Yeah, they're up on the roof where I hear it's hot, and it's hot under these lights. But they're at Rocket Ranch, which is actually the closest place you can get to see the rocket. And we have some cameras there. Is that one of the cameras from Rocket Ranch? It's going to look no. I know where that is. That's River. That's one of our River cameras. And again, we have so many cameras, I don't even know all of them. But we're going to be bouncing around to all those folks, getting different views as the tank farm spools up. And if this is your first time watching a rocket launch, there are a lot of moving parts, and we're going to explain all of them to you. And when I say we're going to do it, I mean Alex is going to do it. When we have questions, we'll go to Alex or we'll go to EJ, and he can do that. What we're going to do now is we're going to jump over to Adrian, who's going to thank some of those supporters.
Absolutely. Starting with Mike Alpha Tango Sierra with 50 Red Team memberships gifted. Just about 1 minute after we started the stream. We didn't do anything yet. So thank you so much for that. Rally, we're becoming a Capcom member here. Thank you so much. Always in Dark with a super chat here asking, how will they save the ship once they start to catch them? Booster can hook back up to the QD, hang ship from chopsticks, and hook up the ship QD. So how will they actually save the ship on future flights once they're in the air? And I'm not sure if either EJ or Alex want to take that question, if they have like a good idea about how will you get the remaining propellants out of the ship? Alex?
Yeah, so I see EJ is pointing at me, so I can handle that. Yeah, so essentially, we think it's probably going to be what they did with the SN hop. So you remember SN 8, 9, and 10. A bunch of them exploded, right? But SN15 was successful enough that it landed and it did not explode on landing or afterwards. And they were able to save it just by venting the tanks. Now, the reason why they did that is because at the landing point, of course, there were no QDs, no quick disconnects, no umbilicals or anything like that. The tower does have an umbilical, right? The problem is it's not that easy to align the ship such that you essentially have it there and just point the umbilical and connect to that. On the OLM, on the booster side of things, you have the launch mount and you have that quick disconnect umbilical that you can just connect as soon as you put down the booster. So we don't know how that'll work, but there's a good chance that it's just venting the tanks. It doesn't carry a lot of oxygen or methane once it lands. The header tanks are very small. They carry like 30 tons of propellant total, about 20 something of liquid oxygen, and no more than 10 metric tons of methane, and that's all it needs for the landing burn. So most of it, essentially, it's burned on that landing burn, and the very little that remains, it's pretty much nothing compared to the amount of propellant that Starship carries.
Thank you. And I have a question here from the membership Discord. I also want to throw to you, EJ, which I found fantastic. The question here by Starship is, you reckon Starship will ever do an expendable launch once it's operational, such as, for example, for Falcon 9 Europa Clipper mission? So will every Starship mission, once it's fully reusable, be fully reusable?
I mean, there's a possibility there, Adrian. Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't do that. I mean, we see all kinds of modifications to Falcon 9, depending on what type of mission it needs. And sometimes, like with Falcon Heavy, which was seen to be fully reusable, they expend that center core. So, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't do something like that in the future. Like we being the viewers of SpaceX, right? We wouldn't see something like that in the future. Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. But I mean, it's very clear that they're willing to modify reusable vehicles to be expendable right now. I don't see why they wouldn't do that in the future, right?
That's an interesting question. I haven't thought about that. Do you have another one, Adrian, or do we want to go with what happened yesterday?
I have one final question here about the weather I would love to throw to Alex quickly, which I think is fantastic. Trout Runner here asking if the weather at the pad is favorable, does it need to be the same favorable at landing site for Starship in the ocean? So basically, how many weather spots is SpaceX watching?
I would imagine they're probably also looking at the weather down on the Indian Ocean. What I don't know is what kind of assets they have, or even if they will scrub the launch for something like that. It's definitely less of a problem than, say, for example, Dragon, a launching crew up the coast of the United States and having to look at all the different abort scenarios. It's not their first rodeo looking at abort conditions or weather conditions somewhere else in the planet. So yeah.
We'll be looking at the weather not only later in this broadcast with Adam Suker, our NSF meteorologist, but also talking about the landing zone weather, like you said, Alex. But we're also going to be talking about some of the technology that they use to lift the ship up on the booster, the hold down clamps, the chopsticks, which if you don't know are the things sticking out from the top of the rocket there. And the scene on the shot on the left there is one of my favorite shots, not only for launch and landing, but to get a sense, you lose a sense of how big this vehicle is. And again, this is the largest flying object ever made by humanity. And it weighs many, many tons. It weighs a lot. And we saw a little bit of that yesterday, didn't we, EJ? When they were lifting the vehicle, the Starship, up on top, they had a thing happen. I don't want to say mishap, whatever it is, an issue, but we saw a piece fall off. What was that?
I mean, we could call it an observation. Could we call it an observation?
It was an observation.
I think we can call it that, yeah. So SpaceX went to restack the vehicle yesterday, and I don't really know how to put this any better. A part flew off. Yeah, we originally thought it was a tile. It looked kind of like a tile. But what it ended up being is one of the guide brackets on top of the hot staging ring that they use to kind of guide Starship back down, guide Starship down onto the hot staging ring when they're doing integration. There are guide brackets, and then there's kind of like a hook that hooks Starship together. That's the coupling mechanism that will become decoupled when Starship does stage. It seems like they kind of put it down a little crooked and popped one of the guide brackets off. I mean, it came flying out the side there on the side of your screen. I mean, I'm not sure where that landed or where the bolts landed or wherever, but that caused them to actually take Starship off. It didn't really get all the way down to super heavy in the hot staging ring, but they took Starship off and they actually brought it back down, and it was just kind of hanging there with a bunch of SpaceX guys with what I would presume is a hammer to hammer whatever part down there back together. I mean, it looked like a hammer to me, everyone. I'm not sure. So they seemed to conduct some type of repair, brought Starship back up, and then put that thing back on top of super heavy all yesterday. So we did see some pretty crazy integration operations, but that's kind of the reason why we didn't come to you guys yesterday, because parts flying off generally isn't a good thing, but that shows that SpaceX has the chops despite parts flying off to get the vehicle fixed, and hopefully we see some action today, Gene.
Yeah. Action is what we want. As Elon says at T0, it's going to be excitement guaranteed. And you'll see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen there, what you see is a no earlier than time. They have a 1 hour launch window this afternoon here, local Central Time in Starbase, Texas, of 5:30, and the window is about an hour. So that's why that timer is going to count down to that point. Once SpaceX goes to a T0, they announce a T0 time based on the health of the vehicle and what's going on in the control room. We'll bring that T0 time in the upper left-hand corner. One of the biggest questions that we keep getting here is weather. On Monday, we had some fog roll in, and some of us kept saying it's going to blow, it's going to burn off, it's going to burn off. It never burned off. So we are actively looking at the weather, and as you can see on your screen, it's a much prettier day. One of the things that SpaceX does is they launch weather balloons. They actually send the balloons up to get wind speed data, meteorological data, air pressure, things like that. So on your screen, you can see that they've launched one of those, and it is collecting data that is being fed back to Starbase, and the meteorologists at SpaceX are making those determinations. And EJ, one of the things that we always talk about when we talk about flying vehicles is the potential of the wind shear. The winds on the ground are one thing, but as you go up in the atmosphere, the winds completely change. They change speeds, they change directions, and we call that wind shear, right?
Oh yeah, it's wind shear, but on a vertical. Like you're gonna get regular wind shear. I mean, Adam will definitely clarify this a little bit later for us, but you're definitely going to get some type of changes in the wind on the way up. Now, how much that wind changes is really going to be what's going to call whether this launch is good to go. It's not necessarily how much the wind is blowing down here or how much the wind is blowing up there. It's the difference in speed and direction. If it's blowing really, really fast up there because there's low pressure, right? The air can move around a lot quicker. If it's going really, really fast up there and going really, really slow down here, you're introducing a huge difference there. And that huge difference, that's what gets rockets. That's what'll do you in. It could be, as a minimum problem, it'll blow the rocket off course. Maximum problem, it'll just destroy the thing. We don't want that. Yeah. Pretty sure SpaceX doesn't want that either.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not just about the wind up there, wind down here. It's about the difference in speed and direction. That's a big one. Now, that's what SpaceX is keeping their eye on today. So we'll kind of wait and see with kind of bated breath whether we're going to see some action today or not.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching that. And again, we'll bring Adam Suker, our meteorologist, in. He will have more information on the weather as we get closer to the announced T0 and then the potential launch within that window beginning at 5:30 Central this afternoon. We have folks everywhere. Okay, so later on in the show, we're going to reach out and talk to them. Like I said, Doss is up on the roof here at Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. We also have Max Evans out in the field, one of the photographers that you can go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, find the metal prints from our photographers. D. Wise is also here, and Jack Beyer is out at Rocket Ranch. And later on in the show, we're going to be talking to them, getting a feel for the vibe where all the people come together. And it is a big family. Everybody comes together, they bring their kids, and they just watch the rocket launch. And there's some really, really nice places you can watch the rocket launch from here on South Padre Island at Isla Blanca Park, which we can actually see behind us out the window there. The beach here on South Padre Island. But over on the other side of the inlet to the Port of Brownsville, you can go to several different locations. And our favorite is the Rocket Ranch and what we call the Outpost, because the viewing is just amazing. And the vibe there is amazing. So one of the things that we're going to be watching throughout the day are the timelines. And normally we'll bring Alex in. We'll talk about what's happening with the tank farm and things like that. But our own Alicia Siegel, that does This Week in Spaceflight, which is every Friday evening, did a video to show us the timeline of what's going on right now with that rocket.
On the day of a Starship launch, many events need to happen for the flight to take place successfully. One of the first events is the clearing of ground hazard areas, resulting in the closing of Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach several hours before the launch, something that has already happened. At this point, we now have 3 different roadblocks established along Highway 4. The first one, nicknamed the Soft Checkpoint, is located about 15 miles from the pad at the intersection of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. The second roadblock, nicknamed the Hard Checkpoint, is located at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Beyond this location, only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement officials can pass. A third roadblock is located on Highway 4 right after its intersection with Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard at the end of Boca Chica Village. This intersection is the last one on Highway 4 before arriving at Boca Chica Beach, so up until now it was used to control direct access to the beach. Soon we should see this roadblock being cleared, if it hasn't already, as it's too close to the pad for anyone to safely remain there during a launch. With the ground hazard areas closed, SpaceX should now be in the process of conditioning the tank farm. During tank farm conditioning, the subcoolers on the tank farm are slowly filled with liquid nitrogen, and the liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants should be flowing through the transfer lines from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. During tank farm conditioning, you'll probably see venting every now and then, including the now famous Pope vent. This is completely normal and expected. Although the timing can vary, especially if the launch is delayed into the window, this conditioning should last until about 1.5 hours prior to launch. This is when the conditioning goes from the tank farm to the propellant lines that go to the launch area. This conditioning will see the flow of propellants from the subcoolers out to the launch mount and launch tower. This process will be noticeable because a vent will appear on both the OLM and the tower while it's happening. The vent on the launch mount will start off weak at first, but will progressively grow in intensity as we get closer to the start of propellant load on the booster. As for the tower vent, it'll start at a normal intensity and will stay active for a few minutes before weakening or completely disappearing. Then it'll come back again and with significantly more power as we get close to the start of propellant load on the ship. At around this point in the countdown, we should also see venting from the booster chines closer to the launch tower. This is a sign that carbon dioxide is being loaded into the tanks, which will feed the vehicle's fire suppression system during flight. While this conditioning is happening, the SpaceX flight director will conduct a poll with operators to decide whether or not to proceed with propellant load. Here's hoping that later today, everything is go for Starship.
Thank you, Alicia. And again, be sure to catch This Week in Spaceflight every Friday here at NSF with the one and only Alicia Siegel. Alex, I'm going to bring you in here. Alicia mentioned the goings-on at the tank farm, and she mentioned something called the Pope vent. What is that, and why is that important?
Yeah, and it's actually running right now. You can see that vertical vent on that pipe sticking out. That's the one that we call the Pope vent. It's because, you know, when they elect a new pope, they have this chimney with white plume smoke coming out of it, and so it was sort of, you know, like a fun nickname for this one, because it's the only one that is, you know, this kind of active and you know, upwards vent at the tank farm. It's related with that process that Alicia mentioned on that video, talking about, you know, transferring that liquid oxygen and that liquid methane from the ground tanks out to the subcoolers, right? Those subcoolers are filled with liquid nitrogen, and then through that bath of liquid nitrogen, they run that propellant through, you know, multiple cooling tubes and everything to make sure that they are cooled down to below their boiling temperature, essentially, that methane and oxygen, because that's essentially subcooling, and that's why we call them subcoolers. They load those colder than boiling point to be able to pack more of it on the tanks of Starship. But yeah.
So how much fuel does the I just held my finger up to the screen. You lose the perspective of how big this thing is. How much fuel does Super Heavy carry, and then Starship, and then total?
Yeah, so the booster holds approximately somewhere in between 3,400 or to 3,600 tons of propellant, and then the ship holds 1,500. So in total, it's around 5,000 tons of propellant. It's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So, and the inside there, for those of you that don't know, there are two tanks. There's a liquid oxygen tank, as Alex mentioned, and then a methane tank. Why did they, Alex, I'm staying with you, why did they choose methane as a propellant over things like hydrogen that we've seen in past rockets?
Yeah, hydrogen is more efficient, right? Higher specific impulse, higher mileage, I guess, but it's very low density, and so you need bigger tanks to hold that. And kerosene is more denser, but it's also less efficient. So somewhere in between, you have methane, which is not super high efficient, but also not super high density, and also it's not low efficiency, and it's dense enough that you can fit it in regular sized tanks. And so that's why, you know, they chose methane. But also on top of that, you can create methane on Mars. You can create also hydrogen on Mars, but methane is better for the reasons that I explained before.
And here in just under 2.5 hours, we're going to see that launch. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Adrian Bile, and we're going to thank some folks that are supporting us.
Absolutely. Rednose here with a super chat saying, I know why we scrubbed the first time around. I forgot to donate for Booster 15 and Ship 34. Here we go. Thank you, Rednose. I'm not sure if that has implication on the fueling attempt here, but I'm willing to try. We have Nick Self with a super chat asking, is it commentators or commenters? Are you commentating or commenting? Good question. I think it's commentating. We have a bunch of people joining our membership program, starting with Boeing 001 becoming a launch director, Tater becoming a Capcom member, Neodime becoming a Capcom member, Going Places with Chris. I can tell you there's a lot of Chris's here in NSF as well. Also upgrading to Capcom. We have Grunt Bane becoming a launch director. Thank you so much for that. And then we have Ethereal Swordsman with a $10 tip using tips.NASASpaceflight.com saying, this is a big vehicle, but that's a lot of engines. Gotta be, 5 million parts and Swivels and Reliance on the first stage, Swivels and Cheetahs on the second stage. Hope they double check their staging and ordered windows today. I hope they check their staging. If they do what I do in Kerbal, this will look bad. I'm gonna tell you that. And I have one question here associated to the fueling process, actually, that Alex just talked about, which I like. So I'm throwing it to Alex here because I think it's kind of connected. Alan is wondering, if they use nitrogen to condition the pipes, how do they stop nitrogen ending up in the ship or booster tanks?
Oh, because they don't mix. So you essentially have separate lines. The whole deal is that you have the subcooler is like a mini tank kind of thing, right? And then you have through the subcooler you have the pipe and sort of loops around the subcooler inside of the subcooler. That pipe with the liquid methane or the liquid oxygen, depending on which type of subcooler. Then the nitrogen itself, it's like there, and so it's like the pipe is sort of in the middle of all of that nitrogen. The nitrogen does heat up and warm up, and that's why we see a lot of venting from the subcoolers, because the subcoolers those essentially vent all of the nitrogen that is released as it heats up, and so you transfer that heat to the nitrogen, and of course the nitrogen will want to boil off. So there's usually either on top or somewhere near the end of the subcooler where you have some relief valve that can essentially vent out that nitrogen. That's going to be part of this activity that we're going to see over the next couple of hours, where we're going to see those subcoolers becoming very active and venting all of that nitrogen. That is completely normal. Nobody's on the launch pad, so it shouldn't be a hazard, because one of the hazards that nitrogen has, the very few that it has, is that it can displace the oxygen, and so it wouldn't be safe to stand around in a cloud of nitrogen, because you can asphyxiate and everything, and so you can essentially no stop breathing and things like that. And but other than that, it's an inert gas, so it wouldn't set on fire anything or things like that, so they can vent that safely. It's no big problem.
One of the things that happened yesterday, EJ, was on Monday, was the booster. One of the tweets that SpaceX put out was 20 bar low on spin something. What was that?
So the post on social media basically said that they had a loss in pneumatic pressure on the Raptor's spin starting mechanism. Mm-hmm. So that is a ground side piece of equipment that's basically used to start the Raptor engines on the outer ring of Super Heavy when Super Heavy goes to fly. Basically what they do is take a lot of compressed gas, shoot that into the engines, and it starts spinning. It starts getting the pumps spinning. You don't want to be low on that, because then you're not going to be able to start the engines correctly. So they, out of an abundance of caution, I mean, that's way out of family for that. Like, out of family means it's kind of, you usually have a nominal range, like this is good enough to go. That was out of their kind of nominal range for spin start. So that 20 bar loss of pressure might not seem like a lot in the scheme of things. I mean, that's about 20 bars, 20 atmosphere. So it's about 294 PSI. That is a significant difference for them. So that was enough to actually have SpaceX call the whole thing off, Gene. They said, we're not doing that. All right. And let's go inspect it and make sure everything is good. So that leads us, to yesterday. What happened yesterday with the parts falling off, and all the way to today. So hopefully that system is checked out, and we'll see what we got.
Yep. Let's see. I can't read that. Dash Riptide, thank you so much. Sending in a $100 super chat. What a legend. Thank you for supporting us. It's your support that makes all of this possible. All the cameras, all the people that are here in person, all the people that are there remotely. It's all because of you guys supporting us here at NSF. So thank you very much. Love your updates and rocket covering. Keep Jack and Doss on their toes. Jack is out in the field at Rocket Ranch, and Doss is up on the roof. Believe me, Doss is on his toes all the time. Get Alex a pillow. Alex, you apparently need a pillow. Thank you, guys.
I don't know why I need a pillow, but
yeah, you need,
sure.
You need a pillow. Thank you so much for that.
I can get it.
Dash Riptide, we appreciate that support. As the tank farm starts venting and more action, you're going to see kind of a fog roll over the launch site. And on the view that's on the screen right now, at the bottom of Super Heavy, you see these things sticking off. EJ, what are those, and what's inside there? What are they used for?
You're talking about the triangular structures that at the bottom of Super Heavy, right? So those are chines. What those do is, I was just a second ago talking about how they spin start these engines with pneumatic pressure. And, I noticed that I said that's the outer 20 engines on Super Heavy. Super Heavy just doesn't have 20 engines. It has 33. Inside of those chines are composite overwrap pressure vessels, basically a really, really, really cool space age scuba tank. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, right? But inside of those, they have, amongst other things, amongst the fire suppression system and the CO2, they have nitrogen to be able to restart the 13 Raptors on the inner ring, and then the center 3 engines on Super Heavy. Those are the engines that are going to need to shut off and turn back on, and shut off and turn back on to do Super Heavy's flight regime, to be able to go all the way up there, most engine cutoff, turn around, boost back, relight the engines for landing. You get 13 on ignition, and then land on the center 3 engines. Those chines carry, in composite overwrap pressure vessels, the pneumatic commodities that are needed to restart the engines. And then also there is fire suppression systems. There's CO2 tanks down there as well to be able to snuff out the fires if they need to. The chines serve a third purpose here. They also do provide a little bit of what's called body lift. The way Super Heavy comes back, air can get compressed in between those chines, and that actually does cause a little bit of lift, giving the booster what's called more cross-range capability. That allows it to perform a flyback without using as much fuel, which is, fuel is the name of the game here. I mean, fuel makes up easily over 95% of this entire rocket. So the more of that you can save, the better. And if you can use the air around you to your advantage to use less fuel, well, there you go. So those chines not only protect those COPVs, but they serve as an extra aerodynamic assist to be able to give Super Heavy the cross range it needs to get back down and get caught.
Yeah. And when it comes down, it's going to come in between. Hopefully, when we see it get caught, it's going to come down in between the chopsticks, as we saw on Flight 7 and Flight 5, right?
Yep.
And those boosters, Booster 12 and Booster 14, are actually over at the build site. And if you ever come down to Starbase, you can actually see them. You can see Booster 12 right now in the Rocket Garden. And then at Massey's test site, where they do a lot of their tanking tests and their static fires for the ships, you can actually see Booster 16. And, a lot of folks in chat are asking why we ask the simple questions. Well, imagine today's your first day. This is the first time you've ever joined NSF for a rocket launch, and you don't know any of this stuff. So what we want to do is we want to talk to the people that know everything about this stuff, right? Everything about rocketry, everything about the propellants, the fuel that they use, the carbon dioxide, the nitrogen, why they use these gases. And we want to make sure that everybody here understands what's going on the screen and gets excited about rocketry and becomes a rocket nerd and joins our family here at NSF. Let's see. What are we going to talk to now? We talked about the weather. We talked about the weather balloon. We're going to have more weather updates from Adam as we go forward. But, one of the things that happens here at NSF happens in the background. You might see us, you might hear us, you might hear Alex and Adrian and Ryan Caton and EJ and Sawyer and Ryan Weber. And when you start talking, you miss people. You always miss somebody. But I can't tell you how many people are behind the scenes in the control room, pressing the buttons, making the overlays. And they're out in the field, and they're bringing you views like this. And it's those guys that actually do a lot of the work. They come here, they lift things up. I mean, EJ, you were taking stuff up to the roof the other day.
Oh yeah, we're definitely standing on the shoulders of giants here.
Yeah,
for sure. There's a whole production team behind us doing work basically 24/7, 365, making sure these casts go off just right. It's a privilege being here. It's a privilege, standing on those shoulders, proverbially, excuse me. So yeah, I was moving stuff up to the roof, and I got to get a little bit of a taste of what's required to get one of these productions up and running. I mean, I've been setting up cameras out there all week. It's a lot of work, a lot of blood and sweat there.
Yeah,
maybe a little bit of tears, probably from me.
Well, I can tell you, I'm not as 25 as I used to be. So carrying all the heavy boxes up to the roof or one thing.
Yeah, me neither.
On Monday's attempt with all the fog that we had, EJ, we couldn't actually see the rocket. But one of the things that we love to do during these rocket launches is we go up to the roof as well. So later on, when we get closer to T0, EJ is going to run up to the roof and take over hosting because you're my co-host. And then I'm going to run up to the roof, and we're going to be able to watch the rocket launch live. And it's such an amazing thing. And if you ever come down to South Texas, to Starbase, to Brownsville, to South Padre Island, I highly recommend it. Unfortunately, they had a long launch window for this. It was originally supposed to launch last Wednesday. Then they moved it to Friday. Then they moved it to Monday.
Yep.
Then they moved it to today. Or was it Tuesday, then today? It was all.
No, they
was
went to
all over the
Wednesday,
place.
I
They
think.
went to Wednesday, then today.
Yep.
And again, I say this all the time. And again, if it's your first time joining me, it's the first time you're going to hear this. It is all research and development that you see on the screen. So for those of you just joining us at our first time, I'm going to ask Alex and bring Alex back in, and I'm going to ask him some very simple questions about what we see on the screen. Alex, number one, start from the bottom of this rocket, and just in a couple minutes, kind of give me an understanding, or give us an understanding of what is the rocket sitting on? What is that thing halfway up that's sticking into the ship? What are those things on the top of the rocket? Why is all this fit together to become what we know as Pad A?
Yeah, so right now, obviously, Starship is sitting on the orbital launch mount at Pad A at Starbase, and that orbital launch mount has a bunch of systems to be able to fuel the rocket. There's like a quick disconnect umbilical for the booster, where they get all of the data, all of the propellant, all of the fluids, and everything that the booster needs for flight. The OLM also contains clamps that hold the rocket until very close to the end of the countdown. We don't know exactly when, but it's a few minutes to maybe half an hour before the liftoff when those when those open. And so you have the 33 Raptor engines, of course. You have the hot staging ring. You have the Starship on top. Fully reusable rocket. Both stages need to come back down. That booster will come back down to the launch site at Starbase, or at least it will attempt to do so. And then the second stage will be going out to the Indian Ocean to splash down there, as a test. But yeah.
Thank you for that. We're going to go through more of the technology that makes this rocket fly. But first, we're going to go to the one and only Ryan Caton, who's apparently has a map full of planes behind him. Ryan?
I've been a little bit under the weather the last few days, so I'm still going. I did turn it on, EJ. Thank you very much. I can hear myself. EJ just ran in. This is the wonderful thing with in-person studios. EJ's just ran in and gave me some technical advice. Anyway, we'll keep going, everybody. We have some planes behind me. As you can see, there's not a lot of planes. Right here, just over here, is Starbase, Texas. They have done a huge, as usual, they've done a huge NOTAM. That's a notice to aeroplanes to basically tell them, hey, we're launching a rocket here. Get out of the way. We don't want you in the range, causing any S words for today. But as we can all see from the clock just above my head up here, we are not launching yet. We've got a little ways to go yet until launch. So we've got some little, it looks like a WestJet there. We've got some United planes, a Delta plane flying around over the Gulf. We've got a little bit of general aviation going on. This is all okay for now. So when we see planes on flight radar right now, this is nothing to worry about for the time being. We've got a little ways to go yet until launch. So this is all okay. No need to panic. But I'll be back later on with some more aviation-ness updates. And fingers crossed, as we get closer to launch, these planes in this area start to move out of the way.
Well, It's glad that you're back and feeling better. We've been feeding him lots of meds. He flew all the way from England to join us here at Starbase, and it's glad to see that you're up and about and doing well. And we're going to come back to you, Ryan, for maybe some weather updates. But right now, we're going to go to Adrian for more support. Adrian?
Absolutely. I am. Thank you. So people are starting with Shane O'Reilly asking when are we launching our own branded flight jacket for the patches. No announcement yet. That's all I'm gonna say. Pamchan becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much. Mike Bundy with a super chat. My sources tell me weather is green. Yes, one other source that telling that is actually the SpaceX X post that says weather looks favorable. So we are looking good. It seems. We will see. Colorado Whiskey Guy becoming a launch director. Thank you so much for that. And also Sanjay with a storm message also mentioning watching Flight 8 from a boat. Please don't be inside the Notmar. That's my only request here. I hope you enjoy it. Please make sure you're not inside the Notmar. So,
or if you are inside of the Notmar, we are praying that you're a SpaceXer.
Yeah, if you're inside the Notmar, please be in constant communication with SpaceX. That would be also very appreciated.
Wait a minute, guys. For the uninitiated, what is a Notmar? Just in case nobody knows.
Yeah, it's a notice to mariners. Basically, as we sometimes talk about NOTAMs, right? NOTAMs being the air closures, and the corresponding marine assets of that is a Notmar. Basically, telling mariners, all kinds of boats and sea assets to make sure to not be in that area, because if something goes wrong with the rocket, well, the rocket goes down somewhere, and that tends to be the ocean. And if you are in the particular ocean spot that is in there, you don't want to be in there. So that's why Notmars exist. Don't be in there. And I think I'm not sure, but I think we also have an overview of how these Notmars looks like. And they are, for example, in the Gulf, you can see that there's a Notmar basically extending, and it go down the flight path, basically. So, yeah, that's a Notmar. Thanks for mentioning that, EJ. I totally should have explained that.
No, it's all good. That's what I'm here for, man.
I personally want a flight jacket. I want that to be a thing.
Yes, and I would also gladly throw it to you now, because I just noticed my computer mouse is empty, so I can no longer scroll towards the support right now, so I can need to quickly recharge that.
So one of the things we love to do here at NSF during launches is answer your questions. And if you have questions, you can send them to us at NASASpaceflight in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. There's no way we're going to be able to get to all of them, but EJ, I've got a question for you. This is coming in from Dog Tones at NASASpaceflight. When and where do you guys think equatorial spaceports will be a thing in third world countries?
Ooh,
that's a great question.
Wow, that one's a doozy. I mean, I don't know. It depends on if someone's bold enough to, go down there and make that site happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely something that we'd all like to see. But I mean, it's important to keep in mind, right? Like, you don't necessarily need an equatorial site. Like me personally, I don't want something that's absolutely at the equator. And obviously, we don't want something that's kind of near the poles either. I mean, this is very much personal opinion, but I think anywhere between 20 degrees north or south latitude, between 20 and 40 degrees north or south latitude is really kind of the prime spot. Now, I know people are going to look at me funny, right? But you got to remember, if you have an equatorial launch site, it's difficult to go polar, right? It's difficult to launch into a polar orbit just almost as much as it is to go to equatorial from a polar site, right? I mean, obviously, geography has a big deal, has a big influence on this whole thing. But I personally want to launch, right? Personally, I'd want to launch from somewhere in between 20 and 40 degrees north or south latitude. That way, I mean, ideally with the eastern side of your space center all being water, right? You can really go wherever you want to go. And you don't have to take the Delta V penalties from there, right? And if you think about it like that, that opens up way more launch sites in, potentially in third world countries, right? That opens up way more areas to be able to maybe have the opportunity to go into space someday or launch rockets from their home soil, which I mean, I don't know about Eugene. I'm here for that. That'd be great.
Yeah. And what else is great is your amazing support for us. We appreciate that. S. Stevens with a $50 super chat. Thank you guys for all y'all's dedication. you're one of my people when you use the word alls. I want to bring Alex into a question and just kind of pick up where you left off. There was a great question about equatorial launches, but what I want to ask Alex about is why is this vehicle, why is this program so important when you think of not only the future of human spaceflight, but also potentially point-to-point spacecraft around the world? Alex, tell us why we spend so much time on this and why is it so important?
Well, one of the side projects, I guess, that SpaceX wants to use this rocket for is potential transportation around the Earth in essentially under an hour and a half, right? You could go into orbit and, instead of needing a supersonic or hypersonic plane, you can just go into space, go near orbital velocities, and then land somewhere, halfway across the globe, that, you can get there essentially in about an hour. That's in fact what today's flight is all going to be about. It's pretty much point to point, just not on purpose. Like,
it's on purpose.
They're not, but they're not carrying people, right? Like, they're not transporting people, but it's sort of a point to point profile where you go up, you go near orbital speeds, and therefore you get to, the other side of the globe within an hour or so. That entry is coming up around the 48-minute mark on the flight, so 48 minutes after launch, and the landing burn is around 1 hour and 6 minutes. So in pretty much 66 minutes, that ship has gone from being there on the launch pad to being west of Australia, essentially. So, if you can imagine a flight from Starbase to West Australia, it will probably take on the order of like 16, 17 hours, if not even more, depending on the direction and the jet streams and everything. You are also at the mercy of that as well, whether you arrive a little bit earlier or a little bit later. And so these frees you up from that kind of thing. Also from the weather on the way out, because maybe at the launch side, at the landing side, the weather is great on both locations, but if you're going on a plane, you have to go through the weather all across the entirety of the trajectory. Whereas if you go into orbit or at least into space, you kind of avoid all of that, right? So that's sort of the point of point-to-point, getting there faster, being able to do that more times in a day, because in theory, in the 15, 16 hours that it takes for a plane, for just a single plane, to get and do that kind of trajectory, you could just do multiple flights. But anyways, we have a video talking all about that, so let's leave that for that video for all the information about that kind of thing.
And that's going to be coming up in a little bit later in the broadcast as we come to no earlier than 2 hours, or about 5 minutes away from that. And again, what that means is the opening of the launch window for Super Heavy Booster and Starship 34 is about an hour. They have about an hour launch window. And that's when they plan on giving us a T0. So that's what the NET is. And as soon as SpaceX puts out a T0 time for Starship Flight 8, we will put it up there on the screen as well. One of the things that Alex said, EJ, about this trajectory is it's not going into orbit on this flight. And we know that there are lots of scientific experiments because everything that you see on the screen, besides us, are research and development. And the idea is for them to get a lot of data back from these flights to make the next flights better. Remember, this is the 8th flight. We're not even into double digits yet. And eventually this vehicle is going to become crew rated, do point to point, potentially, like Alex said, take us to the moon and potentially to Mars. What are some of the science experiments we're looking for as we bring this launch coverage to folks?
So on this mission, Ship 34 has 4 okay, here we go. Here comes the debate on what we're going to call these things. Star lumps, dumb links, big Starlink mass test simulators.
That's what I call them, mass simulators.
Oh, okay, there we go. We got 4 of those on board. And so Starship is going to do a coast, right? It's going to launch from Texas, go out over the Gulf, right? And it's going to go out over the Atlantic Ocean. When it's over the Atlantic Ocean, what it will do is test the deployment mechanism on these 4 dumb lump Starlink big thing mass simulator things. No, it'll test the deployment mechanism for Starship's Pez dispenser style Starlink deployment payload bay, right? So what this basically does is there's a little like letterbox slot on Starship, and basically they shoot them out like a disc launcher, right? If you ever had one of those foam disc launchers, that's how, like a Pez dispenser, almost like kind of like upside down, right? That's how it moves these things out. And what it will do when it's out over the Atlantic is deploy 4 of these Starlink satellites, these test Starship rated Starlink satellites. Now, what those satellites will do, I mean, this really isn't testing the satellites per se. They're just an amalgam of what the big Starlink satellites will be. It's more just testing the deployment, and these Starlink satellites will burn up when Starship does go through reentry out over the Indian Ocean. So that's the kind of test that they're looking for today, Gene. They're looking to really, 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 on top of, what we've seen in the past, getting the reentry done, the booster catch, obviously. They're looking to deploy test the deployment mechanism on the Starlink launcher. And then Ship 34 will go through an entry, descent, and landing. That's a big one as well. There are a lot of tile simulators on Starship, or no tiles at all in certain spots, to make sure, to basically try and test, they're going to try and test where they do and don't need tiles. I really don't have a better way to say that. They're just taking tiles off to see where they don't need them, which is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, they also have transpiration cooled tiles, or an active cooling system on some of these tiles. What do those do? Well, those basically shoot out gases during reentry to basically keep the ship nice and cool. It's called transpiration cooling, and it is it's kind of not a new technology. It's been used on other rockets in the past. Pretty sure those are kind of the rockets we don't really like, the ones that, cause big booms or something. But it has a potential application here on Starship. Now, SpaceX doesn't have their thermal protection system totally dialed in. Tiles are one of the hardest things to do, as we've seen from the shuttle program, which, I mentioned the shuttle. There he goes. He did it, right? So they're really trying to figure out what type of tile you're going to need on this thing, and where you do and don't need thermal protection systems on a ship with tiles that's also made out of stainless steel. There's a lot of different tests going on here. I mean, you asked, so I kind of gave a little bit of a long-winded answer there, but there's a lot of science to be learned and a lot of stuff to understand here. But that speaks to SpaceX's rapid prototyping. We kind of see a lot of different things happening all at once. But hopefully, like you said, and like they said, excitement guaranteed.
Excitement is absolutely guaranteed. And one of the things that we do, you'll hear us thank people throughout. You'll hear us talk about our store, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. When you see us on screen, we're wearing the Flight 8 patch T-shirts, which I think came in. There they are. There they are right there. That's a really nice shirt, AJ. And you can find more. You can find stickers. You can find patches and stickers and shirts and hoodies and all kinds of fun stuff. Special merch during Christmas time, during the holidays and things like that. But one of the things that you can do that's absolutely free is hit the thumbs up button. Share this with your family and friends. Bring the kids in. Let them watch. Get them involved in the rocket nerdisms. I don't even know how to say it. Get them involved in our community, because we become a family. And one of the questions we got earlier today on what we call the stakeout stream, which was before this one, is, are you guys friends? And the answer is a wholeheartedly yes. We all watch the content and we love what we see, and we just became friends, and here we are doing this.
Yeah, I mean, we all started being viewers on NSF. Like I've been watching since the Starhopper days. Gene, how far do you go back?
I go back to the Texas Tank Watchers.
Tank Watchers. That's what we do. So yeah, we actually are. I mean, let's put it like this: we've been down here for long enough. I think if we weren't friends, we would have probably had fisticuffs by now, right?
You did hit me last time, and your dad yelled at you. I heard.
Oh yeah, he's right. That did happen. Oh no, wait, are we friends then?
We're always friends.
Oh, okay, cool, sweet. All right,
it really is just a big community of people who enjoy rockets and the excitement that's guaranteed. And one of the things that we also like to do is we like to answer your questions. So I'm going to bring Alex back on this one. And one of the things as we go forward in this space program for human space flight is we're going to have to send ships to Mars. Now, the ship you see on your screen right now is not capable of that without being refueled. And I think Alex knows where this question is going. This is actually from Xander Labs at NASASpaceflight. If everything goes well, and this is a crystal ball question, Alex, when will the Starship orbital refueling demonstration mission happen? What do you think, Alex?
Well, officially right now, I think it's been delayed to 2026. That's the latest, at least from the guy at the top, from Elon, that it's going to be now next year for that refueling demonstration, right? But, it's quite hard to get to that point. We need Block 2 to be operational. We need the booster as well getting operational as well. We need Pad B operational. other systems as well operational. But you know what's operational right now? The tank farm is quite active. It's becoming more active as we go here on the countdown. I saw some of that venting coming off from the subcoolers. You can see that sort of carpet of venting coming off from the on the big screen there of the three views that we have. You can see on the ground that's part of the nitrogen venting system that they have for the liquid oxygen subcoolers. And that's pretty much what we talked about like maybe 30 minutes ago that I mentioned this, that they have those subcoolers and then they vent that nitrogen off. And that's why we see a lot of these, as I call it, carpet of venting, right? Because it kind of looks like that. But that's definitely a good sign that we're, proceeding into the conditioning of this tank farm. The next thing that we should see is those OLM and tower vents, the ones that signal that they are now conditioning, that they will now be conditioning the lines that go from the tank farm out to the launch site. And so that's essentially what we are looking forward to next. That'll be closer to like 1 hour 20 minutes from launch, right? We saw that approximately around that time on Flight 7 and also on Flight 8. We saw it on Flight 8 attempt 1. We saw that on like somewhere around T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes, and we said don't be surprised if there's a slight delay into the window, and there was a 15-minute delay into the window at that time, and so that will line up with 1 hour and 20 minutes. So we expect that to happen essentially in 36 minutes from now, if all things are still tracking for the opening of the window, of course.
Of course. And one thing that happens that's always tracking toward the opening of the window is going to Adrian to thank a lot of folks that have supported us and make all of this, everything you see, the cameras, the folks that come in, all of the technology, and all the folks in the background possible. Adrian, let's thank some of those important people.
Absolutely. Starting with Stefan Baptiste with a super chat here asking any idea about stage separation in the future. With expandable hot staging ring, it won't be 100% reusable. And I'm also taking this one for I'm taking this one for once because I also want to sometimes answer questions. Their current plan is to down the line incorporate the hot staging design into the booster. So right now it's more of a I shy away from calling it Band-Aid hot staging ring. It kind of is that a bit. But down the line, it will be part of the booster. And so it will also become reusable. Shakhtar Smith, why is Flight 8 suborbital? Is it due to the ROD from Flight 7 when orbital? EJ, you want to quickly answer that?
Say that question again one more time, Adrian.
Why is Flight 8 suborbital? Is it due to the RUD from Flight 7 and when orbital?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. So it's not due to Flight 7ing itself, to be very candid. Yeah, it's not due to that. Flight 7 was also a suborbital flight. Basically, what SpaceX is doing is they want to make absolutely 100% sure that they can deorbit this thing if they get it all the way to orbit. So how do you do that? Well, get it 99% of the way to the orbit, and then make sure that you can deorbit from there. You do not want to strand, quite frankly, a 15-story building worth of rocket in space. That's not what you want to do. So Flight 7 was not orbital either. In fact, none of the test flights have been a full orbital attempt for this exact reason. You have to make sure that you can fire that engine and deorbit, because you won't hit your brakes in space, right, by just tapping the brake pedal. What they have to do to hit the brakes, right, is turn the ship around and fire the engines in the direction that they're going. It's a burn called a retro burn. I'm sure you've heard it in the movies. Oh, we're going to commence our retro burn now. I'm sure you've heard that many times. That means basically that's a nice way of saying hitting the brakes on a spacecraft. They want to be absolutely sure that they can do that. Now, how does that differ from something like the space shuttle? Well, the space shuttle used a very, very different type of rocket engine. I mean, obviously, still a rocket engine with the nozzle at the end, throat, convergent, divergent design. But the propellants that they were using and the manner of actuation for said propellants is completely different than a Raptor engine. A Raptor engine firing to do a deorbit burn is like firing a shuttle main engine to do a deorbit burn. Now, the shuttle could never do that. It used the orbiter maneuvering thrusters, those two little tiny thrusters on the back, to actually do its deorbit burn. Those were pressure-fed engines. Basically, they squeeze a tank, that squeezes the propellants, that shoots the propellants into the rocket engine, and they combine and explode and shoot out the back, right? It's a hypergolic style deorbit mechanism. That's basically what every spacecraft has used up until this point. Raptor and Starship is the first one to use fully cryogenic propellants to deorbit, right? So in the same way that we have a lot of procedures going up to fueling and launching the vehicle, they have to make sure that these, propellants are basically ready to go. And then firing a fully cryogenic propellant to do a deorbit burn is an entirely different set of criteria, right? Your engine is a lot more complicated. There's a lot more moving parts here. You want to be absolutely sure that this thing is good to go before you send this thing fully into orbit. You have to be 100% confident that it can deorbit.
One of the things, it's a lot easier to start an engine here in 1G than it is in low Earth orbit. The timings on these Raptor engines have to be absolutely to the nanosecond, or things go boom. And with the fuel floating around and things like that. So you're exactly right. Like they have to be able to do this. With a hypergolic, they just turn it on, it opens up, and it deorbits. With this, they actually they have to relight these engines with these cryogenic propellants. And that's a lot harder than it says, than it is just to say, relight the engine.
Oh, yeah, just turn it on, just like in Kerbal, right? Click and hit start, right? You're good to go. No, you have to make sure that the engine is chilled down. You have to make sure that all your propellants are at the right temperatures. You have to make sure you have the right head pressure, basically that they're feeding correctly. You have to make sure that all your propellants are settled. It's a lot more complicated than you might think. In fact, it's on a manner of complication that like the Apollo program used for translunar injection on the S4B. That was a huge deal, refiring a fully cryogenic engine to shoot the Apollo astronauts in their lander out to orbit. That was a big deal then, and it's still a big deal now. We're getting back into the business of doing big rocket stuff, and it's great.
Absolutely. It's fantastic. I mean, who doesn't love giant space flight rockets flying? It's amazing. I also want to thank one more person here with the Space Pope. Once again, the Space Pope coming in with 50 Red Team memberships gifted as well. Thank you so much, Space Pope, as always. And there's also one thing I have to issue here. It's actually two things. I have to issue 2 low stock warnings that I have to mention here, because both our Flight 7 alts and our Flight 8 patch are on the last leg, and that means that right now our patch 7 patch is below 10% stock left, and our patch 8 patch, which is a pre-order, it's not even like arrived yet, but it's below 20% left. So I just want to issue that. Both patches are on their last leg in availability. If you want them, I don't want to hear any complaints that they're no longer available. They are almost gone.
And it's that kind of support, Adrian, that allows us to do what we do here at NSF, setting everything up here at the hotel and with the support of the Margaritaville Beach Resort here on South Padre Island, but also in the field. We have cameras everywhere, and we have our own photographers, our amazing photographers with their eyes out in the field. And let's bring in one of them right now. Let's bring in Jack, who is at the Rocket Ranch at the Outpost. Jack, do we have you?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me okay. It's extremely windy today, which is, of course, the watch item before the launch. But can you hear me?
We got a little robo, Jack, but we can hear most of what you're saying.
Does his batteries need to be recharged?
I think so. Somebody go and reboot the Jack.
Yep.
I think my batteries might need to be recharged. Yeah, I'll get working on that. But yeah, it's a much better day than Monday, so I'm very excited for the imagery that we hopefully will be able to collect in a little bit here, like under 2 hours to go. The people have been steadily arriving here at the Rocket Ranch Outpost. Thanks again to Rocket Ranch for hosting us, as always. If you want to watch the launch from as close as possible, be sure to check out Rocket Ranch Starbase. And you know what? Today, the rocket really needs to go. It needs to go. Like, I was leaving the pad, and I was waving goodbye to the rocket, as one does. And I was like, goodbye, Ship 34, goodbye, Booster 15, goodbye. And then I had a thought. I was like, actually, you know what? No, get out of here. Go on, get out of here. And I started, shooing it. I was shooing the rocket instead of waving it. So, we all want to get on with our lives. SpaceX wants to get this data and get on with their Starship program. And we need to get this thing in the air. Also, I literally cannot afford to rent this lens for another day. So please, Wins, cooperate.
Yeah, Jack, I want to ask you something. When you go out there to the pad, and I encourage everybody, if you get a chance to come to Starbase, you can drive right out Highway 4. You can park. You can walk almost up to the rocket. There are barriers, but again, if you see one of us out there, if you see Jack, he's probably going to be wearing a giant orange hat, right, EJ?
That's what he does.
Jack, tell us what it's like when people come up and talk to you, and you know they're part of the Rocket Nerd family. To me, it's the best. I love it.
Yeah, it's really cool. Somebody earlier, like, about an hour ago, actually came up to me and was asking about my rig and saying how much they appreciate what we do here, which always means the most. Yeah, it's a constant thing down here around launch. And then this person was saying, oh, I'm staying at the ranch. I swear this isn't a ranch plug. This is just what they said. I'm staying at the ranch, and if you can't find someone there to have a conversation with, I don't know what you're doing. I'm like, yeah, you're having the true experience. Like, you're hanging out with all the nerds, and you can do it on the beach too. Like, it's almost like, I've said this before, it's almost like a music festival, or it's a big communal gathering. Everyone gathers up around the rocket launch. There's bonfires. It's a good time. But yeah, when people come up and express kind words about what we do, it really does mean the world, because we say it all the time. We'd be doing this one way or the other. We're those kind of nerds, but at the same time, we do put ourselves willingly and happily through a lot to get this done and to do what we do. And when people express appreciation for that, there's really no words. There's really no words for it. Whether it's coming up to us out here and saying something nice, or whether it's getting some merch, or doing the super chats, or just watching the stream and telling your friends about us. It doesn't have to be a monetary thing. It really, it's wild. We're all living the dream of science fiction becoming reality, which is so cool. And we're humbled and honored and so excited to help pilot the hype train down the rails toward Mars. I'm going to mute myself.
He's having too much fun out there at Rocket Ranch. Thanks, Jack. We'll be checking in with Jack a little bit later in the show. We'll also be possibly checking out with Doss up on the roof here at Margaritaville. EJ, I want to follow up on what you were talking about deorbiting, because Brian Moore had a great question at NASASpaceflight, and that's how you send your questions to us. Please continue to do so. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Brian wants to know, could the thrusters deorbit the Starship, admittedly slowly, inefficiently, and with much less control, if they had a failure on relight? That's a great question.
I'm sure you could probably do that as a contingency in case, all else failed, like your main thrusters don't work. But I think it's important to understand, like, that's a scenario, like, it's good to, have contingency procedures in case something does go wrong. But the best kind of contingency feature, or contingency for your rocket, is to make sure it just doesn't go wrong in the first place. I know that sounds ridiculous, right? But you don't want to put yourself in that kind of situation in the first place. I think it's important to understand. And I think that speaks to why SpaceX is doing the missions the way they're doing. Mm-hmm. They want to make sure that Raptor will fire every single time without question. No problem. Now, could you use those thrusters, the extra thrusters on board, to do that? Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. But you'd run into some really weird problems there. Where's it coming down? Mm-hmm. As we saw from Flight 7, that's kind of important.
Yep.
Where's it coming down? What's the thrust on these thrusters to perform a right deorbit burn? Now, see, once again, this is not something that SpaceX couldn't do in case this actually happened. Like, they could figure it out. I'm sure they could, right? I mean, they caught a booster. I don't know. They caught a 220-story building. I'm sure they could figure that out. But once again, it's important to understand that you don't want to put yourself in this position. Mm-hmm. SpaceX could probably figure it out if that happened. But the best way to do this is to make sure that it works. Have you tried just doing it right and never getting anything wrong? Right? That's the important thing to understand. Now, could it? Sure, absolutely. But now you're running into TFR problems. You're running into disposal problems. Where's this thing going to come down? Is it controllable? If the engine doesn't work, what else doesn't work, right? There's a lot of questions that get introduced there. And that's why you don't want to get to that point. It's always good to have a plan, right? But no plan survives contact with the enemy, right? In this case, our enemy is space, right, Gene?
Yeah, that's what we say in the Army. Yep. Your plan is only as good as your first engagement. Or as Mike Tyson used to say, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. That's a good one, too. I like that. We're going to check in with Adrian here. We're going to thank some more people, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk to Alex with some more questions. Adrian, coming to you in just a second.
It's this it's the second time here that I have to mention the Space Pope. The Space Pope here with a $50 super chat as well, saying bless this flight and bless chat too. Thanks NSF crew, you're too cool. Space be with you. Thank you so much, Space Pope, for all the support. I mean, this is just an incredibly amount of support, just in a very, very short amount of time here again. We also have UK Hudson coming in with the 10 curly L's. Best place on the internet for space enthusiasts, period. Long live NSF. Thank you so much for that support, and that support like you are doing there, that helps to make that a reality. Then we have a super chat here. Actually, does anyone... I don't even understand this question. Anyone does have insight in pickleball in space?
Pickleball in space? It would be tough, but doable. We'd have to spin something probably.
I mean, you could. Yeah, exactly. Are we playing this on a space station that's spinning, or are we playing it, just in zero G? Is this going to end up like Ender's Game with pickleball or something? Like, what are we doing here? I mean, if we did an Ender's Game style in microgravity, that I'm sure that's going to end real. That'd probably end with me headbutting a wall. Pretty sure we don't want that.
I kind of want to go down this rabbit hole because there will be at some point, if space gets commercialization, right? There will be a point where we talk about the first zero-G space sport. Like, will we get zero-G ball? Will there be like, I don't know, like what's the develop? But is it impossible? Like, I would love to see sports in space, like a competition in space.
You know what I'd like to see, Adrian? Paintball. Paintball in space could be cool, right? Because you could obviously tag people with paint, but you could point the paintball gun behind you and use that to maneuver.
Maybe,
use it like RCS.
Maybe. Have you seen the ISS videos where they just get stuck in the middle and somebody has to come along and push them to the side?
Right, that's why.
Yeah.
I would use the paintball gun for RCS, just unload it.
Yeah.
I just want to see like a very three-dimensional space with maybe some obstacles with two goals on each side, and they're playing like handball, but it's like 3D handball with like going through obstacles and then throwing at goals in zero G. I mean, honestly, that would be cool in my eye.
I think it's going to create a whole new sports, I don't know, I don't want to say arena, but a whole new, someone will come up with a sports ball in space, and it's, you'll hear the announcers, tonight it's the Titans versus the Saturns, and they're in Super Space Ball or something. Space is going to open up a lot of stuff. And, right now in the ISS, they're doing all these medicines and they're doing all the science. And now we're opening up commercial space, and people are actually buying their own rights to space with all these different rocket providers, these launch providers. And they're going to be hotels, EJ, in space and all kinds of crazy stuff. Adrian, I kind of stole it from you, but we'll come back to you. Thank a couple more folks. And then we'll go to Alex. Ask Alex a great question, Adrian.
Absolutely. I will first start here with Asimo 3089. Been here since Star Hopper. Let's go Flight 8. Thanks for hosting these. And that is underlined with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. And Asimo also joining in with a 10 Red Team memberships here. Just right after that. And also Keith Garrett here with another 10 Red Team memberships gifted. That's really... I love always the gifting of memberships. It's so kind. And it's always such an amazing way to share your excitement here and make sure that everybody has a green name in the chat as well. That's always cool as well to see. Let's see here.
Give him a hard one, Adrian.
I'm searching for a hard one, like something that yeah. Honestly, this is one that I know Alex will love. For IFT9, assuming everything goes ship goes, splashes down successfully, boosters caught. Alex, right? Imagine this reality. Will they go for a catch on IFT9, or will we see like one more splashdown in the Gulf potentially? What's your feeling there, Alex? I know you love prediction question. They are the hardest for you.
Well, this is a bit easier because we've already seen things being lined up for potentially a catch on Flight 9, right? We've had from regulatory side of things to vehicle side of things as well, being prepared with structural catch fittings and things like that. It very much seems like they might want to catch a ship on Flight 9. if everything goes well on Flight 8, it pretty much seems like that's going to be the case, that we're going to have the catch attempt at the very least on Flight 9. Whether it happens or not, that's a whole different thing, right? That's why we always say catch attempt for these vehicles, because it's still quite experimental, I guess. Booster 13 shows you that just because you catch it once, it's not assured that it's going to happen every single time. And so sometimes you're going to have an abort before going to the launch site. Maybe once or twice we might see some of these crashing in the beach. Like it's something that we need to keep in mind when we see these landing attempts, right? And so does happen still with Falcon 9. Even after landing, we need to be careful, and that's why we, little secret inside baseball, I guess, that sometimes even after the landing, we still keep the cameras wide just in case. If it blows up, that fireball will reach way up in the air. So we keep some of the cameras wide, and some of the others are punched in and zoomed in into the vehicle to see some of the details. But of course, you never know until it's actually fully saved. That's why it's called safe in the vehicle. So yeah, we'll see if it actually lands on Flight 9. I do think that if Flight 8 goes as they intend to go, as they plan, it'll probably be a catch attempt on Flight 9.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Alex. I know, EJ, you do too. It was supposed to be, had Flight 7 gone the way we wanted it to go, they might have been doing a catch on this one. And we've seen, if you're watching Starbase Live, which is one of our 24-hour live cameras here at Starbase, you'll see the pieces and parts come together of boosters and ships, and you'll catch little things like the catch pins on the sides of the ships as they go by our cameras, which are 24/7 here at Starbase. We also have Space Coast Live, which is 24/7 down at the coast with views of the inlet where they bring the ships back on the barges where they land the Falcon 9s, and then also all of the launch complexes there. And if you're into rockets and rocket engines like the rest of us and you want to see some testing, you can go check out our other 24-hour live stream. It's called McGregor Live. But I'm a Starbase Live junkie because that's where we see everything. As we come up to no earlier than 1 hour, 36 minutes before the opening of the launch window here at Starbase. And, we keep talking about the shirts we're wearing and things like that. And I really want to kind of focus in on that, Adrian, because we have the patch on our shirts here, and which you see when we come back into the cameras and all that stuff. You'll see them. And Jacques, who did our graphic design, did a fantastic job on this patch. And we release the patch when they stack the ship. Now, we did that just a couple days ago on Monday.
I think it was Monday.
Sunday night.
We
released the patch.
Monday, yep.
And Adrian, we're down to
what is it?
What is it? 20%? What are we? 25%? Less than 20% of it?
Less than 20%. Less than 20%. We are eating in the last 20% here. It's down to I would have to look up like the exact percentage always, but we are way below 20 at this point. With how expectations are and how it usually went with these patches, I can tell you with the stock count we are currently right now, we will probably sell out today or the following days.
And our goal is to sell out of this pre-order during this stream right here, before this thing launches, hopefully in the next 90 minutes. But on your screen right now in the lower right-hand corner, you're going to be able to see some of the merchandise we have at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And there is that patch. And the details of this patch are so intricate with the alignment of the stars and the way the Starship is putting out what we call those mass simulators, or dumb links, other people call them. And my favorite thing is I am a graphic designer in my other life. And you can see just on the left-hand side, of the patch, you'll see the Starlink simulator going just over that line. And then on the right-hand side, the nose of the Starship going just over. And that gives it this three-dimensional look. In the background there, you see the stars lining up, which is the planetary alignment that's happening right now. Adrian, jump in and tell us more, because you were actually in the process. You worked with the artist on this. Tell us more about this beautiful design.
I cannot take any credit for this because Jacques, our designer, is that amazing. Like, we just tell him make a cool patch and he does magic. Like, honestly, That is the reality here. And these patches are just stunning. I love Jug's work. And I can already tell you patch 9 is going to be fire as well. And also we have, this is really cool. This was a project from Lindsay, which is, we now have a fully reusable TPS tote bag. So if you want to get your groceries fully reusable, you can now get a fully reusable tote bag. I love that idea. So there you go. That's also now available at shop.nasaspace.com. If you want to support it that way, it's amazing. Thank you so much for all the support.
I love how we were on stream just a couple days ago, and then I think EJ, you coined that. So like fully reusable TM, and then he immediately changed the name on the website. So it's a lot of fun. Go out there and check out all of the great patches and stickers and shirts and hoodies and everything else, and the new fully reusable tote bag at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We're going to be checking in with Adam Sucher here in just a minute. And when we come back, we're gonna talk to when we come back. When we talk to Adam, he's going to give us the real weather. He's our meteorologist here at NSF, and he is looking. He's got his eyes on the skies. He's watching the balloons. He's watching everything, all of the sources that he brings in, and we're going to have graphics and so on and so on. But we'll talk to him in a minute. Now, EJ, what we're seeing up on the screen right now is one of our favorite views. In the background there, in the lower left, that's the build site. Mm-hmm. That's where they have the Star Factory, and that's where they put these ships together, and then they roll them down Highway 4 to what we call the launch site. The launch site started out as just a landing pad for the original Starhopper, which you can't see in this, just maybe on the right-hand side a little bit, but you can. And then they built what we call the OLM, the Orbital Launch Mount, which you see in the foreground. And in the background, they're building a second launch tower and launch site, but they're doing it completely differently.
Yep.
Why are they building that second launch site completely differently than the one we see in the foreground?
Well, the biggest reason is one of SpaceX's biggest stakeholder expectations here. The big stakeholder expectation is that they want, just like our tote bag, it wants to be fully and rapidly reusable, right? So that pad is made based off of the changes of what it wanted implemented changes off of what they learned from launching so much off of OLM-A, the one you see with the Starship on top of it, right? So that pad has a little bit of a different design. If we cast our mind back to Flight 1, they had nothing below the pad but a concrete slab, and that it didn't work well. Some of that slab found its way into our van. You know, that was cool.
And you can see Danger Van when you come out to Starbase on the right-hand side. It's still here.
You can absolutely see it.
It murdered that van is what it did.
Yep, and then they just kind of implemented changes with the pad deluge system that we see now that were just good enough to get that design working. And I guarantee you that the pad B design is based off of what they found after they implemented the pad deluge, basically the upside-down shower head that shoots a crazy amount of water basically into the business end of Starship when it goes to, and super heavy when they go to take off, right? The second pad is actually going to introduce what I would call a flame bucket, right? It's not a flame diverter. It's not a, kind of like a quarter pipe diverter design by itself, right? Because, let's be real. This rocket makes 15 million pounds of thrust. Whatever you put under there, if you don't give it some protection, you're going to lose it, right? So this one will have flame buckets, which is basically a pad deluge system that's shaped like a flame diverter. Right, it's shaped kind of like a quarter pipe, like if you like skateboarding, right? And back to my youth right there. So what this will basically do is allow the pad to be more fully and rapidly reusable, less turnaround time, less things that need to be repainted, less. Because they do have to repaint that. I don't think they actually did it this time, but they have been repainting the OLM every time because these rocket engines are just so abrasive to things, right? Rocket engines basically accelerate gas out fast enough that they can use gas to sandblast things. Yep. It's very abrasive. It degrades stuff very quickly. It makes brand new concrete shoot off into the sky. We're talking about a lot of power here. So basically this flame bucket that they're making here is going to allow them to use the pad quicker, use it, turn around faster, and basically implement the rapid reusability airplane-like operations that they're trying to achieve here.
And now on your screen, you can see that new tower being constructed on the left. You'll notice some things that what we call the chopsticks on the tower on the left are a little shorter then the chopsticks, which are now at the top of the tower on the right, or Tower 1. And there's a reason, Alex, that they made those shorter. Can you tell us and talk us through the theory behind the chopsticks and why they're making them shorter if they still have to catch the same size booster?
Yeah, there are two reasons, right? They are both coupled together, I guess. They go both hand in hand. The first one is that they don't need the chopsticks to be as long, and so the more you can avoid overbuilding, I guess, you can get more efficient at your processes, and best part is no part, that kind of stuff that they apply at SpaceX. But that also comes with a benefit of you have less mass to move or stop. Whether you want to move those arms or stop them, they carry less inertia than the ones that are longer, and so that means you can close them and open them a lot faster and with more precision. You don't have like when you're trying to stop those arms, for example, they wobble a lot because it's a lot of inertia that they carry, and so if you have shorter arms, that's less mass that you need to stop, and therefore it becomes a lot easier, and therefore also more precise to be able to stop the movement of the arms. And that is very important when they are sort of catching the booster, because all they do is they close around the booster. But if as they close, what they do is they just jiggle around, they can damage the booster. Now, speaking of damage, you probably don't want to damage people either, and so that's why you see there that roadblock at the Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, that intersection with Highway 4. It's just essentially just right now vacated, and that's precisely because that's part of the process. Right now, they are about to load the vehicle with propellants in about 40 minutes from now, and they don't want people near this thing. It's still too close for comfort, and so that's why they cleared that roadblock. You can see there it's now empty, only some cones. The cones are okay, that's hardware, but the people need to be safe, and therefore they have moved up the road. The village is also evacuated. I think the closest that they can get is somewhere around where the office building is, which is, you'll see there the standard closure point, and there's the alternate closure point. That's sort of the closest that we think they can get. That's sort of at the sort of point where the office building is there at the production site. Obviously, for non-SpaceX folks, you have that soft roadblock about 15 miles to the west of the launch pad, right on the intersection with Oklahoma Avenue at Brownsville. So don't attempt to go down Highway 4, because you will not be able to get there any closer. You have better chances to get to South Padre Island.
And Alex, that's good news that roadblock has moved now to the other side of the production site, right?
Yeah, because it means everything is progressing. As I was mentioning, they do this because it's too close for comfort, right? You don't want those people there when this thing is fully loaded, and they are preparing for that. Again, as I was mentioning, the propellant load begins at T-minus 46 minutes. There's a whole process beforehand, of course. We'll talk about that in the next couple of minutes, but they already are vacating that roadblock. It's already empty, and that's good news.
Yep, that means they're proceeding. And if you look in the upper left-hand corner, it's no earlier than 1 hour and 25 minutes now to the opening of the window. Once we get an updated T0 time from SpaceX, we'll add that to the screen. And on the screen, you can see beautiful blue skies. We can actually see the rocket over our shoulder here from Margaritaville and South Padre Island, which takes us to the biggest question of the day, which everybody keeps asking: what's the weather like? We're going to bring in Adam Suker, NSF's meteorologist, to give us an update on all things weather related. Adam, looks pretty good from where we are. What are you seeing?
Yeah, basically, I'm watching the cameras along with y'all and satellite and everything else. And yeah, the weather there is looking nice. We have mostly sunny skies, a few passing, mid-layer clouds that'll float through every now and then. But if y'all watch the stream real closely, I know I've been staring at the rocket. Have y'all noticed how fast some of those clouds are moving from left to right? Sometimes when you look at the cameras that look from the rocket straight up to the clouds, if you watch those mid-layer clouds, they're moving pretty quick. Well, that's that wind shear that we've been keep talking about aloft. So like at this graphic you see here, I try to make a little bit better of an example, because I know it's kind of hard to see all these wind barbs just clogged up together. But this is the most recent data that's still a forecast model. The meteorologists over there at SpaceX have been launching now. There's a second weather balloon that's in the air. They're getting actual true data from the weather balloon, not a guesstimation, but an actual true measurement. That's what's going to actually determine, are they really within the levels, or are they slightly over, are they close enough? They're going to do it based upon that. But this right here is just a forecast from a model, which represents really close to what can possibly be there at this moment. So closer to 5:30, 6:30 time frame, we're still seeing that directional wind shear. Nothing's really changed from model run to model run. It's actually been pretty consistent. But I try to show in blue arrows off to the right, kind of what we're talking about. So think of the first blue arrow there at the bottom being the ground. So you're getting hit with the southeast wind, so it's showing the direction the wind is blowing. But then as you go up 1,000 feet, that wind starts turning to the south. And then as you go up another 1,000 feet, it turns a little bit southwest, and then as you get up higher, it turns west. That's what we call directional wind shear. That is one of the things that SpaceX has talked about before, of saying that's critical to them. If they have too much of that wind shear, when the rocket goes up, or even when the booster comes back, that can move and push the vehicle around, because you got to think of how fast that vehicle is moving through that area. It's moving very quickly through that area, so it's getting pushed really, just knocked one way and another as it goes up and as the booster returns. So because of that, that is one thing that I still believe is most likely just to watch out on. They haven't really mentioned it that, whether it's fully a go or anything. That's because their meteorologist has the weather balloons in the air, and they're going to make that determination. Now, another thing that they have to watch, and go to the next graphic, please, is the Indian Ocean. So obviously the Starship is going to land there. So I don't know what their threshold is there. I'm sure they still want a nice soft landing, but this is the wind profile there. It really doesn't look too bad at all. There is some directional wind shear, but it's real weak. And so that area for the splash area for that ship doesn't really look too bad either. So the main area that I would be more concerned with is the winds there at the Starbase facility. The one thing I've noticed today too is the surface winds have been very strong there. I've seen some METAR stations clock 39 mile an hour wind gusts with sustained winds in the low to mid 20s. That to me is pushing the limits a little bit. But the good news is, as we get closer to that 5:30, 6:30 time frame, we will see those wind gusts and the wind speeds, the overall average wind speed, drop a few miles per hour. So that could get them to where they're a little bit more comfortable launching the rocket. So even though those winds are a little bit strong now, we're hoping that will decrease as we get closer to that launch window of 5:30, 6:30. Will hopefully help them out. So hopefully soon their meteorologists will come up with a decision when they looked at the threshold after these two weather balloons were launched, and we can get that actual okay from them. But I would say they're still watching the wind very closely, because it is a windy day there and a windy day aloft. Any questions?
Adam, thank you so much. No, I don't think we have any questions. Alex, I'm going to come to you. We hear the venting in the background from the tank farm. Obviously, that's the noise that you hear in the background. Do we see any vents on the tower or the OLM vent at this time?
We have tower vent, very, very small right now, but it should be growing in intensity, and that's essentially the preparation for propellant load. So right now they are conditioning the lines up to the tower, from the tank farm up to the tower. The next thing that we should see as well is the OLM vent. I'm keeping an eye on that as well. But a lot of people might be asking, and as we go into the propellant load and everything, some people might be asking, why is this flight important? What are we gonna be seeing on this flight? And what's all about Flight 8? So I believe we have a video from Jack explaining all of this in detail.
In case you don't remember, during Flight 7, the vehicles used were Booster 14 and Ship 33. Booster 14 performed well with a good ascent, boost back burn, and landing back at the launch tower arms. Only the second booster ever to do so. But Ship 33 was unfortunately lost on its way uphill, losing engines one by one, and with fires coming out of the engine section as seen on the onboard cameras. SpaceX says that the most probable root cause was a harmonic response several times stronger in flight than had been seen during testing. This was then led to increased stress in the propulsion system hardware, which created leaks beyond what the vents in the attic could purge, and that started the fires that led to Ship 33's demise. In order to understand the potential solutions that can suppress these harmonic oscillations, SpaceX says it tested Ship 34 at multiple engine thrust levels and with 3 separate hardware configurations in the Raptor vacuum engine feed lines. Remember the awesome 60-second static fire a few weeks back? Yeah, that's what it was for. The update says that, quote, findings from the static fire informed hardware changes to the fuel feed lines to vacuum engines, adjustments to propellant temperatures, and a new operating thrust target, end quote, to be used on Flight 8. Additionally, SpaceX has added vents to the ship and a new nitrogen purge system that will prevent any fires from developing or spreading in the aft section of the vehicle, or so they hope. So what's Flight 8 all about? The answer is that it's pretty much the same plan as with Flight 7, but this time the vehicle not breaking up prematurely. We'll once again have a Block 2 ship, which includes all of the upgrades associated with that. Some of them were tested on Flight 7, but of course some others didn't even get a chance to do their thing, like for example, the all-new forward flaps. Ship Block 2 is a complete redesign compared to Block 1. The ship is now 1 ring taller, with the full stack now being 123.1 meters tall instead of 121.3 meters tall. This extra ring, along with a shortening of the payload bay section, allows for Block 2 to accommodate an extra 300 metric tons of propellant, increasing Starship's performance to orbit. While the payload bay section has been shortened, the Block 2 ship introduces a simplified nose cone section, allowing SpaceX to better utilize that volume for payloads. Therefore, the net change in useful payload volume is essentially neutral, while still being able to lift more mass than before. The nose cone simplifications came thanks to a variety of changes in that area, including the redesign of the forward aerodynamic flaps I mentioned a moment ago. These are now smaller, have a different shape than before, and have moved closer to the leeward side and tip of the nose cone. This forward flap change will hopefully solve the burn-through issues that we saw during Starship Flights 4, 5, and 6, as they no longer have their hinge in direct contact with the plasma flow. Block 2 also has a redesigned heat shield with improved tiles that are less fragile and less susceptible to cracking. The tiles over the dome welds are now also smaller and are pinned instead of glued on, as experience has shown SpaceX that pinned tiles stay on the vehicle better than the glued ones. The header tanks located inside of the tip of the nose cone have also been redesigned with an improved geometry and pressure systems, as well as a simplified attachment to the hull of the vehicle, speeding up production and increasing the useful volume in the nose. The construction of the ship has also been rearranged to speed up production and optimize vehicle processing. The tank volumes not only were increased thanks to the shortening of the payload bay section, but also because the forward and common domes of the ship have been flattened and moved further up the vehicle. Block 2 of the ship also has individual transfer tubes for each of the Raptor vacuum engines, along with the main transfer tube for the center Raptors. These lines are now also vacuum jacketed, which reduces thermal transfer to the cryogenic methane fuel and reduces boil-off. SpaceX also optimized the avionics and communication systems of the ship with more powerful flight computers and redesigned antennas, combining Starlink, GPS, and regular RF communications. On this flight, SpaceX has also added non-structural versions of the catch pins that will be used on future flights for ship catches. These are similar to the booster pins, but just with heat shield tiles around them. During catching, the chopsticks will slap the sides of the ship, so SpaceX is also testing the ramps that will be installed on later ships to protect against that. And it has also removed the tiles from the sides of the vehicle to verify it can survive re-entry without them installed. However, based on what we saw with Flight 6, the ship has a section of its side with a smooth and tapered edge to address the hotspots seen on Ship 31's re-entry. This flight again incorporates more materials testing, including different metallic tiles and one with active cooling. SpaceX has also removed a significant number of tiles to stress test vulnerable areas across the vehicle. You know what I always say, more data, more better. Ship 34 is also carrying 4 Starlink simulators in order to test the deployment of Starlinks ahead of future operational flights. Something that, by the way, we highlight on our very own commemorative Flight 8 patch on the NSF shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. These Starlinks would follow the ship in its suborbital trajectory and therefore re-enter and burn up in the Indian Ocean. The flight also features an in-space relight of one of the Raptor engines of the ship, just like on Flight 6, proving once again that Starship can perform propulsive maneuvers in space, such as deorbiting or moving to another orbit. As for Booster 15, it is in general terms pretty much like Booster 14, at least outwardly. According to SpaceX, the vehicle features upgraded avionics, including a more powerful flight computer, improved power and network distribution, and integrated smart batteries. Being able to prove that these vehicles can perform as expected is crucial for SpaceX to move on to the next step of the Starship program: orbital flight, ship catching, and payload deployment.
Let's check in with Ryan Caton, who's got his eyes on the weather too. Ryan?
Well, we've got a very, very clear sky looking here. As Adam was saying, we can see here, this is, well, I'd say this is pretty much perfect. We've got some little wispy clouds coming in through here. I'm going to say that's not really anything to worry about. Fingers crossed for me as well. Up into the north of Texas, we've got all of these look absolutely horrible in the north of Texas, but we're not in the north of Texas, so we don't care. We're inside Texas. So little wispy clouds coming up from Mexico, but for the rest of the Gulf, I'll go over to this side, the rest of the Gulf, I mean, this is just, maybe we'll have some really nice tracking views, fingers crossed, as the ship makes its way all the way down towards the Caribbean. I mean, if you're in the Florida Keys hoping to get a little bit of a jellyfish effect maybe with the sunset, maybe with no clouds in this area, well, apart from these ones, little cloud in this area, this could be very, very pretty, assuming Ship 34 gets a little bit further than Ship 33 did a couple of months ago.
And of course, to get to that point, right, we need to have a fully fueled rocket. And so right now, we're hearing all of those sounds from the tank farm. Right now, conditioning those lines. We come back from that video from Jack, wonderful explanation of what Flight Aid is all about. And we have a very active tank farm. You can see it there to my left and to my top, like all of these views that we have of the tank farm conditioning going on, as well as all of those lines that go out to the launch mount and the launch tower. You can see that oil in vent, that tower vent. That tower vent will stop in a few minutes. That's totally normal. That's part of the process. It starts first and it goes for a number of minutes, and then it stops, and then it comes back another time, and that second time it starts very subtle, and then it also grows in intensity, and then at the around T-minus 46 minute point, that's when it'll stop completely. That'll be our start of propellant load. Propellants are not going into the vehicles right now. They are conditioning those lines that go to those vehicles. That OLM vent will continue to increase their activity. It started very subtle, very weak in power, but you can see it's already a lot more active than before. And so one of the things that we should probably check out is like, how are people doing on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, right? It's like, I believe we have a DAS out there at the roof. I don't know if we can maybe, yeah.
DAS, do we have you up on the roof?
Comms check. We have a 5x5? No, it's a 0x0. Okay. Gene, take it away.
Once we get that up there, one of the questions that came in is, can you show the rocket from your point of view? Well, what you're seeing on the camera are the points of view of some of our remote cameras and also some of our live cameras with the OLM vent and the tower vent going there. But again, there's a great shot. We have cameras on our trailer, which are right over there in called Danger Lot. There are cameras that are over at Rocket Ranch with Max and Dee and Jack. We have this one, which we call Danger Dune now, one of our favorite places that gets great video, not only of the rocket launching, but also potentially the booster coming back for a catch. And then, of course, we have the views from the Margaritaville Resort here on South Padre Island. And when we have DOS back, we'll get him back. EJ, I have a question for you. This comes in from Mike, who wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, what will be needed to allow Starship to fly over land, aka ship catch, and for Starlink deployments?
Okay. Well, in order to get Starship, SpaceX wants to get this thing running like an airplane. So in order to get Starship to do something like that, we're talking about a more mature design. There was a time where airplanes did not fly on land. That was mostly because we didn't have runways built, and they made them into flying boats, right? So, it's better to keep them on the water, fly it over water and land it in the water. There's no people out there. You don't need to worry about anything going down, right? Well, rockets right now are kind of at that same point, right? So basically making sure that the rocket is mature enough to fly over land, that's going to require a lot of test flights, but that's going to get us to a point where eventually we'll be able to fly these things over land. SpaceX is trying to achieve airline-like operations, and them working with the FAA is trying to make rockets kind of fit into the air traffic puzzle here, just like another airplane would. Okay, so basically, to get to that point, you got to do a lot of flights. You got to fly this thing a lot. You got to get it to basically what NASA would call a technology readiness level. You got to get it to TRL 5, basically a mature technology that's well understood. You know it's not going to do a Flight 7 in pop, right? And you basically got to get to the point where this thing has airline-like operations. That's the big one, Gene. And that's just going to take time and a lot of flights.
And remember, what we're looking at is the 8th flight of a completely new, Block 2 has flown some. Block 2 of the ship has flown some. Let's put it that way. The other one spectacularly came apart, and the flight termination system was autonomously activated over the Turks and Caicos on Flight 7. But I go back to the Falcon 9 days. I go back to where, they took 20 flights just to land the booster. Now it's just something that we expect. When they have an anomaly, we're like, oh my gosh. And they've flown what, Alex? I'm just going to throw him in here. What is it, 400 something times? Alex knows right off the bat.
Yeah. I don't know it off the top of my head, but
it's 100 Falcon 9 flights, right?
It's been a lot. Yeah.
It's been a lot. Now, of course, this is Flight 8. Imagine when we get to Flight 400 of Starship.
Oh, that's a great thought to think about. When we get to that point, Starships will be as routine as an airplane taking off. And you know what? I'm going to welcome that. We're going to keep doing what we're doing here until that gets boring, right?
Yeah. When we get to the T0 and when this Starship gets down to T0, excitement is guaranteed. But this is what it's going to look like when it takes off from Starbase. It's going to be launching to the east. It's going to skirt through Florida and Cuba, and it's going to go well past Flight 7, hopefully, knock on wood. And then it's going to pass over the southern tip of Africa, and then Ship 34 will begin its re-entry. Hopefully, if it gets that far, remember this is a test flight. It's going to land softly in the Indian Ocean, where the previous flights 6, 5 landed in the Indian Ocean. And again, this is all about getting data. Long before we get to splashdown, there's going to be the tests of the relight. We're going to be able to see, hopefully, the views from the ship, and we'll see the booster do its flip and burn maneuver, fly back, and at that point, EJ, that's where the super heavy booster is talking to the tower, and it's autonomous to a point, right? There is a human being during that boost back burn, what's called the boost back burn, that makes the determination in the flight control center whether they're going to go for a launch. Then it's all flying itself, right?
Yeah, there's basically one human in the loop here for the entirety of Super Heavy's flight regime. There's one point where the launch and landing director, yeah, all right, will basically confirm what the rocket is already saying. Basically, Super Heavy's like, okay, I did my boost back burn. I'm good to go. I can see the tower. Do you want me to land this? Where do you want me to land this? Right. So when that flight or launch and landing director, sees that everything is good, they're gonna give the override to tell Super Heavy to do what it needs to do. And the best case scenario there is getting this thing right back to the. Oh, look at that on the screen. I'm sorry, I'm nerding out. That would be the best case scenario, what you guys see on the lower right part of your screen. I'm not going to say the other scenario because I don't want to jinx anything, right? But if everything goes right and that manual override is given, Super Heavy comes down.
Go ahead, Alex.
I have amazing news.
All right, Alex.
What is that?
Feed me.
SpaceX has confirmed they are go for propellant load.
Yes.
You know what that means, chat?
All right.
Let's get crazy. Let's go. This means that we are go for propellant load. Alex is, this is the point where we get excited because, look, we are headed toward T0. I'm excited. If you're excited, let me see it in chat. Let's go. I'm telling you right now, we've got to get pumped up because, it's interesting you say we're a little superstitious in the rocket community.
Absolutely.
But the one thing we love to hear is go for prop load.
Everybody, are you all go?
Come on.
Type go in chat. Like you have to put G-O go.
Will you go
Come
for
on.
prop load?
All right.
Let's go.
That's a lot of goes.
It's a lot of goes.
That's a lot of goes.
This is my favorite part.
If we only got a true no go, I'm not saying it.
What you're going to see now is we're going to see some frost lines. Alex and Adrian are going to call out those frost lines when they see them up the ship and up the booster because This is a huge milestone on the way to Flight 8. Now, remember, we got there the other day. We still don't have a T0 time, but when we do, we're going to put it up on the screen in the upper left-hand corner. All right. Alex, you want to hype them up? Adrian, you want to hype them up?
Yeah, like just go.
Let's go.
We want this
Tell us
to
where
launch
you're
in
from.
1 hour, 3 minutes, 42 seconds.
Are you guys ready? Are you ready?
It's
I'm ready.
Come
Show
on.
us in chat that you're ready. Let's get hyped up, guys. I don't know about you guys, but that music and all of that video gets me pumped up. In chat, tell us right now, were you there for all of those launches, all of those hot tests? Were you there for the explosions? Were you there for the separations and the booster catches? Were you there? We were here, weren't we, EJ?
Yeah, watching that video, Gene, just makes me want to yell, shake and bake. Shake and bake. Shake and bake.
We're dancing. We're just watching it right on camera. I love that video. I love it every time. You can see the tower vent there. Adrian, I'm going to ask you some questions about these vents because there might be some folks that are just joining us that haven't been part of the rocket launch community and they just joined NSF or popular science. They're watching right now and they don't know what all this means. So tell us, and you and AJ can talk about this back and forth, but Adrian, I'm going to pull you in first. When we see these vents, what are they actually doing with this really, really cold propellant running it up the tower? What are they doing?
Yeah, material has the tendency to not really like being suddenly exposed to very cold liquids. And these two liquid oxygen and liquid methane, are on the very, very cold spectrum. So what they are doing is they are basically moving the whole tank farm first, and now they are moving the ground lines that go to the vehicle due to what is called a chill down. We are now right now seeing the chill down of the lines that go to both ship and booster. The tower vent that you're seeing dying off there, that is expected, don't panic about that, is the fuel line that will go to the ship. The other vent, the OLM vent, is the one that will go to the booster. This is in preparation to have the high flow of liquid oxygen and liquid methane, because otherwise you get things like rapid expansion of the liquids. That's really bad for your pipes. You also get the pipes starting to very strongly retract. Also very bad for your pipes. So you kind of need to chill down the system step by step by step. And then now to the basically second to last step of this chill down. Last thing, of course, will be the vehicle itself and the Raptor engines and everything itself. But this is really the crunch time here. That is, we see the OLM vent there, and this will get stronger and stronger and stronger, this chill down. And once it stops, that's good, because you would imagine, oh, it's stopping, right? It stopped with the fueling. No, in the moment it stops, it starts the fueling, and that's where the liquids no longer go outside the pad. They now go inside the vehicle.
Yep, and that's what we were just talking about when they call out their go for a prop load. That's a huge, huge milestone. One of the other things that's a big milestone is when you support us. So we're going to go to Adrian, and we're going to thank some folks right now.
Absolutely. Starting with Bob Fillmore here, 10 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Again, I'm starting to run behind here, and there's certainly no chance that I will be able to keep up here. KPI with the $20 super chat. What do you think the limits are for max wind, surface, and the loft for launch? As we told earlier and going from Adam, it's not as simple, because sometimes it depends also on wind shear, wind direction. So, and of course, SpaceX has not given us the exact corridor, so we will have to observe. But from what we can tell, everything looks good so far. Dash Riptide, I'm going to EJ for this one. When future flights started going point to point, how will they fly multiple Starship-like airplanes given weather and all these NOTAMs for each flight now, having Starships flying all over like planes? How are they going to do that with all of these restrictions needed?
Well, basically, I'm sure if you've been watching Starship with us, you've seen, Adrian, especially you're the FAA whisperer. You've seen NSF talk to the FAA a lot. Well, there's a lot more to that than just, hey, when are they going to launch next? Hey, where's this launch license? Hey, what's going on here? The FAA has been for some time now actually involved with commercial operations for spaceflight, just like they'd be involved with commercial operations for aircraft, for fixed-wing aircraft or rotor wing. I mean, pick your poison, right? The whole point behind that is trying to get rockets to fit into this puzzle of air traffic that we have, that we see pretty much every day flying around in the skies. How's it going to work in the future? It's going to fly like an airplane. It's going to work the same rules as an airplane. That's the idea. To take rocket launches, which in the past, I mean, heck, I don't know. Who's been here long enough to remember when maybe we got one launch a month? One launch a month? Now they launch almost every day. That's great. That's really good. Once upon a time, rockets didn't launch very much, and they required a special restriction, the notice to air missions, right? And, temporary flight restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. We're trying to pivot. Well, the FAA and SpaceX and, basically the U.S. in general is trying to pivot away from that and move to basically trying to make planes work like commercial operations. That's where we're going. It's going to take a lot of flights and a lot of testing, though, to get to that point. But, SpaceX launches a lot, so we're good.
Absolutely. I want to quickly also thank here S. Steffens with a $50 super chat, just saying thank you NSF team, and I think that's the second one of that. So thank you so much for that, Steffens, for all of the support. We have been live for forever today. We have covered the moon landing, we have covered the launch, and sometimes it feels a bit like there's so much happening in spaceflight, right? And there's two things how you can totally keep up with that, and I want to quickly mention them because I think they're amazing to keep up with that. One is our new newsletter. I think it's right now is pinned in the chat, the Rocket Recap, where you get once a week, every Monday, you get a quick recap of what content we have published in news, what content we have published in Starbase Update. You get some articles in that. So if you want to get that in your newsletter every start of the week, go to nsf.live/newsletter and make sure to follow that. And the other thing is the socials. I want to quickly mention the socials because there's so much news going. So the socials, X, Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, and TikTok. If you want to have everything that you can get in this world of spaceflight, that is the perfect way to get it. So that I want to quickly mention because I think it's just a great service for everybody to use.
Yep. Yeah, be sure to get that. Be sure to follow us on all of our socials, and then also get that new weekly newsletter. If you're a space nerd, it's going to fill you full of space nerd goodness. A space nerd that I go to when I have questions about things is EJ_SA on Twitch, and also here at NSF. What are we looking at on screen here? Part of the ship. What is that?
So we're looking at the bottom part of Starship here. What you see, that big kind of squiddy looking thing that's connected into the side, is the SQD, or Ship Quick Disconnect. That is where all the commodities can flow in and out of Starship during launch operations, and maybe landing operations in the future. We'll see on that one. Put an asterisk next to that one and file it into the future explanations thing, in the future explanations book that we don't have, right? So what we're going to see here is in that Ship Quick Disconnect, that's where they get all the liquid methane, the liquid oxygen, the nitrogen, all the commodities that the vehicle will use, goes through that and into the ship. Now, from this shot here on the dunes, that Ship Quick Disconnect would be about 180 degrees halfway up the stack on the other side, towards the tower. You can just see a little bit of the Ship Quick Disconnect about halfway up the stack on the tower on the left-hand side. That's what we were looking at there. But what that does is basically fuel up the rocket, fill it with liquid fuel, fill it with oxidizer, fill it with everything it needs to do its mission.
You know, earlier we talked about we were go for prop loader. That's a huge milestone in the countdown here. I'm going to bring Alex in. Give us a status update. We're seeing these vents. We're seeing the big cloud coming around the tank farm there. Give us a status update of where we are in this countdown and what's happening with the vehicle.
Yeah, so right now, you see there that tower vent going off. I don't want to move too much away from that view on the top right, though, because those umbilical lines will get frosty real soon. That vent coming back is essentially part of the process of chilling down those lines that go up to the ship, right? And so that tower vent should disappear in about 6 minutes when that liquid oxygen load starts on the ship. That's going to be the first commodity to, or I guess the first propellant to be loaded onto the rocket. That'll be liquid oxygen for the ship, and that's at the T-minus 46 minute mark. About 3 minutes later, we'll have fuel load or liquid methane load on the ship, and then the booster fuel load will begin a couple of minutes after that. So that tower vent should be disappearing in about 5.5 minutes from now, and the OLM vent will keep going for another 10 minutes or so until booster liquid oxygen load.
You know, and one of the things, EJ, we talk about all the time is the scale. If you ever come to Starbase, you can, you go out there and you can stand next to the rocket and you just stand there. You're like 10 years old. Your mouth's agape. You're looking up. You're like, what in the world? And the camera angle in the lower right-hand corner really gives you an idea, a little bit of the scale, because you can see staircase, the human-sized staircase. Tell us about that, and then we'll go to Ryan Hayden real quick.
So you can see in the bottom right frame, you can see where the Ship Quick Disconnect vent is that Adrian was talking about a little bit earlier. That's the vent to make sure the lines are chilled down. Just to the right of where that vent is spouting off all that gaseous oxygen, you can absolutely see the flights of stairs there. This is not a small piece of equipment. Guys, and the stairs are a good indicator, but it just doesn't do it justice. You got to come down here and see this thing. It is an absolute monster. It's a scale that you just don't really get until you see it. It's absolutely crazy.
You know who else is an absolute monster? It's Ryan Caton, who's standing in front of the magical green screen, and everybody knows Ryan loves his maps. Ryan, what do you got for us this time?
It is looking good so far. We have clear skies that way, wrong way, that way. We have clear skies that... This setup is reversed to the way I do it at home, so I apologise if I keep getting things the wrong way back. Anyway, that way, clear skies, okay? We've got nothing over the Gulf. We may notice a little plane come in here, a little prop plane. That's nothing to worry about, I don't think. I believe that's to do with the range security nonsense. We saw the helicopters earlier, similar sort of deal, making sure that there is nobody where nobody shouldn't be, if that makes sense. Everybody else is staying to that side of the pad, which is just down about there. So this is looking okay for now. And there's one more thing I just wanted to cover. This is on the marine side of things. Now, just ignore me as I very quickly move over and change to the hazard zone. This is the not mark comparison. That is notice to mariners. You may remember on the last flight, Ship 33 didn't exactly make it all the way to the Indian Ocean. It its flight ended slightly prematurely, and it kind of rained debris down all over the Caribbean. So as potentially a mitigation for that, you can see the Flight 8 NOTMAR, which is in red, has been expanded compared to the NOTMAR for the previous flight. That's the one in grey. So we see here this larger area over here. This is where the booster flight takes place. So it's a bit wider because the booster is a little bit more unpredictable, I guess. But as the ship continues its way all the way down across the Gulf, its flight path becomes more predictable, so they can narrow that hazard zone down. However, as you can see, the grey hazard zone, which you remember for the last flight, it ends about here. The red one, which was for this flight, continues further down over, guess what? The Turks and Caicos Islands, which is where we saw those reports of debris washing up on shore. And there was also a report that debris apparently struck someone's car. Now, whether that was actually legitimate or not, I don't think that's actually been confirmed yet. But either way, the hazard zones have been extended, probably as a result of what happened with Ship 33.
Thank you, Ryan. We love your graphics. We love your green screen and all the information that you bring us, because it's interesting when you brought up the Flight 7 and the Flight 8. They did make some modifications to that, but they also made modifications to the ship, EJ. And one of the things we talked about earlier was not on this flight, but potentially on the next flight, they might be going, depending upon how this one goes, for a ship catch. And one of the questions that came in is from Kal-El, and Kal-El wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, are the ship lifting points structural or architectural? Now, I don't really know. I think they meant the catch pins, because the lifting points are definitely structural. They've got to lift that ship up.
They use those.
But farther up on the screen, up on the ship, from where that screen was, the camera was pointing, there are little catch pins that stick out from the side. And I think the question is more along the lines of those, are those structural, or can this ship actually be caught if necessary?
I think that those ones on Ship 34 are actually there just to test like the outer thermal protection system on the pins. I do not think they're going to work. There's no reason for SpaceX to put pins on there if they're not going to try and catch it. Now, that does kind of open up in the future, like maybe on Flight 9, we did see some provisions in the paperwork for Flight 9 that they could do a ship catch. But once again, Gene, as you were saying, it is entirely dependent on how this flight goes. So I think for now, they just have kind of a placeholder. It's a placeholder with kind of the outer skin to kind of see how it fares during re-entry. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't go and try and catch this ship. That probably wouldn't end well. But SpaceX didn't intend to in the first place. So, yeah, hence the aesthetic just outside.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the future of Starbase. We do know that they, obviously on your screen, you can see the second tower there. It has shorter, non-stubby, we're not going to call them that, shorter chopsticks, because they can dial in where the booster is coming back and where the ship is and land it so precisely. Also, as Alex mentioned earlier, in an answer to one of the questions, that's less mass they have to move. On top of the chopsticks, you saw the catch rails just a second ago. But imagine the future, okay? They get the second flame trench. There you go, chat, flame trench.
Hey, he said the thing.
Fridays, I said the thing. That's one of our shows if you don't know. Imagine they get the flame trench done. They're ready to go. And there's one of the catch points in the lower right-hand corner we're talking about. What are they going to do to pad A? Are they just going to tear it down and put a flame trench, eventually having two flame trenches? My question really wants to get to is this. Imagine the future when you see two boosters and two ships, and we're probably talking Block 2, Block 3, standing on those, ready to go. Do you think they'll ever put them on there at the same time and potentially launch them?
Well, they're going to have to, right? They're going to have to. Starship is designed to be refueled on orbit. Now, that's not a skill or an ability that SpaceX has unlocked in their proverbial tech tree of technologies needed to explore the solar system, right? I've been playing too much Kerbal. Anyway, so that's not something they have unlocked yet, but it will be something in the future. In order to kind of build out the architecture that you need to explore, they're going to need to do on-orbit refilling. Basically moving liquid methane and liquid oxygen into a Starship that's already launched up into space and basically go from there. Adrian, what's up?
Yeah, so I have the news that the tower vent has stopped. Or it's mostly stopped, which means we are into propellant loading of Starship for Flight 8.
That's what we
want.
want.
Here we go.
That's what we want. Now, the tower vent means that the ship is being loaded, right, Adrian?
Exactly. The booster will join. I think in 2 minutes, right, Alex? It's like 2 minutes later.
Yeah, that's weird. Alex, let me just butt in here. Alex, why do they start loading the ship first if it's standing on an empty booster?
Well, the booster is empty, but it is not unpressurized, right? That's what actually gives it the structural stability, that pressure. Even when it's full, if it were not pressurized, it doesn't matter how full it is, it will just crumple, right? Under the weight of the ship above. So you need to pressurize it. That's what keeps it at a right pressure. And I want you to look at the ship. You can see with this low light condition, because the tower is sort of, casting a shadow. Oh, no, come back. I wanted to point out the shadows on the tanks as they load. There you go. You can see the bottom of each tank. It's a little bit more dark than the rest of the tank. That's because they're getting cold, and so you have some of that condensation and getting, that frost should be coming up really, really soon as those tanks get very, very cold. And sorry, Kevin, for doing that to you.
Yeah, we're going to start to see frost lines, but the view of that OLM vent is just rocking. And what we're expecting, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, we're expecting that in the next couple of minutes, maybe 90 seconds, to stop. You can actually see the pipes going in, those propellant lines, EJ, going in there. Adrian, come on in.
Yeah, and we have also confirmation from SpaceX, propellant load of Starships, upper stage, and super heavy booster underway. So, official confirmation as well. Check the boxes.
Yeah, because you got to remember that while we're still seeing the OLM vent, that's related to the liquid oxygen load on the booster. It has not started, but they have started the fuel load. In fact, in some of the wide shots, you might see those methane subcoolers. There you can see or there some of the venting that's going on. That's part of the methane subcooling system, and all of them are venting quite vividly, and that is because that nitrogen that is being used to subcool the propellants is boiling off, and they need to vent that, and that is precisely why we see that activity. And some of those subcoolers are dedicated to the ship, and some of them are dedicated to the booster, and we know there's loading of fuel already on the booster because also the booster subcoolers are being used. And so all of the methane right now, all of the methane tanks are being loaded, but the liquid oxygen load on the booster has not started yet. That will be the last thing in a couple of minutes from now.
That's excellent news. Checking those boxes off toward a T0. The number in the upper left-hand corner, notice it has been updated. T-minus 41 minutes and about 18 seconds as we go for a T0 potential launch of Flight 8. And one of the things that we love about this is these views that we get from our remote cameras and our great photographers that are in the field. And you might ask, if you're just joining us, who are we? Who are these guys I found on YouTube or on the Popular Science channel? Who are they? Well, I'll tell you, we're NSF. We're NASASpaceflight.com. We're a bunch of rocket enthusiasts that have the privilege of bringing you these rocket launches from around the world, not just SpaceX, but all of the launch providers, any rocket we can. This morning we were covering the moon landings. We were covering the other rocket launches where they deployed the moon landings just a couple days ago. All of the launch providers. We are like you. We're rocket nerds, and we love science, technology, engineering, and the math that goes into this. And how do we do this? We do this because of you guys. You guys hitting thumbs up, you guys sharing this, you guys subscribing to our YouTube channel, and also going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and checking out some of the merch that we have that commemorate some of these flights. Go ahead, Adrian.
I quickly want to make an update here because I see people wondering about it. There's venting now from the bottom of the ship, which is the ship engine chill lines. They are not yet in the engine chill of the Raptor engines, but they are preparing these engine chill lines to prepare that engine chill a bit later, where they will also prepare these Raptor engines for the flow of cold propellant.
And Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, we're about just under 20 minutes away from that, what we should expect for the Raptor engine chill down to begin, right? So it would be a little early. Probably what they're seeing is venting from that OLM coming underneath the rocket.
Well, it's referring to the venting under the flaps of the ship. The aft flaps, that is completely normal. They let some of that liquid oxygen flow through the lines. That's the venting that we were referring to. ship engine chill has not started, but that doesn't mean they cannot flow some of that through right now. And then the actual chill down process doesn't start until T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds. So we're still about 20 minutes away from that process from starting, but they already have some of that venting going on. Again, that's completely normal. We've seen that in the past, and now it's a little bit more subtle actually, because in the past those lines would extend down to the booster, but with Block 2 they improved that.
And what's going to happen here in about maybe 10 minutes is we're going to start shuffling around. We're going to run up to the roof. We're going to check in with DOS. We've got our cameras up there and some folks up on the roof. I know, EJ, you and I were here for Flight 7, and it was your first time here.
Oh, yeah.
For the folks that can't come to Starbase.
And guys, we just have oil and vent has disappeared, which means liquid oxygen load is underway on the booster. So all 4 main tanks of Starship are now being loaded. The 2 main tanks on the ship, the 2 main tanks of the booster. You can see there through the tower some of that frost already appearing on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship.
Again, checking those boxes on our way to T0
really
in 37 minutes, 57 seconds. As I was saying, EJ, up on the roof, give everybody just a couple minutes of what it was like your first time here watching Starship and Super Heavy lift off, and then booster 14 coming back and getting caught.
Well, if you guys have watched me before on Twitch, you watch me any of my reactions to rocket launch, I get rather enthusiastic during these launches. This time, I had no words. The awe of seeing this thing go off, and I'm not just trying to do that to blow smoke up Starship, right? There is nothing else like this. I am usually, screaming, having a good time, like, oh man, look at that thing go. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. The building's shaking, sonic booms, yeah. I was just there like, wow, you can tell it's a rocket because the way it is. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I was just dumbstruck by this thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy seeing this thing fly.
The first time I saw it, it was like a 12-year-old again, and you just become a kid because you're like in awe of this amazing rocket. And I remember telling you, take the headphones off, and because we can hear, they block a little bit of sound, and that's not what we want. We want to hear those engines roar when this thing lifts off, and hopefully we will hear the engine roar in about 36 minutes and 40 seconds. By the way, as I was saying, we can do all this because of you guys. And Michael Covilio, thank you so much for that $50 super chat. Says, stellar work, NSF. Thank you for all your dedication and sharing. Michael, this is an absolute privilege for all of us to be here and do this and bring you these. That rocket's getting cold. Alex is giving the burr signal that rocket's getting cold, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, I was sort of doing like, ooh, frost, it's cold.
And as the tanks start to fill, I mean, we're going to see these frost lines, right? Go ahead, Adrian.
It's also quite fascinating because people maybe would expect there's a tank inside this. What you're seeing is the tank wall. This is not like there's not like a inner LOX tank or like an inner methane tank. What you're seeing there is literally the wall freezing because it comes in contact with the liquid oxygen and with the liquid methane inside of the vehicle. You're literally seeing the tank wall freezing up, which I think is so fascinating. That's what you're seeing there is ice.
Yeah, it's crazy. You would think, as you said, that there would be a tank within the wall. The wall is the tank. And as that fills up, we'll see how much fuel. And as we talked about, every time we do this, it's like a progress bar. Watching that fuel go into the rocket, into the Super Heavy booster, and as we get closer to that. T-minus 35 minutes, and at T0, excitement is guaranteed. Now, Alex, let's talk about Monday, okay? We just want to refresh everybody what happened on Monday, because all the guys in the control room, the folks in the control room are watching all the gauges and pressure sensors and all of these things going on, and they're looking at the health of the vehicle. They're looking at the health of the Super Heavy booster. They're looking at the health of the tower. They're looking at the health of the ground support equipment. So what happened on Monday when we got to a point and they started to call out holds, which they haven't done today, but we're reminiscing about Monday? What happened?
Well, we had that first sort of hold point, right? That was called at T-minus 22 minutes. Then we had commentary popping off there that They were going to run until T-minus 40 seconds. We had that T-minus 40 second hold. They tried to troubleshoot some of these issues. It seemed like at first some of them were cleared, and then once they lifted the hold and sort of they started they resumed the countdown. About 9 seconds later, at T-minus 31 seconds, the clock stopped again and recycled to T-minus 40. And it apparently happened that, some of these automated health checks that happen once they lift the hold, it seems like they just had some kind of, one of those checks essentially did not pass, and they had to hold again. That was automated, though. It was not a manual hold. And that's one of those things that we are not wanting to happen today, right? We're going into this propellant load sequence. Hopefully this time they have a lot more luck with those systems, the ground systems, the vehicle systems. Definitely, hoping to hear good news from SpaceX as we count down to T0.
And as we count down to T0, we are looking at everything. We've got our folks in the field. Their cameras are set. And you actually, EJ, you got lucky. I haven't been able to go out there and set the remotes. Give us just a couple of minutes. Give us an idea of what it's like to get out there, work with the guys in the field, setting up the cameras, setting up the tripods, and getting that perfect shot.
Well, Gene, I'll tell you, it's a lot of work, a lot of physical labor. You can drive out onto the beach in Boca Chica, but you can't drive into the dunes. So if you got to move a camera half mile in, right, you're moving around a lot of heavy equipment, and you're lugging it through very, very, very fine sand. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere, right? It ends up being a lot of work, right? You lug this equipment out. It's often really, really warm. You lug this equipment out in the middle of a dune. You find a good spot. You set up shop, right? And then when you're done, you look at the camera, you look at everything good, and then you look and see what the camera's pointed at, right? You see it's pointed at this gigantic rocket, and then suddenly everything is worth it. I actually enjoy it. I like going out there because the payout is that you get to look at what you see on the screen. In fact, that camera I helped set up. This is the dune camera. I actually lugged all that equipment out into the dunes for this camera. So it's actually seeing that shot in the middle of the stream here, right? It really, really makes me happy. There was a lot of work that went into that one.
Yeah, that's a great shot. This is my favorite shot, especially with the sun setting in the background. This is going to capture some amazing, amazing video. Something that I want to talk about that is amazing are the folks that make us, I keep going and I say this over and over and over. We can't do what we do without your support. And I want to bring Adrian back in because we have some seriously, seriously generous folks like Sneefus with a $50 super chat who tells us, NASASpaceflight, your coverage is the best. I'm astounded by this vehicle. Nothing like this ever existed. Sneefus, you're exactly right. So thank you for allowing us, giving us the privilege to put these cameras out there and helping us do what we do, which is bring you this amazing coverage. Adrian, let's thank some more folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Plutonium239 here coming in with the $20 super chat saying, I enjoy watching you guys talk on the NSF livestream. NSF is my favorite channel. Godspeed, Starship 34. That means a lot to us. Honestly, we love that you love what we do. And I hope that continues that way. Nelson Wings, $20 super chat. It looks like the approach path for the catch on Tower 2 is different than the approach path for the catch on Tower 1. A little bit more from the south. Perhaps better views from the rocket ranch. Yeah, honestly, we talked about this a bit the other day. Like internally and just discussed it. And honestly, Rocket Ranch might be really interesting for potential ship catch. There will be some great views from there. Christian Manaplace with the €20 super chat, very good currency. Thank you for the great work you do. Thank you so much. And then WB Hookie with the $20. Please, for the love of all things, space pop. For the love of all things, do not lick the booster. Yes, very cold. Don't lick this booster. It's quite cold, and also you would violate the closure zone. That's another thing. And I'm also have to mention here Mike Pollock just coming in with the $50 super chat. Thanks. Keep it up, NSF. And I can promise you we will keep it up. Thank you all. I'm badly behind here, Gene, but I'm doing my best.
Yeah, by the way, let me just point that out. It is absolutely impossible for us to keep up with everything because you guys are so generous and you ask so many amazing questions. We try to get to all of them that we can. We promise you, we are not ignoring anybody. There's just the volume of generosity and the volume of questions just overwhelms us. Here in just a few minutes, I know Ryan Caton is going to run up to the the roof. And also, EJ, you're heading up there as well to watch this rocket with your own calibrated eyes, right?
Oh, yeah. Mark 1 eyeball.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Now, I'm going to run up there. I'm the last one to go up the stairs. Not that it takes me the longest, but...
You sure about that?
I will hold down the fort, and then you guys run upstairs. Let me just say this. Go ahead. You guys go ahead and run upstairs. If you like what you see, if you like what you hear, if you like all this information, there's a lot of ways for you guys to follow along with us, because that's really what we're doing. We're watching these rocket launches with you. You can grab our newsletter. You can go out to NASASpaceflight.com. You can join the forum, join what we call L2. And we have some amazing writers that write articles that keep you up with all the things in spaceflight. We also have 3 24-hour channels. Our Starbase live 24-hour stream. McGregor, if you want to see some rocket testing. Also Space Coast live. And then we have dedicated shows. We have Starbase Updates with Jack Beyer, which we talked to earlier tonight. We also have This Week in Spaceflight with Alicia Siegel on Fridays. The Flame Trench, which is which is EJ's favorite. We
Quite fond of that.
We just cut up for a couple hours on Friday afternoon. It's a lot of fun. So just subscribe to our YouTube channel. You get a lot of notifications to set those reminders. And there are lots of ways for you to join the NSF Rocket Nerd family. This is a great pan. Look at this, guys.
I wonder what the topic will be
with
for
the venting coming off. And what was that, Adrian?
I wonder what the topic will be for tomorrow's flame trench. We should discuss that, right?
EJ,
Like what happened?
I wonder. Well, it depends. It depends on how today's launch goes, right, Adrian?
I want to talk about the Ariane 6 that launched, Adrian.
Oh, yeah.
We'll make it sure. Like, that's the angle. Let's go.
I want to talk about moon landers.
Yeah,
Can I be on Flame Trench?
Yeah, please. You want to? That'd be great.
Well, right now we're focused on this super heavy booster 15 and ship 34 stacked at pad A, ready for launch here approximately T-minus 27 minutes. Now, have we heard anything, Alex? I know you're listening in the background to the call-outs from SpaceX. Have we heard anything other than positive news as we approach T0?
Everything sounds pretty good right now. Seemingly no tracking any issues, it seems like. But we'll see.
EJ, I'm officially sending you to the moon. Actually, to the roof.
I mean, that's good too. I'd like the moon. You know, hopefully we don't tip over when we get up there on the roof.
Well, look, you're going to take it when you get up there.
Yes, sir.
The sooner you get up there, then the sooner I can get up there. So stop standing here lollygagging, young man.
Oh boy.
Get out of here.
Sorry, Dad. All right. I'm going. See you guys. I'll be up on the roof in a little bit.
You know, on Monday, Alex, they showed us they were doing a flap test. Is that something normal in the countdown that they do? The flap tests right before flight, kind of an avionics test?
Sometimes they do it a little bit earlier, but, you know, they do some of those checks, of course. And, you know, in that case, it was just a lot more closer to T0. That's being a bit more rare here and there, but we do see flap testing, also grid fin testing as well on the booster. It's something that they try to check out before the launch, of course.
Yeah, so we should see potentially the front flaps, or, you know, there you go. Alex, talk us through this. As
we have there those tanks. You can see the 2 main tanks on each vehicle, but the ship also has an extra 2 tanks on the tip of the nose cone. Right now, they are not loading those, but they are going to be loading those very shortly from now. They have about 55% on both main tanks of the ship, and about 43% on the methane on the booster, and 32% on the oxygen for the booster. So we are roughly halfway through that propellant load on both stages. But yeah.
Is that where we're supposed to be at T-minus 25 minutes? About
yeah,
halfway
so
through
far
loading.
so good.
Everything's looking
seems
good.
like, yeah, no tracking any issues. You know, no issues with the winds. It seemed earlier today that it could be an issue, but no longer an issue. You know, so far so good. Like, this is good news. This is complete opposite of what happened on Monday, right? Around this time, we had that triple hole call on the countdown, and it was like, no, that's bad. So we don't want that to happen today, and so far it's looking like everything is smooth, but, you know, knock on wood.
You know, one of the big questions we get is, where can we come to everybody knocking on their head? That's funny. Where can we come and watch the launch? We talk about it all the time. We are currently set up at the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. And a lot of folks ask us, where's a good viewing area? Like Doug Bluevelt, thank you for that. $50 super chat, very generous. Doug wants to know, are there many good viewing areas for the general public? And the answer, Doug, is absolutely. You can go to Isla Blanca Park here at South Padre Island, which we can see from our hotel room. You can see right there down at the bottom of your screen. That's Isla Blanca Park. And look how close you are. That shot is actually from the top, the roof of the Margaritaville. You can also go to Rocket Ranch, which we call the Outpost, which is over on the Starbase side. That water in the middle, that is the inlet to the Port of Brownsville. And the Rocket Ranch is actually the closest you can be. It's about 4 miles away from the rocket itself. And that's actually the closest place you can be. But anywhere over along the water, there's a big, the traffic here is crazy, by the way. I'm just going to warn you, Doug, if you come down here and you go to Isla Blanca Park, don't plan on leaving immediately after launch and catch. You're going to be here for a little bit, so plan some time. But there are really, really good places that you can come and you can watch the rocket launch right here at Starbase, Texas, as we are T-minus 23 minutes. And I'm waiting for either Doss or EJ or Ryan to get back on the comms from the roof, and then that would give me time. I actually have the hardest job. I got to run up the stairs because I usually only have about 10 minutes when we get back up top, up there. This is a shot from the hotel, and you can see people, Doug, coming back to your question, you can see people lining up on the beach right here at South Padre Island getting ready to watch this rocket launch. Are we hearing sounds? Is that what I'm hearing? Guys in the control room?
I think we hear somebody.
Yep, I hear somebody talking. They might be up there. It might be Jack from Rocket Ranch. I don't know. You can see the frost line making its way up the vehicle, as we call the launch progress bar, and it's cooling the vehicle. As we talked with Adam earlier today, the weather is much different. You can see the venting from the tank farm. You can kind of get an idea of the winds. And guys, I'm just going to tell you, it looks absolutely perfect. We're not seeing massive winds, but what do you think, Alex, Adrian? I mean, it looks absolutely perfect from the other 7 launches we've done. It looks really good from here.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of like moisture from the ocean in the air, but it's not that much. Honestly, I won't complain. Like I won't tell you this is in any way bad. We are getting good visuals, and we are, from what I can tell, looking good here. And of course, we want to see good visuals. We want to see that booster catch. We don't want to get the situation that we have on I don't know, some Starlinks where we see the rocket for 15 seconds and then it's gone and through the clouds.
Yeah.
So and I can already promise you, we have amazing trackers there, and with amazing trackers I mean our people that are there will track this, and I'm looking forward to see that track in midair.
Yeah, Doss has an amazing tracking system up on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel, and he was able on Flight 7, he was able to track that all the way up to stage separation, where the hot staging, you can actually see the venting of the hot stage, and then the booster turn around and boost back burn and come in. And once we have them up on the roof, we're going to bring that back to you. Alex, are we hearing anything from SpaceX in their back channel? Are we hearing anything? Everything is go. We are at 20 minutes. And what are we expecting to come up here in the next few minutes?
Yeah, nothing that will worry anybody right now. You know, just usual stuff, continuing with the propellant load. That propellant load will wrap out around 3 minutes or so. Bit of a difference between the booster and the ship. The ship is at 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and at booster it will be 2 and 50, right? 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So there's still a lot to go on here. One of the things that they tend to do around this time of the countdown, a part of starting the Raptor engine chill, which should be in less than 20 seconds. The other thing that they do is they transition the ship propellant load from the main tanks to the header tank. So they stop around 80%, 85% of the load of the main tanks of the ship, and then they move over and load the header tanks at the tip of the nose cone. Those are smaller, so it takes a lot less time to load them, and so they pause the main tanks for a bit. They load the header tanks. We may see some venting from the nose cone as well as we go into that, and then they'll switch back again to fill up the remaining portions of the main tanks. You can see there they are quite loaded already. That frost indicators, they are essentially the propellant indicators that frost air on the tanks, as you can see.
Yeah. The progress bar, as we say it. Jeff Freishoff coming in with a $40 super chat. Thank you so much. Says NSF crews are the best. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I don't know. I'm not going to answer that question. Thank you so much for thinking that, Jeff. Having normal space nerds talking everything rocket related beats all. Been a space nerd since the Mercury program. Well, Jeff, we appreciate you supporting us and allowing us, giving us the privilege to do this, because we are, I don't know about normal. Adrian, Alex, Gene, EJ, normal-ish. We're pretty nerdy rocket nerds, I will admit. But Jeff, thank you for that support. We greatly appreciate it. So as you said, Alex, you said that the Raptor chill should be starting, and I know you're listening in. We have some timelines of what's going to happen as we get closer to this P0. Alex, do you want to talk us through this, or
I believe this one is actually after launch, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. So we're going to have that launch, and then max Q at T plus 1 minute and 2 seconds. 2.5 minutes after flight, we're going to have that MECO, hot staging. The ship will ignite its engines and separate from the booster. The booster will turn around, do its boost back burn back to the launch site. Remember, if something goes off for whatever reason, it'll default to a splashdown on the Gulf. We're going to have that hot staging ring separation, and then hopefully a catch on the launch tower arms about 7 minutes after liftoff. In the meantime, the ship will continue into its own trajectory to the Indian Ocean. It will shut down its engines at T plus 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Then we'll have that Starlink deployment around 17 minutes after flight, 37 minutes after flight, that single Raptor in-space relight, and then the Starship re-entry should start at the 47-minute mark for a ship landing in the Indian Ocean at T plus 1 hour, 6 minutes, and I believe we're going to get to that in just a second there, and 20 seconds. There you go. Tried to time my explanations there, but that's the flight profile for today. That's essentially what we're going to see. Well, we're going to see starting up in essentially 16.5 minutes from now.
Well, coming up, usually around 15 minutes is when I have to run up to the roof. So, EJ, DOS, do we have you guys up there? Maybe. You're dancing.
I'm not sure if we...
I don't think we have them yet. But I do want to say thank you to... Long this. Thank you so much. What an amazingly generous super chat. You're a legend in my book. Seriously. Thank you so much. $250 super chat. Guys, wow. That is super generous. And Long this says, all the kings said I was daft to build a castle in a swamp, but I built it all the same just to show them. It sank into the swamp. So I built a second one. That sank into the swamp. So I built a third one. That one burned down, fell over, then sank in the swamp. But the eighth one stayed up. I believe everybody gets that reference from the Monty Python film. Thank you, Long this. We appreciate you. Thanks for being part of our NSF family. And thank you for supporting us and allowing us to do what we do. You are a true legend, my friend. Okay, EJ, DOS, do we have you yet? If not, I'm literally just going to step out onto the...
Is Gene asking for us?
Yeah, there you are. Hey, guys.
Hang on. Gene.
Yes.
Do you have us now?
I do.
Hear us?
We can hear
All
you.
right.
All right, there we go.
Are you going to come up here? Or are you just going to keep standing around in the hotel room, dude?
Well, I'm coming up there. Here I come.
Good deal. We're going to free up Gene. Give me an audio check. You let me know if you can hear us and see us. We are up on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel, South Padre Island now. EJ's made it up here. Gage is over here on the side. Ryan's behind the camera over here. Oh, we got Ryan
Get over here. Get in the shot, Mr.
Give us a sky report.
It's clear.
He says it's clear now, as you can see behind us. But we are ready for this countdown here, just under T-minus 15 minutes. Somebody tell me in my ears here in Unity if my audio is not great. But EJ?
I think you sound just fine. What
You can talk too.
I'm just looking over there. I'm sorry.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
You know what's cool about this camera?
Wait.
Hang on. Look, it's like...
Wait.
I have a joystick to control this camera. Of course I have a joystick to control this camera. I turned it up. There's EJ. Oh, there's Gage over there. How's it going?
It's a little windy.
It is a little windy up here, yeah. But continuing to count down. Can we see the rocket back there? Yeah, look over my shoulder. You can definitely see the rocket in the background. We got the robotic tracking mount ready to go. Y'all can hear us and see us. T-minus 13 minutes and 50 seconds now, and let's see what's going to happen. Is Adrian and Alex still supposed to be talking, or did we just take over the show?
We are also here. I'm able to talk with you.
Okay, we can talk with you. How's it going, Adrian?
What's up?
Going good. Apparently there's a rocket launching in about 30 minutes and 30 seconds, stars.
It looks like it.
Hopefully.
Because we are up here on the roof, I'm going to need you to help us out with status. So Alex is the expert on that. If there is some status updates that come over the net, please chime in and let us know. But right now, look at frost up on the booster. Look at all the clouds down below it. I hope we get a good launch here in 13 minutes.
And the last update was, to just quickly give you the update here, there's no issues apparently. It's just progressing. They're just going down the countdown, and it looks good.
That sounds good to me. All right, so a lot of stuff has been going on here, y'all. You know, I have been absent from the broadcast so far, but up here on the roof of the hotel, we've got our robotic tracking rig set up again. And a new thing that we're doing this time, we've actually got Gage up here. Gage is one of our fantastic SBL operators, but he came down to town so that he could control cameras with much lower latency. We've got a couple different point-to-point radio links going from the top of the hotel over here all the way across to Starbase. Beautiful clear shot today, line of sight to all of the cameras that we have over there. So when Gage controls these cameras, he has much better, well, I guess control. Somebody give me another word to use. I don't know what other word. You didn't bring your headset.
Articulation.
You're supposed to bring your headset. You can talk. No. Oh, my gosh. People, hang on. Gene over here. Where's Gene? There's Gene. He didn't bring his headset. I got a plug for you and everything, sir. Where's my headset? Oh, my gosh. I don't know where your headset is.
It's here. I have it.
You left. No, that's... What? No. That's a USB headset. It won't work. These are XLR headsets. Anyways, gosh, it's hard to get good help, y'all. Anyways, poor Gene. I like my roof camera here, by the way, scrolling around to look at everything. Hope that's not making anybody seasick. But we are coming up on T-minus 11 minutes now. EJ, what do you see?
I see a rocket out there that looks poised on the pad, ready to go, man. I'm ready. This is great. We got clear skies all the way up. Clear skies. We can even see the moon up there.
We can see the moon up there. I keep wanting to put the positioner up at the moon, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm pointing it at the rocket.
And also mentioning quickly here, the Raptors are very much into engine chill at this point on both booster and ship, already for 10 minutes. Chilling down, getting ready for ignition. And just to give you a timeline here, Das, in 6 minutes from now, SpaceX is expected to wrap up ship propellant load, so that will start the wrapping up of fueling on the ship, and then about 30 seconds later, the booster will also be completed. So they are progressing well, it seems.
Outstanding. We are continuing to watch it from over here. And everything working nominally now, as long as everybody can hear us. I've got my Xbox controller. It's plugged into my robotic mount. Let me make sure it's still working real quick. Oh, geez. Who did this? Oh, we're good. Hang on, is it moving? Yeah, we're still good. The robotic mount is still good to go. So we are going to continue to tick down. Are we under 10 minutes? 4, 3, 2, 1. Love it. T-minus 10 minutes. Flight 8, a Starship here, folks. Let's see what we get out here at Starbase, Texas. Oh, we could almost call it Starbase, Texas now, right? I think we can.
And of course, the main thing we will all watch is the T-minus 40-second hold point does, where once again we will see if they are able to progress through that today, or if that hold point will be used. Of course, that's always an optional. SpaceX always has just the option to use this. We have seen them on past flights that they also just sometimes roll through that and just opt to not take it. And we are flap testing. The flaps on the ship are moving right now, and we can see them wiggling around as they are testing the motors before flight. There we go. There, did you see the forward flaps on stream right now? Moving and then wiggling a bit.
That is fantastic. It's this one. That is the flap moving. It's not a camera mounted on the flap. It is a camera looking at the flap. And this is the brave little flap cam, I think, that we saw previous flights. The demise of the flaps coming through. Hey, Chris, look at that.
Who's that?
I know that guy. Who's that nerd? Who's that nerd? Anyways, 8.5 minutes. Look at the beautiful lighting. Is the lighting out here not absolutely beautiful? The sun has not quite gone down yet. The shiny bits on the rocket looking fantastic. I don't think we'll quite get the same sort of jellyfish effect because the sun is not down on the horizon all the way. I don't know. What do you think, EJ?
I think it might be a little bit too high in the sky.
Yeah.
You know?
It'd have to go into the window a little bit, and let's just send it to the beginning of the window.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think we should do this. How long have we been down here?
Don't ask my wife. She can tell you exactly how many days, minutes, hours, and seconds I've been away from home.
With me, man.
And sorry, I'm chiming in again. The SpaceX team is also confirming that the Starship flap checkout has been completed.
All right.
Outstanding. That is what we like to hear out here at Starbase, y'all. Running out of screens. EJ, if you see any late-breaking, real quick questions or anything like that, or super chats that come in, there's so many names. We're scrolling across the top of the super chat. I got a Secure, I got a Bell, a Shaker actually, a Beth in there. There's Helge KU something along this Bideford. I see Bideford up there in the list. I'm not even clicking on them to look. I'm just looking in YouTube. But thank y'all so much.
You guys are the best.
For the support. It really is fantastic to be able to be out here at Starbase, seeing a rocket, frosty, ready to fly out into the, what? Somebody give me a nice thesaurus word. Fly out into the what?
The wild blue yonder.
I was going to go with wild blue yonder.
I mean, wouldn't it be the wild dark yonder, though?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It looks a little blue to me, and I'm okay with that.
I'll take blue, but that's an Air Force thing.
At least it's not the wild gray yonder, right, where we can't see anything.
Wait, that could be the moon someday, though.
Ah, yes. All right. Yeah. Super tall landers and landing on the moon. Man, I don't know.
Ooh, Aether. We got an Aether from Twitch to a wild Aether. That's pretty good.
That's a popular word.
Yeah, there you go.
Well done. How are you doing in chat? People all over the world tuning in to watch us right now. Do this for us. It's T-minus 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Where are you watching us from? Adrian, go.
The ranges go.
The ranges go.
They are not tracking any issues for the 8 launch of Starship.
The actual answer, Adrian, is you're watching from Germany.
But yeah, sorry, I'm typing that in the chat right now. I'm also watching from Germany.
Look at all the folks watching from all over the world, tuning in. Lubbock, Texas, Scotland, New Hampshire, UK, France, Seguin, Texas. That's up north a little bit, yes.
You wasted the opportunity of saying, yeah, the ranges go, because everybody from everywhere in the globe is watching. Everybody's go for range operations, I guess, to watch the rocket.
Also, they're not watching from...
That's exciting. I'll take it.
All right.
Also, they're not watching from inside the exclusion zone, which is the important part here.
That is true. We got some Fayetteville, North Carolina, Bakersfield, California. Greece was in there. Saw Knoxville, Brighton, UK. Couldn't point at that on a map. I could get UK though. Pennsylvania, Nebraska, SK Canada, Iowa, Florida, Slovenia. Wow, there was one. Norway. Mel Hansen from Norway there.
Go for Michigan.
There you go. Hey,
Rock
10
City.
more seconds. How many can we get in 10 seconds? Switzerland, Australia, Mars.
Anybody from Spain? Come on.
You could just say Spain.
I saw some new people from New England in there.
Spain.
Shout out to people from New England. Yeah. All right.
And
AJ. Go. That's T-minus 5 minutes. What's up, Adrian?
90 seconds to ship propellant load complete and everything looking on track for that. So basically they're in the last 1%ish of ship fuel right now and making sure they top off that to flight pressure.
Okay.
All right. We got
Oh my
Gene
goodness.
now. Gene, do we have Gene on comms?
Hello, everybody.
There he is.
I'm not as 25 as I used to be, guys.
You're not as 25
And
as
then
you used
in
to
a
be.
comical turn of events, my key stopped working, so I went back down. Hi, guys. I just ran up and down flights of stairs.
It's just
But
the
it's worth it.
universe
It's
getting
worth
you
it.
back in shape, Gene. It's
That's
the
right.
universe getting you back in shape.
Somebody wanted me to get my steps in.
There you go.
Look at that beautiful rocket getting ready to go.
Hey, we are at 4
T-minus
minutes.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
So how many people will be tracking from the team actually? How many trackers do we have? Do we know that?
All of them.
I've got 2 cameras on a single tracker up here on the roof of the hotel, and it's that robotic tracker that we put together. I know we've got Jack out there. I know D is out there. D also brought a big robotic tracker we use at the Cape. Of course, Max is out there as well. And then we've got our Starbase ops who are robotically controlling cameras too. So did anybody count what I just said?
17.
A lot.
What?
Yeah, we're just making up a number, but we are.
Right.
I'm counting down an important milestone here because 3 seconds from now the ship should stop propellant loading, which would mean the tower vent is coming back. So
Nice.
watch for that tower vent, hopefully coming back. That is basically our signal that the propellant loading on the ship is done.
Outstanding.
Have you guys talked about the view from here and how much better it is than Monday?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
It's pretty good.
goodness.
It's
You
honestly
guys-
really good.
You guys were getting on Monday. We didn't even come.
There it is.
That was awful.
Oh, there's the
There
tower.
it is.
Yeah.
We can see
There
the,
we
can
go.
see the
Ship
vent from the
propeller load
hotel.
complete.
There we go.
Nice.
And the booster is joining now, which means the OLM vent should return. So if everything is on track, ship and booster should be completed.
Outstanding.
Where's everybody calling in from? Where are they looking at?
Oh, we just
watching
did that.
from? Yeah.
We just did
all
that.
over the
I was gonna say,
world.
we
That's what
just did that.
I was asking EJ, like, what did we see? Did we see the whole world?
Yeah. We saw people from everywhere, almost
That's
every
awesome.
continent, I think I saw.
People checking in from everywhere joining us today for this Starship launch. 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
2 minutes, guys. 2
Yeah.
minutes.
Want to have a quick rundown what happens in the next 2 minutes, Ladas, or do you have different plans?
Go for it, Adrian.
We will have the transition to internal power at 1 minute, of course, and then we have the SpaceX flight director hopefully verifying go for launch at T-minus 30 seconds. Of course, before that is the optional hold point at T-minus 40, which right now we expect them to not take.
Yep.
And then at 10 seconds, we have the flame deflector activation, where we will see the deluge system spooling up. At 3 seconds, they will start the Raptor ignition, and once they are looking healthy, they will bring the thrust-to-weight ratio of Starship, which is no longer being held down on the pad. It's freestanding. They will bring that thrust-to-weight ratio over 1, and with that, they're committing at T0 for go for launch. So, yeah. 90 seconds from now, we are looking at everything still being on track.
So far, it doesn't look like they're going to be holding or anything. Right now, doing TVC checks, you can see there, they just stopped.
Yeah.
But they were doing some wiggle tests there on the center engines of the booster. 25 seconds from that optional hold point. Obviously, we don't want that to be
Yep.
an actual hold point, right? We just want them to fly through that, get to the go for launch from the flight director, and hopefully,
Yep.
all of the deluge activation and everything that you just went through.
And as soon as we see the deluge, Alex and I will completely be silent and let you enjoy the launch and hopefully enjoy everything that is going on. We are waiting for confirmation if they are going through that hold point, and we are waiting for that. Once that is confirmed, we are just seconds away. I think we see the... Did we already see the DSS?
Looks like they're
No.
holding.
Oh, they're holding. Okay. So that is okay.
Looking at
Don't panic.
temperatures on the ship.
There we go. Don't panic yet. They have plenty time to hold. Sometimes they just troubleshoot a few minutes, and once they are confident, once everything looks good, they will progress. This is not. I think
saw
I heard
the vent on
down,
the side.
which means they're probably releasing the hold.
There's the DSS, I think.
It's hard
Detonation
to spot.
suppression system.
Yeah,
there we
watch
go.
for the deluge.
Okay, watch out. Yeah.
And at this point, we will be quiet. See you on the other side.
A little over 40 seconds into the flight. We are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited. Boosters pushing us downrange over the Gulf. Next milestone coming up in just under 10 seconds is going to be max Q, that max aerodynamic pressure.
Max Q.
All right, so we're through max Q. That's the heaviest stresses it's kind of seeing on the way up. Wow, that was pretty incredible.
I'm still recovering. That was amazing. Beautiful views of the vehicle on ascent, pitching downrange away from the launch tower.
And we are seeing 33 healthy Raptor engines, if I might say that. And the booster ascent looks to be good so far. And we are, I mean, Alex, so far so good, right? We are, everything looking good. We are about 30 seconds away from hot staging.
Yep, next up should be hot staging. That hot staging will be 30 engines shut down, and then ignition of the ship engines and separation of the booster. Watch out for the grid fins to turn.
Yeah, everything looking good here on the Raptor engines on the left. You watch for that very violent boost back flip. You will see that after that's expected. But it looks quite interesting. That's the preparation for hot staging. That's hot staging.
Yep. From our cameras.
I think there's the boost back. Look at that flip. Wonderful.
That's
that
the boost
flip
back turn start.
That was an interesting flip, but I think that looks good on the boost back. Yeah, that looks good, right?
Looks like 2 engines might be out on the boost on the boost back burn.
We will await confirmation what that means for the catch. Of course, SpaceX will say something that, again, the flight director needs to confirm a go for catch. That is the requirement. We also see 6 healthy engines on ship 34 right now, which is, of course,
still
their
looking
main
like
objective.
Their go for return, but obviously they are checking all of the parameters.
And remember, the last time we had an engine out as well, and that was not something that stopped them from going for a catch. So that doesn't mean anything yet. Still go for catch, apparently. And we are still looking at a booster returning, awaiting final confirmation from SpaceX for go for catch. That usually happens after the shutdown of the boost back berm is where they confirm. Also, look at the ship. Look at continuously if all engines are
You can
ongoing.
see, look right over where the center engines are. You can see the purple hue there.
Oh, yeah. And we are awaiting final catch go.
Still so good. So far, so good.
Everything good. Everything good. We like to see what everything looks to be okay right now. Of course, the final okay will be
There's a hot
done by the
staging
flight
ring
director.
separating. Look at that.
Oh, it's floating away. And we are now usually at the frame where they commit for a catch. We have not heard anything of the contrary yet. And the catch would be in 2 minutes from now. And let's see. The boost back burn might be a bit late because 2 engines were out, so maybe they have corrected a bit. So maybe the timeline is a bit off, but
some of the times might be off precisely because of that. Those 2 engines out, of course, will affect that timeline. But I have not heard any callouts that they are not going or anything. Still going for it.
Honestly, that booster is starting to aim now. So looking like they might go for it. I want to jinx it as a commentator here.
That's a funny looking hot staging ring.
But that booster looks to me like it's on track for the tower, Alex.
Yeah. Let's see that re-entry. Watch out for the engine glow, because that aft end gets very hot during the re-entry. Does not do any entry burn.
Look at that tracking. Amazing. Oh, there's the glow
there
coming.
There it comes.
There are go for booster catch. Still all going. Look at that glow, Alex. Fantastic views.
That's so cool.
Watch for the engines to ignite, and then they will shut down all but 3 for the final approach to the tower.
Let's see what happens. They had 2 engines out on the boost back burn, so let's see let them burn.
Give us that beautiful flamethrower. I'm sorry. There it is.
There are the engines.
Landing burn ignition.
Whoa.
And catch.
Okay.
Welcome.
Wow.
Welcome back, booster. We have a catch. 3
Another
times.
Catch.
Wow.
There we go.
And
very toasty. Look at that.
Look at that toasty booster, but also look in the bottom right. You know what's still running just fine?
The ship, it's still going.
The ship is still going.
Let's see, because it still has about another minute or so on its burn. It looked like maybe 1 engine on that landing burn did not work, but the rest were running.
The absolute craziness of SpaceX to have multiple engines back, not on the boost back burn, and also some unsureness, and they are still committing for this, Alex. Whoo! That was interesting. Wow. I am honestly impressed.
Oh.
That's a ship rotating, Alex. That's not nominal.
That doesn't look nominal, yeah.
That is definitely a ship out of control.
And this is why they don't put it into orbit.
So we're still getting video down from
rather
the ship.
interesting.
You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control.
It's
of the
tumbling.
vehicle.
it's look.
One thing that I did
honestly,
hear
at this
earlier, Adrian, if you allow me, they called out on the nets. Oh, sorry. They called out FTS is saved, which is weird. You can see also the.
For those of you that just recently joined us, we had a successful liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship, followed by a successful stage separation. We saw the booster, actually, you can see it just behind us here. The booster had a successful catch back at the tower. Unfortunately, it seems as though we lost the attitude control of the ship. We are standing by as we listen in with the teams on the nets to understand what information we're able to provide you. We will provide that as soon as we are able, but it's pretty incredible to take a moment and see the booster just behind us. Certainly a different view than last time.
And at this point, we've essentially lost contact with the ship. We're no longer receiving telemetry at this moment. So we were only about 20 seconds away or so from the end of that ship ascent burn. We saw several of the engines start to cut out. Once you lose enough of those center engines, you're going to lose attitude control. And so we did see the ship start to go into a spin. And at this point, we have lost contact with the ship. So we're going to listen in for a little bit. I think it's pretty obvious we're not going to continue the rest of the mission today, but just give us a couple more minutes. We'll bring you more information as it comes in.
Well, that was fun to watch from the roof. And it was not fun to walk down here and see what they just said. So,
yeah, I mean, Gene, let's quickly talk through what we have just seen. I mean, what it looks like is the 4 engines went out early.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost looked like we had 4 engines out a bit early, and that started a tumble because, of course, that will give you asymmetric thrust.
Yep.
And once you're in the asymmetric thrust, you're basically starting to tumble, and they lost altitude control.
Similar to what happened on Flight 7 on the way. We don't know the reasons why, obviously, but yeah, the inner 3 engines can gimbal. The vacuum optimized Raptors. Look at that beautiful ship hanging off the chopsticks booster. They are fixed, right? So the vacuum optimized. So if they have to do massive attitude control maneuvers, they do them with the sea level engines. And as soon as 1 engine out, they can still control it, but 2 engines out, 1 sea level just can't handle it, and it will go into, as you say, asymmetric thrust, which will start the vehicle tumbling. I just caught a bit of that as I came back into the studio.
Yeah, it's of course we are standing by for SpaceX to say more and give us a good overview of what happened.
Yeah.
Now,
was
Adrian,
I correct?
I think.
Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry. I was going to say, there's at least some things that we are sure about, right? That we can talk about here. That booster looks a little bit off from what we saw on previous landings. You may notice that it's actually sort of to the side of the tower. That is not how it landed on previous occasions, which means the chopsticks may have done their work on try to align themselves with where the booster was coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is. I think we saw. Maybe I'm imagining things, but I think we saw the chopsticks almost pivoting over at the catch. We will have to wait for replays, and we will have to wait and see for that. But I think we saw a rapid movement of the chopsticks right before the catch to get the booster. But I mean, good. Let's talk about the successful part here first.
Yep.
They caught another booster. That's the good part here.
All right, so coming back with you real quick. So can confirm we did lose contact with the ship. Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now. We've got a lot of measures in place, like debris response areas where we coordinate very closely with air traffic control. We have a lot of measures put before we ever launch a rocket to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. Those worked last time, and they're actively in work right now. So just to recap real quick, everything we saw, we lifted off right at the top of our window, essentially at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Booster was able to get us all the way up into space, made its way back here. It's sitting on the tower right behind us, our third ever catch. Starship ignited all 6 of its Raptor engines. It was just about 20 or 30 seconds away. We'll get exact times from the end of its ascent burn when we started to see some engines go out on ship. Eventually lost attitude control and then lost contact with the ship shortly after. So obviously a lot to go through, a lot to dig through. We're going to go right at it. The primary reason we do these flight tests is to learn. We have some more to learn about this vehicle, but we're going to be right back here in the not too distant future, and we're going to get a ship to space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We fly to learn, and we're learning a lot. And as is the case with developmental programs such as the Starship program, progress isn't always linear. So at this point, we're going to close out our webcast for the day. But before we do, we'd like to give a shout out to our viewers, of course, as well as our partners, both here in Cameron County and around the world. Now, once we know more about the mission today, we'll provide you with updates on SpaceX.com as well as at SpaceX on X.
And as you can see, the booster hanging from the chopsticks there. From the top of the Margaritaville Hotel, of course, we didn't see as close up as you guys did with our remote cameras. We were able to see up to stage separation, most engine cut off, and then we watched the booster come back. We obviously did have a comms issue, and Adrian and Alex took over, but you could see the booster hanging from the chopsticks. That I would call that a successful return to launch site catch by another booster, which, of course, this is all about collecting data. So as they safe this booster and as they eventually lower it back down, they're going to get more data from this booster. Am I correct, Adrian and Alex? Was I correct? Did I hear that we had an engine out on boost back again?
2. They had
2 engines.
2 engines out on boost back, and they also apparently, Alex, there was an engine out on landing burn, correct?
Yeah, I'm looking through all the cameras as well. You know, and trying to look at everything. Remember, the liftoff happened roughly 35 seconds into the window. We had a very short hold there at T-minus 40 seconds. They lifted it very quickly, and then they went into launch essentially at 5:30 and 35 p.m. Central. 8 minutes after that, we had that booster landing. It seems like after the catch, so I should probably explain a little bit more what we saw and what happened here. We're probably going to go through all of the replays, of course, because we're pulling all of those from our feeds. But it appears that at least at the beginning, it was a little bit to the left. And then once it was caught, the chopsticks moved even further to the left. We'll see on the replays that the exhaust of the engines don't even hit the tower, don't even hit the quick disconnect from the OLM. So it was quite a really less of an energetic event for those 2 pieces of hardware. I don't know if that was on purpose for SpaceX, but definitely that move to the left after the catch was quite interesting. Definitely leaves us to see better that booster.
Can I ask a question? With past catches, do you think this was an intentional change to the catch trajectory to try to save the base of the tower and the booster quick disconnect? Do we have any information on that? Was this intentional, or do you guys think this was not intentional?
I think it's what we right now saw. Everything was like in design limits, but certainly they had some limitations based on engines out. I think also they like everything. I mean, they still caught, like, honestly, like they still got a booster back, right? And that was everything good there. But but it looked to me like it was the most rough of all landings. Preliminarily, like, analyzing it further.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at all the replays. Right now, they're pulling replays from our remote cameras. Our photographers are pulling their replays and sending them to control room as we continue to talk about this. And with the 2 engines out, here's one of the replays. That is a plume.
Yeah.
There we go.
Look at that.
Yep.
I can.
Mega Mach diamonds.
We'll get there, but there is. I'm pretty sure this ship rut was very different from the last one.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's about data. We'll see what they say when they say it.
Yeah,
it showed pretty good level of confidence that they went for the ship catch with 2 engines out on boost back. Last time it was a single engine out, but that engine relit. It was one of the inner 13 engines that lit on the landing burn. You guys are saying that one of the 13s were out. It obviously wasn't the inner 3, right? It wasn't one of those. It was one of the inner ring of 10 engines, I assume. I wasn't looking as closely as you guys were.
It cannot be one of the 3 centers. They cannot, like, the one thing they have confirmed is if one of the 3 centers is out, it's like that's really bad. Like that's
game over,
a no landing. Yeah, that's a no game over, no landing situation. But it seems to be an outer one. But yeah, it's. I mean, the booster ran relatively fine. The big news here is the ship. This is the second V2 ship in a row they lost, and I know we are working on getting some replays, but I can, like, there's interesting stuff in there.
As information comes in, we'll try to get it out to you as we can. What you see now is the booster venting. They're safing the booster. This is normal procedure, as we've seen. From the last 2 boosters they've caught. The first one was on fire. This one seems to not be on fire, right, Adrian? EJ, from the roof, before we lost comms, we were going crazy.
It was great.
To see a booster go up, turn around, fly back. You see the RCS, puffs coming back. We saw the hot stage ring. We heard the hot stage ring.
Yeah, we heard the booms from the hot staging ring.
Yeah, look at the fantastic replays. All 33 engines up to stage separation. Hot staging looked good. And coming back, I mean, from our point of view, we're 6.5 miles away, looking with our calibrated Mark 1 eyeballs, as you like to say. It looked fine from us. We didn't have the camera angles that Adrian and Alex did. But I mean, that looks like a normal, healthy launch to me. So potentially something, obviously after stage separation. Stage sep looked good to you guys, right, Adrian?
Yeah, everything up until stage separation looked good, and I'm sorry for being cut out on and off here because you can pretty much probably tell that Alex and I, and also Ryan Webber in the background, are looking at everything we can see right now to find out what we just saw, and I can already I can already say one thing. I think we just saw an engine explosion in some sort of way on the ship. Because you can see what looks to be an engine rapidly, like, the engines go out all at once. It's not like the last time, like it's a slow creeping fire. You can see literally like a burst of gas, and then 4 engines go out.
And one thing, of course, just like on Flight 7, these pieces re-entered over the Atlantic Ocean, and multiple people saw that, and there's posts on social media. We cannot show that right now because there's no permissions for that. But we are aware of that, just making sure that we are clear with that.
And as we get information, we'll bring it to you. Obviously, that's what we do. We're rocket nerds, and these kinds of things happen. Again, this is Flight 8. We're not even in double digits yet. We're going to, later on, are they moving back to center, or are we?
The chopsticks are moving to the left
slowly. Yeah, you can see slowly moving back to center on the tower. So that catch position was off to. If you're looking at it, it's going to be to the right on the screen, but it's the left side of the tower. I wonder if they did that as an avoidance maneuver for the OLM, the booster quick disconnect, etc. Is that something going forward, or was this? Oh no, it's off track. Excuse me. And the tower, again, we don't know. Did the tower move itself over to catch where the ship was going to be outside of a planned catch? We're going to keep watching this. This is research and development. These are test flights. And, every scrap of data they can get from these things make the next flight better. I said that on Flight 7. And here we are again on Flight 8. Go ahead, Alex.
No, I was agreeing with you. It's obviously up in the air to see what happened on this flight. This is one of the things that they'll need to look at and make sure that everything is good for Flight 9. We can see there up in the air as well that booster is being set down. You can see the chopsticks not only moved it a bit more centered, but it's also coming back down over the launch mount as it goes down. You can see it there on the other view. You could see as it was moving down, it was also moving to the side.
And again, we don't know why it landed in that configuration. We will try to get that information, potentially a pad avoidance maneuver on landing. We know that the previous boosters come in, they scorch the OLM pretty good. They scorch the bottom of the tower. And maybe they decided to catch it just off center. And who knows? I mean, at this point, we're kind of guessing. We've got our people listening in the background, trying to glean every piece of information that they can. And when they get it, we'll see what happens. We are pulling the replays of the launch, which looked really, really good from our perspective up until hot staging. So we're going to go to Ryan Caton, who's got some information about air traffic. Ryan, let's bring you in and get some updates.
Yeah, so as we saw on the previous flight, there was something, I believe it's called like a danger hazard area or something along those lines, which was activated. Now, these are areas which are not initially enforced, however, they are activated at a later date after, say, a mishap or a rapid unscheduled disassembly, as has obviously happened with the Block 2 Starship yet again. And we can see here, down here, there is a clear corridor of aircraft. This entire corridor is clear. That would have been intentional beforehand because this corridor is the direction which Starship was meant to fly. Now, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, we're seeing reports on social media, videos coming from the Florida area around here of Starship or something that looks very much like to be Starship blowing up in the sky. Obviously, we don't have permission to share those with you yet on here. However, something of note is that we already have aircraft turning around, such as that one there, which, as you can see, flew down towards our good old friends, the Turks and Caicos, and has done a big left turn there, and is currently either holding or diverting. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other aircraft doing the same. Also, there is the possibility that there are more aircraft over in this direction. However, we just can't get their transponder data because of the way we get the transponder data. It has to be done through ground stations. So if they're too far away from a ground station, say in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, we just can't get that tracking data. So there could be more aircraft out there. We just can't see that. But for now, that is at least one aircraft that appears to be turning around because of the rapid unscheduled disassembly of Starship 34.
Thank you, Ryan. Keep an eye on that. As we know, everybody in the space community thought some of the debris from Flight 7 would land outside. There were some reports, confirmed, unconfirmed. We'll see what happens on Flight 8. We don't know what's happened. We're going to get information as soon as we do. So the question I have, and I guess we're going to get kind of speculative here, EJ, I'll talk to you. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too little. But after the events of Flight 7 and, of course, the events today, they appear to have gone in similar directions. Are we going to see a longer delay before Flight 9? Are we going to see, what is your speculation here? Because are they going to take a step back and they're going to reevaluate how they're doing things at SpaceX? I don't know. This is a rapid iterative program. We want to see them continuing to go forward. We want to see them get us multiplanetary. But with two events like two apparently, guys, remember, making air fingers quotes here, apparently similar events at similar times in the flight, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't think they're going to change much, to be honest with you. Yeah. I definitely can tell you that Flight 9 is probably not going to be a ship catch. It's definitely not going to be a ship catch after this, right? They need to get that entry data, and that entry data is key. But here's the thing, man. Like, okay, keep in mind, guys, this is a superfluous kind of analysis here. I've just seen what you see. So, we're not trying to jump the gun here, okay? This failure clearly doesn't look like Flight 7. It looks a little bit different. Like the sequence of the engine shutting down seemed to be a little bit different. So, we could chalk this one up to, it's the same exact problems. It's the harmonic resonance problem again that they encountered. Like, I don't know. Keep in mind, they destacked this booster yesterday because they tried to put it on top of that Super Heavy and clearly some parts fell off. So you got to take that into account. There's a lot to trace here for this fault tree analysis, right? There is a lot. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things to take into account. There's a lot of things to consider, all right? Yeah. I don't think that it's going to slow them down. What I can tell you is that they're definitely not catching on the next flight. Yeah, definitely not.
They're going to look at the data. They're going to make some changes. As we talked about, this is the second iteration of the ship itself. And I believe we have a slow-mo of the launch from our own DYs in the field. It's going to be in the lower right-hand corner. You're going to see the water deluge system go, and then we have ignition underneath the Super Heavy booster. And as Alex and Adrian were saying earlier, the vehicle itself is not held in place. There you can see the ignition, and it's a staged ignition of the 33 Raptor engines. And as soon as it reaches a 1 to 1.1 or just past 1.1 thrust to weight ratio, you can see the ship start to lift off. It's literally just sitting on the OLM. And those 33 Raptor engines put out millions of pounds of thrust when they go up, and they scorch everything underneath. So as it comes up and starts to clear the pad, Alex, or Adrian, I'm going to throw it to you to tell us what happens after Starship clears the launch tower. Adrian, go ahead.
Honestly, what we see here right now is everything looking good. Like this part of the flight is going well. Like everything here, 33 Raptor is the part where we will not spot like something that is too crazy, because we see 33 Raptor engines still, and up until the stage separation, everything went well there.
So as it gets up to stage separation, we're going to see the hot staging, but one of those engines, you can see the 33 Raptor engines. These are Raptor 2s on the first block of the booster, block 1 booster. And you can see they're all healthy engines and they're burning. So it creates what we call a mega Mach diamond. And then what happens is the booster, the ship and the booster will get to what's called most engines cut off, or MECO. Usually it's main engine cutoffs, but in this case, they keep boosting the inner 3 engines. There are 13 engines. There's an outer ring of 20, and then there's an inner ring of 10, and then the 3 in the middle. All 13 of the engines inside the ring, they can gimbal, right, Adrian? They hold the attitude control, and they can move that ship where it needs to stay on its flight path. And then as it gets up into the atmosphere, you'll start to see that engine plume expand into the lower pressures, the higher parts of the atmosphere, lower atmospheric pressure. You'll see that plume start to expand. And when it gets to most engine cutoff, all of the engines will shut down in a sequence to keep it in symmetric thrust, just leaving the inner 3 engines burning. And they throttle these, right, Adrian? They throttle these engines up and down.
Yeah, they slow them down before the stage separation. And we are that's usually to reduce a bit of the stress at around MECO, and that's MECO max Q. I'm sorry. And that's what they're doing.
So this is the still tracking shot, the slow-mo. It looks great. In this shot, you actually see it looks like one gigantic rocket engine, but it's not. It's 33. And then, when we get up there, they'll start to chill the engines on the ship, and then you'll actually see the plumage. You'll see it come out the side of that hot stage ring. And we talked about what happened when they tried to restack the booster yesterday. They broke a piece off of the hot staging ring. We don't know if that was part of it. We don't know anything. We're trying to get the information. Great tracking job by our photographers in the field, by the way. Max, D, I think, is this still D? So there's the shutdown, the sequential shutdown I talked about to keep it in line. Only the 3 inner engines will remain, as Elon says, keep thrusting, right? And then what you'll see is on the outside of the ship itself, the engines from the ship ignite and come out the sides of that hot stage ring, which we should see right there. Now, as soon as they ignite, that hot stage ring lets loose and away the ship goes, and you'll see that booster turn around, and you see it there, and it starts its return to launch site, or what we call the boost back burn, and it ignites more of those engines. And Adrian, do we know which engines? Do we have a graphic or anything? Do we know which engines are out, or is just we know two of them are out?
I would need to go to the SpaceX replay for that. To go to that exactly. That is the source of truth for that. I have to defer to because I didn't exactly track in the moment which one went out.
Here's a looks like a video from SpaceX. Is this our launch? So if we watch the engines in the lower right-hand corner.
The important bit is also
Oh yeah, something went wrong there. Something went real wrong there.
Immediately loses attitude control.
I mean, Gene, that's an extremely energetic event. It knocked out 4 engines in one shot.
Yeah, hang on. Go ahead, guys.
Are we able to revert this to about 750? Is that possible? Because if we can do that,
I saw
look
low, Adrian. You seen that?
Yeah, there's a moment.
Oh yeah.
Stop right there.
Yeah.
Do you see the Raptor? Do you see the Raptor engine on the left? There's a burn through.
Yeah, they're getting nozzle burn through.
Yep.
So, guys, if you look,
I would like to point out.
Okay, go ahead, Alex, go.
Even forget about that engine. Like that camera, to me at least, it looks engulfed in flames. Like
it does.
You see that orange glow.
Yeah.
Like there's some orange hue around the camera, and you can see it as you play it. Maybe we can play it normal speed or anything like that, but that's more or less what you can see. Like forget about even that engine. There's some orange hue there on that camera feed.
I mean, if you're getting fire inside of the engine bay, it's going to heat the outside of those nozzles.
Yep.
When I first saw that on the stream, I thought it was, sometimes there's a little bit of recirculation, right? As the exhaust, there's low pressure, it's in a vacuum. Sometimes you get some recirculation into the engine bay. And I thought it was that. But then engines started to go out. So that's, my first instinct was to think about Flight 7, right? I don't want to speculate on that, of course, but it's this sort of thing of it kind of is reminiscent of that.
I think realistically, I'm what we see. I think the main explosion here, because I think we are all aligned. What we see there is some sort of main explosion at the end that knocks out all these Raptors, right? Like that looks fairly violent. I, however, think that there's another cause that is building up the seconds before that, which is, and I don't want to say the word leak again, but I honestly think we have to address this here. This looks like there's another flame leak inside of the ship engine section that is starting to eat the Raptors, that is starting to hit damage the nozzles, that is starting to hit the cameras. I think we have another fire in the engine section here.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know what Adrian's talking about, on Flight 7, the reported reason that they lost that vehicle was a fire in what they call the attic. The attic is just below the ship's lower propellant tank, but above the thrust heads of the engines. And they said that there was a leak in there based on the vibration from the previous flight that caused a pressure event, and they couldn't vent that area fast enough. So on this ship, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I wanted to point out one thing at least, that the silver lining I get from this footage, I guess, is that we saw what it looks like when the ship loses control, which kind of gives you an idea of maybe what happened on Flight 7, right? Like, if you were to imagine what was the perspective of the ship as it was losing control on Flight 7, well, there you have it. And also, shout out to Starlink, because it kept going the feed, even with all of the flips and whatnot, or whatever feed they were using for the views. Like, I guess that's a silver lining. It looks a bit like Interstellar, I gotta say, but yeah.
Yep. And fire in space, not coming out of a rocket engine is bad, and this is an example of it. But yeah, you can see it there, losing attitude control. And on Flight 7, when it lost attitude control, we didn't really get this kind of view. and the flight termination system autonomously terminated the flight. I don't know how else to say it. More than likely, the same thing happened here. And again, that's unofficial. We don't know, but we will wait and bring you more. But as soon as you lose those inner 3 engines, and at least 2 of them, you can't keep attitude control, and you lose control of the ship. And as you were saying, what you don't want is a building-size spacecraft flying around uncontrolled. You want to be able to bring that back in, and of course. This was on a free return trajectory anyway. It was not orbital, so it is definitely coming back. Alex, what are we seeing on the screen here?
This is an ATC adversary for the Miami airspace, I guess, and you can say there space launch incident. I cannot read the other things. My feed is a bit more pixelated, but you can see some of the things, talking about the older stuff, ground stops and things like that, and obviously, they have an addendum sort of at the end, comments, space launch incident.
Yep.
I'm actually gonna look at the full report. I'm gonna put it on screen. And yeah,
that is, I think, from Florida, or is that from?
Yep.
Okay.
Brian Jackson on X.
Yep. So Brian Jackson got this video, sent it to us here at NSF. Thank you for that, Brian. This is obviously, you can see the swirl.
That is the ship tumbling.
That's the ship tumbling.
And I'm not sure if you all got that on the roof, but what Alex caught before the ship was tumbling is the fact that they deactivated the FTS apparently before.
Yeah.
Before the run. So they already shut down the FTS, so this was not FTS probably.
Oh, wow.
They had that call out. I don't know how much safe is saved, right? But they had that call out on the nets talking about FTS is saved, and that's what I pointed out. But yeah.
Yeah. This video is coming in from Boynton Beach, Florida. Thank you for that. It's near West Palm Beach. Thank you for that video, sending it to us, Brian. We appreciate that. Adrian, I think we're coming to you to show off some fancy shirts that we have.
Yeah, apparently. So there's one thing I want to celebrate here, because there's the booster catch, and we made something that I think is inspired a bit by a person that is also on here right now, and made a call about the flame change. EJ, what do you think about this shirt? Have you hugged the booster today?
There it is. Have you hugged your booster today? All right.
Yeah, it's good.
So, I mean, again, it's a test program, and the booster is... They still caught a booster!
They did catch the booster.
They did. The thing is, we're going to get information. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about Flight 8 ad nauseum probably on this, on Flame Trench tomorrow.
Yeah, baby.
And then, of course, in the coming weeks, and how it's going to affect everything. But again, we're rocket nerds. We launched a rocket today. They caught a booster. This celebrates that. Have you hugged a booster today? I think that's fun. So, you see the roadblock there in the camera shot in the now it's in the right side. Are the EJ? They're lining up. They safed that booster fast, or are they just blocking traffic? What do you think?
They're going to try to get out to that thing as soon as possible. You want to get it safe, get all the propellants evac out of it. They're basically just lining up. I still think the roadblock is still in place. Alex, do you think it's still in place? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, maybe Adrian.
Alex. It's 100%. They're still waiting for the final, the final propellant boil off before they open that road. Because of course they're still. I mean, it's just a bit propellant, but it's still probably a few tons of methane.
Yeah. You know what we don't see? Look at that shot at the top, though. I love the sunset shot.
That's sick.
With the tower and the booster. One of the things we didn't see on this catch is the propellant after all this propellant coming out. And one of the things we did see was some, ATC warnings and things like that coming out after Flight 7. So let's go back to Ryan and see if he's got an update on anything in that flight corridor. Ryan Caton, we're going to go to you for a flight update.
Well, as you can see, that aircraft which I was mentioning here, over here, it is indeed diverting, and it seems like we've got some more aircraft joining it as well. We've got an American over here departing from Miami, barely made it into the Bahamas. Let's turn around and go home. We also have a Southwest over here. We've got a Delta as well, which made it quite a long way into the Atlantic here, just north of the Dominican Republic, but it's also turning around and maybe diverting to the Bahamas or Florida as well. So there are more aircraft turning around. This area certainly seems like the area where air traffic control currently do not want aircraft flying, just in case there is any remaining debris coming down from Ship 34. Because yes, Ship 34 as an entire ship, that's a huge vehicle, but it's going to, as we've seen from videos online, it's split apart into many tiny small pieces, right? And this is stainless steel. This stuff can just flutter in the air for a long time. If you, just trust me, you do not want to be ingesting a stainless steel panel into your jet engine, which is why this entire area is being cleared out following that RUD that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, and let's be honest, half of the ship is designed to re-enter. Right, EJ? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, those they put the thermal protection tiles on there so this vehicle can re-enter the atmosphere, and that's what makes this so different. That even though it has an issue, parts of that vehicle are specifically designed to make it through peak heating, and those are the things that are probably going to be washing up on the beach of our friends down in Turks and Caicos. Hi, everybody. Right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to re-enter like that, Gene.
Yeah, it's designed to re-enter, but not like that.
No,
I
I'm pretty sure that's not what you want.
Yeah.
I actually, go ahead.
No, say what you're going to say. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at more from the ship, and I compared to timestamps, and I'm just queuing them in a we will get to that. And we'll get. I think I found something very interesting about on the SpaceX stream again.
So get that ready, and then we'll come back to you on that. But on the center right of your screen, you see that big booster transport stand. That's pretty standard for SpaceX to move that to that roadblock after a catch. They're staging the booster and the booster transport stand, but it also acts as a roadblock. I don't know if you knew this or not, but it's really big, and it does really good job of blocking the entire road. Alex?
It looks like we have a SpaceX statement on the flight today. During Starship's ascent burn, the vehicle experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly and contact was lost. Our team immediately began coordination with safety officials to implement pre-planned contingency responses. We will review the data from today's flight test to better understand root cause. As always, success comes from what we learn, and today's flight will offer additional lessons to improve Starship's reliability. That's the official, there you can see that statement from SpaceX on X about today's flight.
And as I said, as we get information, we will bring it to you as fast as possible. Alex, thanks for keeping an eye on that. So, EJ, we've learned.
Yep.
It was not a FTS. It was not a flight termination system. It was, they called it themselves, a rapid unscheduled disassembly. That is, in rocket terms, is the words we use for an explosion.
Yeah, that's the nice way of saying it popped.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, Gene, I want to focus on a little bit of retrospect here. Like, if you guys, I mean, a lot of people here, you guys have been watching since, Starhopper. If you guys remember SN11, that was a low point. That was a low point in the program. They launched this Starship, it popped, and, all we saw pieces raining down. And it's like, oh, man, they're never going to get this done after SN8 got close and SN9 got close. We all kind of felt a little bit of despair there, right? And then SN15 happened, right? You guys got to remember, it's darkest before the dawn here. These two failures it kind of stinks, but SpaceX will figure it out. Onward and upward is what I say. I mean, these leaks, I'm not trying to put all my eggs in the Raptor 3 basket, but these leaks seem to be associated with Raptor 2 design, and they appear to be mitigated with Raptor 3. Who knows? Might see it coming. It's just, these failures happen. That's what happens when you rapidly iterate. I know everybody's feeling down in the dumps, and that's, it's always darkest before the dawn, right? I think the next one they'll figure it out. Or when we finally see Raptor 3 fly, maybe soon, You know, they'll have this figured out. I think that problem is just trying to be mitigated right now by them.
Yeah.
You know? So these types of problems, yeah, they're going to happen. SpaceX already has it figured out, but it's going to take a whole long time to retool your entire industrial production chain to mitigate this big problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
It looks like they're lowering the booster, which was pretty rapid after that catch. You can still see frost on the outside, right, guys? They'll get it down. I wonder if they're going to try to position it like they did last time and use the booster quick disconnect or just let it boil off. Kevin, let's go to Adrian for an update.
Yeah, I looked at two separate segments here. So this is the ship still in flight in a normal time. Let's roll it if you're okay with that. And I will tell you when to stop here. So we will wait for the engine shot to appear, and I want to give you a bit of like what I looked at and why I think it's a leak. So stop here, and please, if you can, remove the ticker because I need to bottom if that's possible, Kevin. And what is interesting here is look at this area. I'm teleshooting here, and you will see the interesting thing that you will have to remember here. You don't see anything, right? There's no gas coming from this. There's nothing. Look at the general how it looks. There's no fire. This is this spot that you see at the bottom here. This is what you need to remember. Now, how do I remove actually the erase all? Now, please go to the moment where we see the engine doing the erupt. Like I think it's 750, if we can do that. Because I think it's it's another leak. So we're going through booster catch, cool. Everything looking good, and stop. You see that?
Wow.
There's a leak. There's gas coming outside of the engine section, not out of the engine. This is this one, the engine burning. That's just part of it. There's all kinds of oxygen coming from the bottom here, or like liquid methane. They're leaking gas into the engine bay. That is what is killing this, because nozzles are not built to get fire from the outside, right? That's not how all of this is built. So basically you will just get a burn through of everything because there's a fire again present in the engine section.
So if you go forward just a little bit, right to where the lower right-hand corner, right where the engine's cut out, is it the vacuum engine that goes first, or is it that engine that you have highlighted? You'll see it in the lower right-hand corner. I thought it was the vacuum engine that went first, potentially taking out the two inner sea level engines, but it could be the other way around. Go ahead, Alex.
You can see it there it goes, and it's one vacuum, and at the same time the sea level opposite to it, and then right next to that the other sea level, and then the third sea level goes out. If we continue here,
that's a weird configuration. If it was an explosion, you'd think one engine would take out the ones nearest it.
And then 4. That's
then it's
that's the order.
And then it starts to spin because you've got two vacuum optimized Raptors just pushing that back into that ship all the way around. That's interesting. Good. Look at that. Yeah, all kinds of things are going wrong here. That was a great catch, Adrian.
Yeah, that's the so I'm what I'm trying to get here is it's just basically at the moment where we see that fire in there, the damage is already done. The explosion is just like a symptom of the whole thing. But like the moment we see, you look at that fire over there, like Alex spotted earlier, that's already that story done.
Yeah. Now the interesting thing is this camera caught what happened. I wonder if SpaceX will release the video of this camera right here, because they go to an external shot and then we see things going on with the engines. But if they release that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, sorry, we are analyzing as we go here, so sometimes it takes a moment. But yeah, of course, this is just basically the end of it. But the failure happens a bit earlier.
Hey, Adrian, Alex, guys, and Gene, feel free to chime in too. I got a question, and I'm watching the footage with you guys, and I'm just thinking about this. We have this Block 2 ship, we all know that the plumbing is redone on this ship. They have the vacuum jacketed lines. The plumbing is redone, and it's very clear that stuff is leaking, right? Do you guys think it would be a fair assessment to say that the Block 2 ship is really built around Raptor 3s that we haven't gotten yet, and that's why we might be having problems here, or SpaceX might be having problems here? You think they built it for 3? Because it makes no sense doing a big redesign to the ship when you're going to change the propulsion in less than a year, right? Do you guys think that they might be having some issues and they're just trying to mitigate issues because this Block 2 ship is designed for Raptor 3? Alex, what do you think?
I mean, you could say then that Block 1 was built for Raptor 1 because Booster 4 had Raptor 1.5 engines, right? And then Booster 7, which was the first one that actually flew, was fitted with Raptor 2 engines that was on Flight 1. And yeah, I mean, given Flight 1, you could say, well, it's not fitted for Raptor 2 because it was built for Raptor 1, and because that was Booster 4. But it's clear that there's something else going on, right? We don't know what happened on this flight. The last flight had those harmonic oscillations that essentially bad vibes on the ship that broke some of the propulsion systems. It's very. I mean, it's very, very straightforward and very understandable, right? So that's why I use that. But it's one of those things that what else might be happening, right? That they may not have caught on some of the ground testing. I even brought this up when that test happened, that we all went like, ooh, 60-second engine burn and blah, blah, ooh, that's great. And I'm like, yeah, but the ship burns for 6 minutes. Did this test catch all of the intricacies of that 6-minute long burn? And so that's up in the air right now as a question.
Yeah, guys. I mean, sorry, Gene. I didn't mean to interrupt. It was just something I was thinking of off the top of my head, Alex. I was kind of curious as to what you and Chad would say. Chad is saying it's a big stretch. It's just something I was putting out there, just something to consider for sure.
We could dig deeper into that after we check in with Ryan, who's checking the air traffic. Ryan, bring us up to date.
We have more information. So as you can see, I'm now standing in the middle of the map because I've got things on both sides of me now. Let's wrong side. Wait, which side? This side. Let's look at this side first. Again, I'm not at home. Everything's reversed here. So we can see these aircraft which were holding over the Atlantic here, over the Bahamas, over north of the Turks and Caicos. They're now turning around. They're heading back to Florida up here. However, we have some more aircraft over in Cuban airspace. As you can see here, we have a JetBlue, we have an Azul, we have a Delta, an American as well. You can see here they were doing some holding patterns to the west. That's the west and north of Cuba here. However, these aircraft now appear to have been given clearance to cross the area between the sea between Cuba and the Florida Keys. So this is Azul, and we've got some Americans over here. They appear to have been given clearance to cross this area again. I have been informed that the response area, the debris response area, when that was enacted, that had a duration of 99 minutes. And it will expire at 1:10 Zulu. That's universal time, which is in about 40-ish, 50 minutes if my head maths is correct. So this debris zone appears to be at least loosening up south of Florida and will be in effect a little bit longer over in this general area. But we've also got some aircraft here who maybe it's loosening up entirely. I'm not sure. But we have some aircraft now entering the area where Ship 34 flew just a little while ago.
Yeah, Ryan, I've got a follow-up question. We have an overlay of that area from Flight 7 to Flight 8. I know it's on your computer. If you could change that on the green screen behind you maybe and show us that.
I'll just be careful with that one because that was for the NOTMAR. So that was the
notice okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was for
not
the
notice to air missions, which is for aircraft. So it was useful for showing how the hazard zones had grown in terms of the new knowledge, the new data SpaceX had gained from the mishap that occurred on Flight 7 and how the debris spread differently. However, that cannot be applied to the aircraft map here because it's for boats. It's not for planes.
Thank you for that. I was trying to see if they had widened that area based on what happened with Flight 7, and it looks like they did change that for the NOTAM or the NOTMAR, as you say. But we'll try to get more information on that. Ryan, thank you for that update. Appreciate you and your green screen and your maps and your insight into there. Great shot of the sun setting behind the booster. We have another video coming into us. And this is from, see if I can name. Yeah, thank you so much. This is C-Click Flash is going to another video coming up in the lower right-hand corner of the debris coming back into the atmosphere. Oh no, this one is from.
This is the other one from before.
All right, there's Sean Penn. Teresa Penn. I can't. It's hard to see. Yeah, that's good. And as you can see, that yeah, that's pretty low on the horizon. I wonder where that's coming down. Yeah. So thank you for giving us permission, sending that in to NSF for the video. Just rocket enthusiasts in the field with their cameras catching this stuff. Do I need to take another cruise to Turks and Caicos, see if I can find another piece of?
I think you should.
I was down there. I didn't find any of Ship 33. Maybe I should talk to Doss and be like, Doss, send me on another cruise, and I'll see if I can get a piece of Ship 34
on a company dime.
Yeah, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table.
Yeah,
right?
no.
I'm getting the look. Everything's not on the table.
Yeah, I might have to go with him if this gets approved.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of video. We're getting more video in from more folks in the field. Thank you guys for sending it in. Here comes another one. Oh yeah, you can see the tumbling. And apparently, according to Alex, you said they did not initiate the flight termination system. So this is big ship moving fast in thick atmosphere, right, Adrian?
Yeah, it's a bit of an iffy situation to always call out, because there could always be we could be not sorry, let me rephrase that. There could be situations where they are able to rearm it or re-trigger it or something like that, or there could be a situation where the call out was early and they didn't actually it's hard to completely analyze it. This ship, however, has a lot of speed at that point, and if it hits the atmosphere at the wrong angle, it might just break up as well. Also, it has just experienced an explosion, which also doesn't help structural integrity, so at some point it will start to break up anyway.
Here's another one. This is from C-Click Flash, giving us permission. Thank you so much. Wow. That is incredible.
Yeah, see, Gene, you can tell that what you see on the screen is not what you want.
That's not optimal.
Because there are multiple pieces there. Yeah, you can tell that is gone very much wrong.
That also looks later in the night, and so it's got to be farther out in the islands.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And folks, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see they have lowered the booster. They have not put it on the OLM. The top center image is the booster transport stand at the first roadblock area. When the booster is safe, more than likely, I don't know, guys, do you think they're going to set it down on the OLM, or are they just letting it boil off, like you said? I don't think, is the hood up on the booster quick disconnect? I can't really see at this angle. I don't think so.
No, that looks like it's down.
It looks like it's down. So they're probably just going to let it boil off, vent it out, and then set it right on the transport stand. Again, we don't know. We're just watching along with you guys to see what's going on. But that video from C-Click Flash at the bottom there is pretty incredible, of the pieces of Ship 34 re-entering the atmosphere. As we're collecting video, as we're getting more information, we are going to bring it to you. I want to get earlier on, we talked about the changes to ship Block 2. Alex brought up a really good point. And one of the major changes they've made from Block 1 to Block 2 is the transfer tubes. They went from one large transfer tube that fed all of the 6 engines on the ship to 4. And the reason they did that is they have 3 smaller transfer tubes on the that go directly to those the vacuum optimized Raptor engines. And again, I'm really asking Alex, EJ, bring that engineering brain in here. Since we've seen 2 Block 2 ships fly and 2 Block 2 ships rud, could they be looking at that? That's a major fuel flow change from a Block 1 that we saw splash down in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, Gene. Once again, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? they send up Flight 7, it pops. They test Ship 34 in preparations for Flight 8, and they figure out this harmonic resonance problem that's going on that's causing leaks, right? And then they willingly launch Flight 8. That doesn't make any sense, right? That doesn't make much sense to me, right? It very much seems like they're flying just for the sake of flying until this problem gets fixed with hardware. But once again, the more and more I think about this, guys, and keep in mind, this is just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any inside sources. I'm just kind of trying to sit here and brainstorm. That's why my head looks like a fried egg right now, trying to think about all this, all the variables, all the different pieces, right? That doesn't make much sense that they would fly it this way, even with a 60-second static fire, like, okay, we fixed the problem, let's go. It very much seems like the mitigations to this problem are very much already in SpaceX's production line. It's just, what point does that get to flight boosters, right? What point does it get to the booster that actually goes and launches? And then, I know what people are going to say. Well, why don't you just wait until you have the hardware? Okay, you wait until the hardware. So what, are we just going to idle the pad for a year? Going to idle the pad for 6 months? That doesn't seem very SpaceX, right?
Yeah.
But then again, the flip side of that is that, that doesn't seem very SpaceX, but also blowing up your second stage doesn't seem very SpaceX either. You know what I mean?
Well, let's give them credit where credit's due. They caught a booster, everybody. They caught a booster.
They did catch the booster, and it is impressive. I love it.
And the shot we just saw from here, that's from the Margaritaville you see over Isla Blanca Park. This is actually from one of the dune cameras. As you see the sun setting behind Tower 1, they still haven't brought the booster down, and they still have the roadblock up. We're waiting for them to come after this booster is safe. They'll come and they'll take it. They have some. They're going to take a step back. I mean, the engineers, SpaceX, they're hiring the engineers that are building our future ship that's going to go to Mars. And by the way, I just want to say there's going to be a lot of negative people out there. Oh, Starship's over. Oh, the program's dead. Oh, SpaceX this. Guys, don't listen to any of it. Had that been the case, then SpaceX would have given up at SN11, like you said, or SN10 that landed, then blew up. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Look, one of the mantras is fail early and learn from it and move on. 2 back-to-back losses of the second stage. I think they're going to take a step back. They're going to look at all the data they have. I think they're going to make some major modifications. We haven't seen this heat shield test. They still have to test these heat shield tiles. They still have to test the leeward front flaps. Or aerodynamic covers or whatever they want to call them. We just call them flaps because SpaceX calls them. There's a lot of things on Block 2 to test. We got to get past this point. And everybody at SpaceX, I've been in mishaps. They put their phones, they lock the doors, put their phones in the basket. So I can imagine what's going on right now inside that control room. Alex, I know you've been listening in. Do we have any more information?
I think Alex is
gone
for a bit.
Okay, Adrian.
Outstanding. You guys talk about the
We're listening to. Right now, we're hearing loud audio in the background. That was from the roof, so we probably don't.
I think that was definitely from the roof.
Hear that, right? They were still recording us when we lost comms, but that's okay. So it looks like Alex, he's looking at video. He's doing his thing.
Yeah.
Adrian, I know you've got channels you're looking at. Have you seen any more information coming?
Yeah, we are about to, I think, getting that ready. There is so we are watching the SpaceX webcast with great detail, as everybody else is that is watching this, and I already know that people in chat have spotted this, and we will get to that. But there is let's say there is a SpaceX engineer that is visible on the launch stream that watches a replay of the moment the engines go out, and you can, I think, very much see what is happening. We'll probably get to that very soon here. I see people talking about it. We have seen it as well, and we are working on showing that. Then you will be able to see what we mean here.
Yeah. I want to transition. I want to get in. Look, we caught a booster, the third booster they've caught. We've been talking about reusing boosters. That's good stuff. They got data from this flight. Yes, it wasn't the outcome we wanted. We had another, RUD, rapid unscheduled disassembly of the second stage. But that doesn't mean we give up. That doesn't mean we stop. Go ahead, EJ.
No, that doesn't mean anything. It's just a bump in the road.
Yeah. Again, this is like you said, this is a bump in the road. And one thing we haven't done, Adrian, I do want to jump over because we have a lot of people that are watching and they've been watching from the very beginning. They probably watched the stakeout and then they flipped over here. So I want to say thank you to those people because, one of the things that we need to do is thank you when you support us, even when we have days like today. We did it last time. We're going to do it this time. So Adrian, let's say thanks to some folks.
Absolutely. And again, I'm very behind here.
You're like hours behind.
Yeah, like about probably the time since the start. Letmaster here with a $50 super chat saying Pogo oscillation is really tough. Apollo didn't even completely solve it. Can't say for sure that's what caused the engine failure, but good bet. Seems like the new tank geometry for version 2 ship held some major unknowns. Time for more modeling. Possible?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Adrian, okay. You're right. That guy's right. And once again, we appreciate the support. I'm not trying to be like, no. You got to remember, what the harmonic resonance that SpaceX described is not pogo, but pogo is a harmonic resonance. That the direction of the shaking, the direction of the vibe, as Alex put, is very, very important to understand there. What Starship is encountering, per what we've heard from SpaceX, is not pogo. But the pogo oscillations that were encountered during the Apollo program with the Saturn V is a type of harmonic resonance. It's just basically the directions that the vibrations are going. Now, I mean, keep in mind, sound guys are like, right now. That is a very general way of explaining it. I understand this. But it's important to know the distinction there. I mean, overall, though, what you said is absolutely spot on. This stuff takes time. It takes time, and it's going to be, look, the difficulty level is a lot higher once you start developing architecture that goes outside a low Earth orbit. You're playing on a higher difficulty now, and they're going to have to solve these problems. The problems are going to get more difficult as we advance further and further into this Starship program, and we document this endeavor for you guys. These problems and the failures are going to get crazier and crazier. They're going to be harder problems to solve, right? But SpaceX can do it. I think they can. I really do.
Imagine the first ship that's going to Mars that's trying to land. All it's going to do is try to get to Mars and land, and then it doesn't, and they go, well, that's it. Give up. Oh, well. No, that's not how this works. They're going to keep going. We're going to keep going, and we're going to be here for all of it. Adrian, keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin Schumann here with the super chat saying, "Hi guys, love the comments. Compare 4 and 746. It looks like RVAC damage. Also look at the screen of the controller. Yep. We will look at the screen of the controller. That is exactly, by the way, what we looked at before the 4 and 746 comparison. So yes, we are getting there. This will take days, honestly, to fully analyze. We are just flying somewhere here, and let's see where we arrive here. We have Robert, a huge Texas house check, super chat, just saying go, and it did go. And here's the, sorry, I have to jump in here. Look at that. You can see the engines exploding.
Yep. No.
Oh, wow.
That's broken.
He's looking at the screen. He's looking at the screen. He's looking at the screen. And now, get ready. There.
Boom. Boom.
Oh.
And boom.
Oh, that's.
Maybe
Yep.
like flight director had anomaly.
Oh, yeah, that's broken.
That's an engine rapidly turning into a lot of pieces.
Yep.
So yeah, that again, we are still in this situation. Is this the cause, or is this just a symptom? And I at least feel relatively confident that this is just more a symptom than the cause.
Yeah. And guys, I can't say this enough. Look at the access that we have to see this. This is absolutely incredible that this is open for us and we're part of it. Absolutely crazy that we have this. And I think are we going to go to Ryan? Ryan for another update in the control room? Are we going to Ryan next? Yes. Ryan,
I guess we are.
Flight update.
I guess we are. Okay, so as you can see behind me, I haven't apparently I have highlighted this American aircraft by accident, but anyway, I haven't intentionally highlighted anyone in specifically because, as you can see, there are planes now going north and south once again over this little channel here between Florida and Cuba. The flight path for Starship was about that, well, a little bit more south, maybe about that over Turks and Caicos. But as you can see, planes flying north and south again, which would be indicative that the debris response area has been lifted. And we have just gotten an update from the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration in the US, that it has indeed been lifted. I will read you a brief portion of it now. En route, all airspace associated with the SpaceX Starship launch has now been returned. That means given back to the aircraft. Zulu Mike Alpha briefly executed a hold and departure stop with traffic from Zulu Juliet X-ray. Associated ground stops to South Florida terminals have also been modified and / or cancelled for cargo operations. Impacts are not expected.
Ryan, thank you for that. Keep watching those flight paths, but obviously, as you said, the debris looks like it's out of the way and the planes are able to get back in there. And again, the FAA is going to look at this. SpaceX is going to do their investigations, and things are going to happen just like they did on Flight 7. We have a replay here in the lower right-hand corner that looks like a fully fueled ship. There goes the water deluge system. Do we know whose camera this is? Is this? We don't know. There's ignition. And again, we have liftoff.
That looks to be from north.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the north
now,
side.
this is real time, right? Look at that.
Yeah, that very much
those Raptor engines, man, they scorch that launch pad every time. And that's why they're building a new one. That's why they're building that flame trench. The flame trench.
No, he did it again.
He did the thing.
He did the thing.
Good, bad, or indifferent. We love rocket launches. Here's another replay closer up. Look at that. Go Space Penguin. Looks good from there, eh? Yeah.
One of the interesting things was
good.
how much clearer the exhaust was this time around. Look at the arm. It gets
a little toasty.
Kicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also gets kicked by the exhaust.
Beth Sanders, thank you so much for that $200 super chat. As always, thank you guys for the live coverage. Go SpaceX. I'm right there with you, Beth. Thank you very much for allowing us to do this. And go SpaceX as we bring you more replays, as we watch what happens with this Flight 8. They're going to do a mishap investigation.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
What a shot.
I need to fix that,
Love
but
it.
that's probably saved locally so we can get the
nice
unpixelated shot.
No, I like the pixelated shot. Actually, it was kind of neat.
I mean, it shows how the network suffers a little bit by 33 Raptor engines firing nearby.
It's not only sound, it's vibration, it's a shockwave that comes out from the 33 engines.
But yeah, this is
very
remotely pulled, of course, via our own signals and everything. There are physical SD cards on these cameras, so we can pull that later.
And again, folks, we as we get more information, we'll bring it to you. But we kind of have, we might speculate a little bit. We might have some questions for people. EJ, you said you had something?
Yeah, I was doing a little bit more thinking. I'm sitting here watching this footage, thinking about stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's no secret that SpaceX is getting Pad B up and running and ready to go, right? And, Gene, I got to thinking, it's got the flame buckets in it, right? That pad, because it has flame buckets, you can fire something as long as you want on that pad, as long as you have the water to quench the thirst of the rocket, right? So to speak. That's a figure of speech, right? As long as you have enough water to keep mitigating the fire and all the energy that comes out of the bottom of the rocket. Chat, and keep in mind, this is not speculation. It's just a thought that I had. Do you think that SpaceX might be pushing to get that pad done, so perhaps they can do a Block 2 full duration burn on that pad? Because Massey's, I'm not 100% sure if it has enough water added to do a full duration burn.
Yeah.
Right? If you think about it.
Booster's going down.
Yep, There it goes. It's going down. If you guys think about it, you can't, we're looking at Pad A there on the left side of your screen. You can't static fire a booster there for a long period of time. I think, Alex, what's the longest we've seen? Not 20 seconds, maybe?
10 seconds with all engines running, yeah.
And then the longest that we've seen at Massey's is 60, right?
Yep.
Do you think SpaceX is going to make some type of cover that they can put on top of OLM Pad B and then potentially do a full duration burn with a Starship on Pad B?
Define full duration. Are you going from stage separation to orbit?
Yeah, that would be a 6-minute burn.
Wow.
Yeah,
That'd be crazy
you need
to
a
see.
big pad with a big flame bucket to be able to withstand doing a static fire for that long. Perhaps the reason why SpaceX doesn't understand these harmonic resonance problems is because they can't get a good enough test. You don't have a big enough test stand to do it, which is why, once again, if you look at like Stennis, they built all Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. They built all these big honking test stands to do full duration burns. And as that support that came in a little while ago was talking about pogo oscillations, they even had these big test stands to do full duration burns, and they still were trying to figure it out before the program got axed, right? Pretty crazy. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that the Starship program is going to get axed. But what I am saying is that maybe they'll use Pad B to do these full duration burns so they can get a better understanding of the shaking and leak problems, right?
Yeah,
What do you think,
to do
guys?
something. They're going to have to do something. Alex, Adrian, you want to chime in on that question?
I mean, so it's honestly it's such an interesting. So the big question, I'm fully agreeing with you here, EJ, is like, if this turns out to be another harmonic problem, then it seems to be like some sort of major problem that is just occurring on this block update. I think at this point there is a good chance that some people at SpaceX really think about what to change next, and there will probably I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of like a 2 or 3 month stand down and a check of what's going on there, because this is like the third, or like of course on the second time that V2 has a very similar problem. Like we cannot confirm it's the same problem, but we see once again a leak, probably, most likely, and it seems similar. So it's really interesting.
Yeah.
This one really gets the noggin jogging. That's why
I'm with you, Adrian. Straight to block 3.
Yes, but like, is it? Of course, we are not SpaceX, right? We cannot confirm is it the same issue. But from what we can tell, it looks fairly similar.
Can I make one of those things that EJ is like bringing up this topic of questions, right? Can I make a comparison with today's landing of Athena on the moon? We had an outcome of that lander that seemed, in principle, right, very similar to the one from the first landing, which is, it landed on the moon, softly-ish, right? And then it toppled over. It's sideways, it seems like. We don't know in which orientation exactly. But in this case, they already said the guiding systems and everything all worked well. And they know that because of the craters and whatnot. Anyways, my point is, 2 different issues cause the same outcome.
Yeah.
It could be the same here as well. Like, there could be a whole new thing, completely different from what we saw on Flight 7, that might have caused these fires, that might have caused those engines going out and blowing up and everything, and then, of course, the ship being lost. That could also be another point here where then they need more testing on the ground to be able to find more of these issues, right? And so this is all the same, what we see every single time. Just because you caught one issue doesn't mean there's not going to be any other issues, and they may cause the same outcome at the end of the day, right? You can get from point A to point B in different trajectories, I guess. Different causes can get you to the same outcome of the flight.
Yeah, that's a good point. The same outcome does not mean it's the same problem. Let's go out to Jack, who was in the field for this launch. Jack, do we have you?
Yeah, sorry, it took me just a second to unmute. Do you have me loud and clear?
Yeah, we got you 5x5, right?
Well, the sun is setting for the day here in Starbase, and while that was a beautiful launch, I've been listening to you all about what happened with ship. Is what it is. But that was a really beautiful launch. The booster again, that was a whole lot of fun. I'm glad Flight 8. Oh, I don't even know I don't even know what's going on anymore. I'm glad Flight 8 is behind us, despite the issues with the ship. I hope everybody had a great time and the views were awesome.
Yeah, I agree. The views were absolutely awesome. We caught another booster. That's fantastic. And if you want to say goodbye, Ship 34, there you go. There's a metal print or paper print up on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. That is from Jack. Great shot, Jack, on that launch.
Thanks. Yeah, you may have seen me on X, the Everything app, talk about tracking this launch with a extremely long lens. That is not this shot. I was using a giant, I think, aluminum plate that Das machined in a CNC in his garage for me. Thank you, Das. To co-locate two cameras on one tripod. So one camera was the extreme long-range tracker, and the other camera was a 500 millimeter lens on a Canon R5, shooting those stills at the same time as I shot video. So pretty cool shot. Kind of difficult to like shoot photos blind in a way because I'm looking at the video screen, but I'm happy with it. It's the full stack at liftoff. The way the blue can be of the sky can be seen through the bottom or top or whatever of the plume right by the engines. It's a neat shot. If you want to say goodbye to Ship 34, there you go. Also, shameless plug, that long range tracking lens was extremely expensive to rent. I rented that out of my own pocket, and my birthday is March 10th, and I need to sell many tens of prints. Tens of prints to break even.
There you go.
So, if anyone wants to buy a print, I would appreciate it a lot. And if you don't, hey, that's your money. Do what you want with it. But thank you all for watching in either way.
Yeah, it's the photographers go out there, they rent their cameras, they go out there. It looks like a drone shot to me.
Yeah, that's a replay from Jack's drone.
Did you fly the drone today?
See what you guys are watching right now. So yes, I did. So the cameras I was running today was the drone, the extreme long range tracker, that stills camera that produced that print, and an iPhone. Oh yeah, and a slow-mo camera out in the field. There was two slow-mo cameras, but I was technically running only one of them. So that's a lot of cameras to juggle all at once. But it's like rocket FOMO. It's real. I can't not try and get all of the things that I want to get. It's like you're in a candy store and they're like, okay, you have 30 minutes. Get whatever candy you want, and it's like, oh my god, I need the gumdrops, and I need the the gummy worm. I need all the things. So juggling a lot of cameras, but it's a labor of love. It's a lot of fun to do this, and I'm just appreciative that we get to. And on the front of Ship 34, if I may, just like wax philosophic for a moment. It's a bummer, and it's not a good look that Ship 34 went pop. But speaking from a content producer standpoint, now I don't think Flight 9 is going to be a ship catch. Maybe I'm going out on a limb here. But that means that Flight 9 now becomes...
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, we all agree with
Flight
you.
9 now becomes another one of these sort of flights where it's sort of lower key, it's not a huge milestone, and we're able to continue to refine what we do and dial things in and make everything work just right. It gives us another chance at practice before ship catch in terms of how we can bring the audience the very best views possible. So I'm thankful for that. I'm bummed the ship didn't work right, but I'm thankful for another practice attempt before we have to do what is essentially the big show of the Starship program, at least until we get to a lunar lander ship launching or something like that. Like the first ship catch in terms of the Starship program is going to be as big as the first booster catch, the first Starship launch, the first Starship landing, Starhopper. It's going to be one of those kind of moments. So the fact that we get another practice swing at it on Flight 9, I assume, who knows, never say never, but I think it's a safe bet. If I was doing a prop bet in Vegas right now on Flight 9 being a catch, I would definitely favor the no answer. So all that is to say, yes, it'll bummer on Ship 34, but silver lining, we get another chance to practice doing our best.
Yeah, absolutely. The replays on your screen, amazing camera footage. This is the catch replay in the center down in the lower right. Check this out, because that is the plume. So we should see a booster come flying in from that cloud any second now. Lower left-hand corner is a live shot of the booster sitting down. There it is coming in.
Yeah.
Boom!
Wow. That's awesome.
I gotta tell you, the oh my gosh, the sonic booms of this thing when it comes in to get caught are just insane. Live
Same
shots
thing
all the way
happens to me
around.
with Falcon 9, where
Yeah.
when it's Falcon 9 RTLS, I know there's going to be a sonic boom, and I prepare mentally and physically for it. Like I kind of, you don't lock your knees. You're kind of doing like a semi squat, and you're like, okay, I'm ready for this boom to hit. And I know generally around the time the vehicle is about to touch down on the ground is when the boom hit. Like I know all of these things. I'm a smart man.
I think Gage fainted.
I take that back.
He
I'm
was,
not a smart man,
going
but still, you know
bananas.
what I mean. And yet every time it surprises me.
I think it knocked Gage over actually, being up there.
Is Gage alive still?
Yeah, he's alive. He made it through the catch.
Sweet.
And so it's interesting that we were up there. Gage was up there. Doss was up there, and we got to see it. And the top camera at the very top is from the Margaritaville, and on the right hand side you see the roadblock and the ship booster transport. The booster transport stand. Good.
Okay.
No, I was just.
Oh, I thought you were
go
gonna say
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just sitting there talking about what they're seeing on screen.
Yep.
And we're still getting replays. Alex or Adrian, I'll go ahead and ask: do we have any more information? Is there anything else coming in other than that official SpaceX?
Before they answer,
go ahead,
really
Jack.
quick, I'm just going to say thank you, everybody, so much. I'm going to jump off and continue packing up. But just once again, bottom of my heart and all of our hearts, thank you so much. I'm excited to watch these replays and hopefully learn some more about what exactly happened with Ship 34. But I might jump back on in a little bit when I'm done packing. But in the meantime, I'll leave you in the capable hands of everybody here. Goodbye.
See you, Jack. Thank you for the great work out there at Rocket Ranch at the Outpost, renting that amazing camera, giving us the shots that you brought us with that, super long, huge mega lens that you rent. Everybody go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Not only check out Jack's prints, but also check out the prints from DY's, Max, Tyler, a bunch of great folks out there in the field capturing everything. And I asked EJ earlier about the first time, which was Flight 7, when he came to Starbase. I was here at Flight 6. It's too many now. I'm at Flight 8. And he gave you like his interpretation. Oh my gosh, this is the first time I've seen it. It's amazing. Take the headphones off. Look at that replay. But we have somebody else here who saw the flight for the first time. And if we could go to the studio, I'm going to ask that person what their interpretation was after this replay. Look at that. It's Ryan Caton, everybody. Hey, it's Ryan Caton.
Oh,
press that button right there.
Okay.
You need a box?
I can go on my tiptoes. I'm nearly the same height.
If you know, you know. We're not a replay, by the way. We're live. So Ryan, you were up there the first time. You flew all the way in from England. We love having you here. We finally got you well enough to green screen over there in the other studio. Tell them what it's like to see it for the first time.
I've been promoted. I've been allowed out the cupboard with the green screen in it. I'm allowed on the main set. This is quite something. No, I'm just kidding. I have to be honest. Maybe it's because I've seen a launch before. Maybe it's because I've been very fortunate enough to see a Falcon Heavy launch before, which 27 Merlins. That's still a huge rocket. Or maybe it's just because I'm still a little bit under the weather and I can't actually hear anything properly. It wasn't as loud as I thought it would be. Don't get me wrong. It was loud, but I was expecting it to be louder than it actually was, which is. Look, again, like I've experienced the sonic booms of Falcon before, but it just it was a loud sonic boom. But for some reason, maybe it was just my brain had been like, "This is going to be the loudest thing I've ever heard." It was one of the loudest things I've ever heard, and you still feel it in your chest. Yeah. You feel the building underneath you shaking from the absolute power of those 33 Raptors as it goes uphill. But visually, it's. I've seen a Falcon, for context, I've seen a Falcon 9 and a Falcon Heavy launch before in Florida. It's the only two proper launches I've seen apart from Virgin Orbit, but let's not talk about that. Yeah. So the 9 Merlins are relatively small compared to Raptor. They're clustered together. So as they ascend into the sky, it turns into this very quickly, this bright point of light in the sky. Very, I'd say within the first few seconds, you see sitting at the Kennedy Space Center visitor complex at the Saturn V Center, they've got the bleachers out there. You look over the causeway over towards Launch Complex 39. You see the rocket ascending and then this little bright speck of light underneath it. You don't get that with Starship for the first 30, 40 seconds of flight because it's so big. It's 9 meters wide of mega Mark diamond just lifting into the sky. You don't see that little speck of light until it gets up and then nearly to staging almost. It turns into that little speck of light. When, if you've never seen a launch in person, that little speck of light is impossible to describe because cameras, for whatever reason, just don't pick that up. It's only something you can see. If you watch a launch in person, it's really difficult to describe because like we physically can't show you for whatever reason because of the physics of how eyes and lenses differ or whatever. But yeah, that was something that really stood out to me. This vehicle ascends off the pad out of the plume it has just generated, and you can see this ginormous plume that's just there, and it's just rising and rising, and it's nice to, it's much smaller from a distance than it is, when you blow it up with DAS's ridiculous super zoom lens on his tracker or whatever. But the frame rate's much higher than 30. It's like infinite frames per second.
And the rocket's 404 feet tall,
like 123 meters or something like that.
Plume is longer than that.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. And then when it gets higher up in the atmosphere, you see it kind of expand out and turn into that star that we talked about when you talked about with the Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy. This just turns into this bright star, and you can follow it with the naked eye all the way up to stage separation, and most sections cut off.
Yeah,
and you talk about the roar of the engines. I think it's plenty loud. Maybe it's the fact that you're just getting over a cold. What about those sonic booms when it was coming back, when the booster was coming back to land? And I warned everybody. I said, "Get ready, here it comes." And 10 seconds later, it was like the whole building shakes. It's crazy.
I'll be honest. I've been editing most of the week, so we've been making videos in preparation for this flight. So I've been going back and I've been watching footage from the previous flight, and I had a mental note that as the booster comes in, watching from the hotel, the sonic booms hit you about when the catch happens. So that's kind of what I was preparing for. So you see this booster screaming through the atmosphere. Like seriously, I've never seen anything fall faster. This is a 70-meter tall booster plummeting towards the ground, and then at just the right moment they light those 13 inner Raptors, then down select to the 3, and then it just gracefully kind of swings its way into the chopsticks, and then boom you get those sonic booms. And it's like, I knew they were coming, but still they were it's been a little while since I've heard Falcon sonic booms, but to my memory they were comparable, maybe a little bit louder.
We were all upstairs. We're screaming like 5-year-olds when the sonic booms came in. So thank you for jumping in and telling everybody what it's like. We've got some more video from a viewer, and I can't see what it says on the screen. Somebody help me out there. It's below the ticker. There we go. I have to lean in. What is that? I can't see what that says. Mr. Gilliard, thank you for sending this video into NSF and giving us permission to show it. And we're, that's... Guys, to me, when it's still that hot, it's coming in that low. It doesn't look like it's that night, so that's closer to us, right? But yeah, that is it's a lot of debris coming back in the atmosphere. It's not as pretty as Flight 7. I just gotta say,
Flight 7, you tell me.
Flight 7 was kind of pretty, but yeah, here we go back. They've lowered the. Alex, you might want to jump in on this one. I've got a question for you regarding the tank farm here. They've lowered the booster down. I'm assuming they've got the quick disconnect attached. I can't really tell, but it looks like
it doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. So are they just letting that boil off, right? They're not actually removing from the. Yeah, no.
They're just not there yet, right? They'll eventually put it on the booster. I don't even see the hood open. Which is, that needs to be opened first, and then they connect the umbilical to the booster. I don't know, that might be a little bit later into the process of detanking. One of the things that we do see, of course, is some of the tank farm activity, being saved and everything, releasing some of those pressures and things like that were caused at the during launch. I'm just looking at the tower now with the lights on. Did one of the panels fall off? You see the cladding on the tower? You can see through one of the corners on the left.
Oh, true.
Where there was a panel there, a panel of cladding.
Yeah.
I think it fell off.
We're
I will have to look back, but I just realized that I was looking at the tower and
chat is going crazy. Chat's going crazy about the box thing, how tall Ryan is. I'm over here
I'm
like
not standing on a
down.
box.
I gotta say,
he's not standing
I've been
on a box.
next to Ryan, so I'm really impressed that you are taller than Ryan, because I
He's
thought
got
it was
shoes
impossible.
on. Gene has shoes on.
fine.
He's
Hell,
I
shoes
thought
off.
it
Look.
was impossible for someone to be taller
No.
than Ryan.
There, shoes
But-
are off. Don't stand on tiptoes, Ryan. Guys, you can't see this, obviously. There we go. Look at it. Okay, flat-footed. How tall are you? 6?
I don't know.
You don't know. He's and there's
See, that's
there
just
comes
cheating.
Ryan.
That's just cheating.
If you know about the box, it was hilarious. Go back and watch what Flame Trench last Friday? Was last Friday's Flame Trench?
Feels like longer than Friday.
Yeah,
So
feels
we are
an
looking at live
eternity
coverage
ago.
of the booster. It's boiling off. It's got a little bit more propellant in, and then they'll come in with that booster transport stand, which is in the lower right-hand corner, and they will take that back. And the middle screen is from, is that River or is that Outpost? It's near there.
That's River.
That's River.
Yeah, that's the Richardson Avenue intersection with Highway 4. Obviously, that's open because you know the launch has happened, everything is safe and everything, so people can go down. But the other one, that's at LBJ, basically at the end of the village. That's still there, that roadblock.
So again, as we get more information, we'll keep bringing it to you. I think we've got some more replays of the launch and the catch. They're being pulled remotely. I know Doss ran down here with his computer. He tracked it all the way. We were up there, screaming when we lost comms. Which I don't know why that happens all the time. Every time we go up there, we lose comms, and you don't get to hear EJ squeal when the. Hey, you're not on the mic, so I can talk about you all I want. It's pretty amazing. You guys, if you ever come, you come to the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island, get a south-facing room. And again, plan for scrubs, all right, which we did, and we were here for this launch. But get a south-facing room. It's a great view. You'll enjoy the beach. You'll enjoy the hotel, and it's a lot of fun. But you can also go down to Isla Blanca Park and watch it from there. You can just go out to the beach and watch it. And if you're over on the Starbase side of the Port of Brownsville, you can go to Rocket Ranch. Go check them out on their website.
And I think this is actually a view from Rocket Ranch.
Yeah, here's another replay. This looks like it's from the outpost.
Is that the slow-mo replay from D?
We're going to find out here in a second.
Yeah, I think that
that's
might
D
be
slow-mo.
So we have shown it earlier.
I
think we have shown it a bit earlier, but I want to point out and I want to apologize because I think Alex and I were both observed with looking at the ship that we didn't give this the absolute awe it deserves, because holy moly.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is a beautiful shot. I already have a steel, metal print of D's. I need to get one of Jack and one of Max.
Can we get moving metal prints? Because I'd have that on my wall.
You'd have that one. It's called a TV.
Yeah, I think
crazy.
moving metal prints. We are not selling screens yet in the store.
See, this is what you were talking about earlier, Ryan, where it doesn't become that point of light yet.
Yeah,
now, granted, this
just because it's so wide.
Yeah.
It's so wide. You have that beautiful long plume, and that's one of the things with Super Heavy is because SpaceX has opted to use so many Raptor engines on one booster. You don't have this huge engine section as a ratio of the height of the booster. If you get what I'm saying, the engines are the engine bells rather are really, really, really small compared to the rest of the height of the booster. You don't get that on other rockets. So this is really, it's quite something to see this take off in person.
Again, Block 1 booster. Just wait till we see a Block 2 booster. I think they're going to 35 Raptor engines, right?
Judging the last two flights of a Block 2 ship, I'm not exactly looking forward to a Block 2 booster.
Yeah,
but,
that's a good point.
We'll have to wait and see.
I was about to say, like, I will get excited about booster Block 2 flights when they reach hot staging.
Yeah. Look. These are test flights. I keep saying these are test flights. Everybody, their job is to give the company data. We all want to see success. So does the company. So does everybody. Because to me, I say this is my opinion. This is the future of human space flight. This is the ship that's going to take us to the moon. This is the ship that's going to take us to Mars and beyond. And SpaceX doesn't like this either. Yeah, they get data from these, but they have contracts to fulfill. They want to try to get Starlink V3s up as fast as possible. It's the whole point of trying to go orbital on the next couple of flights. But when they have setbacks like this, they do the investigations, they learn from them, they make changes going forward, and then they try again. And that's what they did here. And I agree with Jack. I think Flight 9, once the mishap investigations are over and they're able to make some changes and fly, I think we will see another flight profile similar to this. Ryan, what do you think?
I think that's kind of a no-brainer at this point, to be honest. There's very clearly something very wrong with what they have designed so far. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, right? The reason SpaceX are conducting these test flights is because they are tests. It's in the name, right? But I also think it's also important to note we kind of got used to the big step forwards, the huge advances SpaceX were making every flight. You know, Flight 1, they barely got that thing off the pad, right? Flight 2, they got to stage separation. The ship nearly made it, right? Flight 3, they nearly made it all the way around with the ship. The booster, they lost that. I believe they said just before splashdown, or like during the splashdown procedure or whatever. Flight 4, ship made it all the way through.
With a crazy burn through flap, right?
Booster,
I think
softly like sub-centimeter accuracy in the Gulf. Flight 5, they caught the booster. Flight 6, Flight 6, they tried to do that again, but they couldn't catch the booster again. Flight 7, Flight 8, well, it's the ship has taken a few steps back.
I think also in terms of expectation of everybody here, you cannot accept rapid development as the good idea forward if you don't accept also rapid changes. Like, part of this is, yes, SpaceX is rapidly developing and iterating. Well, we are now at the iterating part. If they identify a problem, and I saw people like, no, it will be fine, it will just implement some minor fixes and fly in a month again. Well, part of this is, if something goes not as expected, you also change this. And sorry, I have to interrupt what I'm saying here. Adrian, you have to stop, because look at what is now happening here.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at this.
That's another thing. When that booster comes back in, it's like you can see this little speck of light in the sky with RCS puffs coming off of it because it's kind of glinting in the sun, right? The sun was setting. So from our perspective, we could see the booster kind of glinting in the sun. It then went through this cloud, right? And then that engine section glows so bright. Like, I kid you not, that engine section glow was as bright in person as the plume those engines were generating just 6 minutes earlier. That is how intense the thermal regime is for the aft end of that booster.
This view is never going to get old. We talked about 400 something Falcon launches and so many hundreds of Falcon 9 landings. I'm sorry,
pizza.
This is never going to get old.
That looks like a pepperoni pizza.
Oh, true.
I mean, it looks sci-fi.
I also just noticed how hungry I am. I want to point that out. Thanks, Alex.
yeah. Thanks, Alex. Now we all want pepperoni pizza.
Totally
All right,
fair
guys,
to
I have
say
a
that.
question.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to put on my Ryan Weber hat right now and be a little bit of a negative Nancy.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Short interruption before you say that, Kevin.
Lightning burn. Look at that. Can we
do that
please?
first.
You can see the missing engine here. There you go. See on the right? That's one of the 13 engines that did not ignite. But the booster continues on. It has many more engines running. Engine out capability.
I do have to say, I think that's a big plus of this flight, because now two flights in a row. Yes, you do not want to lose an engine, right? But 2 flights in a row, SpaceX has lost the Raptor on the booster and then regained it. Of course, they lost 2 this time on the boost back, and 1 didn't relight for the landing. But you get my point, right? 2 flights in a row, they have proven. Or 2 flights in general, they have proven they can lose a Raptor and then use it again.
Yeah. Or compensate for it.
Exactly.
That's, I think, the bigger point. Losing on the boost back burn, they can burn a little longer. The flight computers can, determine what goes where, change the gimbal of the engine. But on landing, like those inner 3, they have to light. So if we know they can now land on 9 of the inner ring engines, and now it drops down to 3 and comes in. What a beautiful track, by the way.
An absolute insane job by D.
Yep. Look at that. And we're gonna lose the chopsticks. They're
No,
following.
wait.
Yeah, it's Screw back up. Screw back up.
And
and the chopsticks go in, and they scrub along the. Well, that's a long scrub, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a bonk.
Yeah, it's okay. They slap the booster, and then it comes down and hits the rails.
Okay,
and then the rails.
Now that we have.
Yeah. Whoop. Now again, that was off center, right? So was that intentional? Was it accidental? Did the tower compensate for the landing trajectory of the booster, or was that intentional? We'll wait for SpaceX to tell us.
Look at that. See, it then shifts to the left after landing. It was already a bit to the left, but then it continues going to the left.
Yeah. All right, Kevin Michael Reed, you had a question. You jumped in.
I did. We may need EJ to come back for this though, because I need the EJ opinion.
I think EJ is being waved into the broadcast here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Gene, you said a couple minutes ago. Hold on, I'm waiting to see EJ with his headset on.
Yeah. Okay. you need to hear this. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So I usually don't come on these big streams. I come on the small streams in the middle of the night. But I have a question. Earlier on, you said, Gene, that this is the rocket that is going to take us to the moon and Mars.
Yes.
They've had two massive failures in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to take us to the moon and Mars?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it?
You were just asking a question of the guy that doesn't come on the big screen. Okay, let me take a step back and answer that.
I want your opinions.
That's a great question, Kevin. Okay. And today, after 2 failures of the second stage, okay, it feels like this is a massive setback. But massive setbacks are where you learn massive upgrades, right? SpaceX iterates fast. They fail fast. Now, in these 2 cases, they failed spectacularly. Now, the question becomes, did they learn from Flight 7? Did they make those changes on Flight 8? We'll have to wait for the official response from SpaceX. I firmly believe that a future version, a future generation of this fully reusable, no one's done that before, fully reusable vehicle will be the one that takes us to the moon and Mars.
This ship has, or this rocket has not shown us reusability, other than maybe the boosters. They might. But the ship,
I'm just going to say, Flight 4, 5, 6, 3, they all made it to their intended splashdown in the Indian Ocean. They made it through peak heating, even with half a flap. It made it through. Go ahead.
We have a regulatory update as well.
I want to hear EJ answer Kevin's question. Let's talk about that for a few minutes, and we'll go to this regulatory update.
Now, okay. I mean, Kev, is this vehicle going to take us there? Yeah, absolutely. Cast your mind back 20 years ago. Yes, it was 20 years ago. I hate saying that it was 20 years ago, but it pretty much was. Look at Falcon 1. Falcon 1 failed 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. And SpaceX almost basically went belly up then. They've dealt with this kind of problem before. It's always darkest before the dawn, man. Look at after SN11 popped, I remember after we saw SN11 pop, it's like, I don't know, should they really be doing this? And then look what came out of it. We got Flight 1, which did something. And then all the subsequent flights after that. Yes, this is a step back. It's not great. Not great. Nobody wants to see stuff blow up, right? Yeah. But it's always darkest before the dawn. We'll get another one. They'll get another one.
Yeah.
This will take us to new heights.
I mean, Apollo 13 didn't land on the moon, Kevin, but Apollo 14 did. Adrian, Alex, jump in here.
Yeah, I was going to mention they are connecting the quick disconnect on the booster. We saw some of the drones there. There's a drone literally right now putting a light to it, like a flashlight
Very
kind
badly.
of thing, right? Yeah, it's a bit wobbly, but you can see there that the quick disconnect is connected.
Yep. Adrian, let's jump into that FAA statement. The SpaceX Starship Flight 8 mishap is what they're calling it. Their words, not mine.
Yeah, it is what we all, I think, expected the moment we saw what we saw. The FAA is indeed requiring a SpaceX to perform a mishap investigation into the loss of the Starship vehicle during launch operations on March 6. During the event, the FAA activated the debris response area, which we saw, that was what Ryan explained, and briefly slowed aircraft outside the area where space vehicle debris was falling or stopped aircraft at the departure location. Normal operations have resumed, as Ryan said as well. And quickly, a background here as well. A mishap investigation is designed to enhance public safety, determine the root cause of the event, and identify corrective actions to avoid it from happening again. The FAA will be involved in every step of the SpaceX-led mishap investigation process and must approve SpaceX's final report, including any corrective actions. A return to flight is based on the FAA determining any system proceeds and process and procedure related to the mishap does not affect public safety. So, I think no shocker here. That was very much coming, and there we are.
Yep. And of course, like it says, SpaceX will they'll lead the investigation. They'll work with the FAA, and then we'll go through the mishap investigation process again, and they'll keep going. And NSF will be there to bring you all the information, to bring you all the updates on anything that happens at Starbase. Like right now, where looks like they've connected that booster quick disconnect to the ship to just drain out what they can, right, Alex? Right, Adrian? One of you. Looks like it.
Yeah,
Come on, drone guy. Come on, drone guy.
They'll be draining back some of that propellant. And just a reminder, we have actually already a road closure to bring that booster back. Let's see if I can actually load the Cameron County website, because I said that very quickly without having it ready. But yeah, there's already a road closure in place to roll it back. I believe that should be there's one at 12 a.m. For tonight, but I'm not sure if that's the one. Maybe people will correct me in the back channels. And then there's another one on the 8th, essentially also at 12 a.m.
Okay, and we will be here I won't be here. You gonna be here?
When?
NSF will be here.
No, someone's going to be here.
Follow along with all the updates on our socials, guys. Facebook, Instagram, X. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, so because I needed to actually look at the documents beforehand. So the one for March 7th, aka tonight, right? Because that's midnight, 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., right? That's for Booster 16, which is at Massey's, to come back to the production site. So not this booster. The other one, though, March 8th, it does say from pad to the production side, or to the factory, sometime between 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. So that's the one for the booster. So that will be not tonight, tomorrow night, from midnight to 4 a.m. Central.
Thank you for that, Alex. And as I was saying, follow NSF on all socials. You'll be able to pick up everything and go join the forum. We call it L2 on NASASpaceflight.com. All of the articles that our team are going to be writing will be out there. You can read those. You can join in the forum and chat and so on. And of course, tomorrow we have the Flame Trench at, is it 4 p.m. Central?
4 Central, 5 p.m. Eastern.
We don't know who's going to be doing it. Probably EJ.
Me?
What are we going to talk about?
Really?
Adrian. What, Adrian?
Yeah, I think there will be. I think there will be some deeper talk about Starship, maybe.
Yeah,
and
probably.
Of course,
we might talk about
Starship. As EJ wished, we will talk about Ariane 6.
Yeah, all right. Ariane 6.
I'm just going to
CSO3.
I'm just going to join chat and
Or
start
something.
just talking smack in chat. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'll get EJ wound up in the back channel or something.
No,
and
not
then,
that
of
again.
course, this week in spaceflight. With,
I'm supposed to be writing that right now.
Yeah, you probably should. Yeah. you
But I'm
got
here
something to add
commentating.
now, don't you?
Ooh, yeah.
Alicia Siegel does a great job hosting that every week, every Friday, right around, I guess, 7:30 Eastern. Is that right?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Something like that. It's This Week in Spaceflight, and they track everything, so watch that. And then, of course, there'll be a Starbase update, and keep watching our 24-hour live streams. Starbase Live, which will show you views like this that are on the screen right now. We expect that roadblock to start heading toward the tower and the booster as soon as they have successfully safed it. That light has not moved off the quick disconnect they're trying to hold that light on the quick disconnect. It doesn't seem very quick in the quick disconnect part. I guess it's a quick disconnect and a slow connect, right? I mean, they're taking their time on that one. But Starbase Live bringing you views like this, of course. And from Florida, you can watch Space Coast Live and then, of course, McGregor Live. Thank you to everybody in the back channel, by the way. Thank you guys in the control room. Kevin Michael Reed pushing all the buttons. Our massive producer, as we say, the voice of God in our ears. We appreciate you. Carson doing what Carson does, pressing buttons, bringing up overlays, getting things in the back channel squared away. The one and only Jay Keegan, thank you. Chris Atherton, also part of our production crew. Thank you guys very much. All the remote camera operators, if I started listing them, I'm going to forget all of them. They're amazing. They run the remote cameras out in the field and bring you amazing views like this. DY's out in the field. Max Evans out in the field. Jack Byer out in the field with their amazing cameras and joining us from the Rocket Ranch and the Outpost, bringing you some amazing things. Gage, who was up on the roof. Thank you, Gage, for driving down from Ohio. EJ, my one and only co-host. I love it when you come in. We have such a good time when we do this.
We do, Gene. And you're a heck of a host, I might add.
I make it up as I go along. Thank you so much. What do you think about today? Give us your.
It was great.
30
I
seconds.
mean, except for the ship part, it was great. It's fun being down here. It's fun hanging around with you guys. It's fun giving opinions, talking to Chad. That's what I do. Twitch streamer by trade. You know, I'm over on Twitch. If you want to come and talk more about space there, I'm there. You want to listen to my terrible opinions about things? There you go. There's a place to do it. But yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. This is always fun. It's always a good time. We've been down here for, as the kids would say, for a hot minute.
Yeah, we have. We've been waiting for this. Adrian Bile, thank you for joining us again, not only on the Stakeout stream, but also this launch stream, Adrian.
Absolutely, and I think also the ship had a bit of a hot minute there. So yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for having me.
That.
And also, yeah, I mean, I enjoy these commentaries. It's fun, and also thanks to I want to quickly say thanks to our chat moderators, because it's not easy to chat moderate on such a big stream.
They were doing work
so
today.
many people coming in. Our chat mods are just so amazing.
Yep,
So,
RC, all the rest of them. Thank you guys so much. Alex, as always, a wealth of knowledge, answering all the questions coming in. Thank you for being here.
You know, I wish I knew what happened today with the ship. Unfortunately, it suffered a very similar fate to Ship 33. I guess we'll have to find out when Flight 10 goes off, but Flight 9, excuse me. I'm already stepping another flight. Man, it's been a long time here live, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
The one and only DOS up on the roof with us, Gage up on the roof with us, Max in chat, Dan out there with robotics. I mean, there's just so many amazing folks that we have to say thank you to.
I think there's one more.
There is. Can you make us big, please, in the back? Can you just make us the screen? Because you never know where Ryan Caton's going to pop up. Flew all the way here from England and pops up wherever he wants. Ryan, it was so much fun to have you on this side of the ocean with your green screen. Thank you so much for being here.
I don't know if they can hear me, but you're very welcome.
Yeah, talking to his mic.
They got you.
Yeah, we just like to have a lot of fun, guys like you. I'm Gene Rowley. Thank you for everybody that watched.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, planet.
Water towers fly!
Tango down to nominal. Flighting downside of speed off. Say again, SPD off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Clear, correct?